My Lords, I should like to notify the House of the retirement, with effect from today, of the Noble Lord Smith of Clifton, pursuant to Section 1 of the House of Lords Reform Act 2014. On behalf of the House, I should like to thank the Noble Lord for his very much valued service to the House.
Lord Grocott.
I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name.
My Lords, this is a matter for the House to decide, and of course it is open to any noble lord to bring a proposal to the Procedure Committee. Although I do not intend to do it myself, I understand that a proposal for a review is likely to be tabled for the next meeting. As a member of the Procedure Committee, I will of course consider any proposal made.
Well, I'm grateful in part for that, and maybe the leader, when she does consider, she might reflect on a couple of things. One of which is that this must surely be the only legislative assembly anywhere in the world where the question time, the only person who's not allowed to speak is the Speaker. That must be a first by anyone's standards. And I simply say to her that to anyone watching from the public gallery or elsewhere, the proceedings in this House at question time are often a complete shambles. They're a shouting match and they're unintelligible to a neutral observer. So it's now 2 years nearly since we debated this in the House, and I just asked the leader if she will ensure, as far as it's within her power, that we have a debate on it and we reach a decision about the Speaker's power in time, maybe for an experiment to start at the beginning of the next session.
Well, as I've said to the Noble Lord, my understanding is the proposal will be coming forward to the Procedure Committee. I haven't seen it, so I'm afraid I can't comment further on it. But I'm sure following a discussion on it, the Senior Deputy Speaker will update the House.
My Lords, it is reasonable to expect that members of this House should be able to show courtesy to each other at question time. Indeed.
My Lords, while I of course welcome the suggestion by the Noble Lord Grocott that there should be a review, a 5-year, it was originally intended to be a 5-year review of the Lord Speaker's powers in this House. My Lords, I also would like to point out and emphasise perhaps to the House that it has operated on the basis of self-regulation forever, and that this is an extremely valuable convention simply because it ensures that each and every peer in this House takes responsibility for the courtesies of this House. Now, I understand that these have become somewhat frayed of late, but I think to undermine the self-regulation would be an unfortunate precedent.
Well, I agree with the Noble Lady. I believe that self-regulation does work and characterises this House. It means we do not need to resort to, for instance, selection of amendments, enforced groupings, programme motions or guillotines, none of which I think the Noble Lords will particularly want to be introduced into this House.
Noble Lady, the Leader, agree with me that a modest proposal from Lord Grocott, which would give the Speaker some powers to moderate the way we deal with questions, does not necessarily imply a wholesale change in the role of the Speaker. And that this is simply a straightforward, standalone reform which is long overdue.
Lord is, of course, a member of the Procedure Committee, so no doubt he will make his views heard when a discussion is had.
My Lords, I agree with the Noble Baroness de Souza that we should be able to show courtesy to each other at question time, and more often than not this is the case. But can my noble friend the Leader enlighten the House about how often she or her front bench colleagues have to intervene to assist the House at question time?
Well, since July 2018, we've had 76 sitting days in oral questions, and the front bench have only had to intervene 13 times.
But, my Lords, isn't it correct that when the role of Lord Speaker was originally set up, it was envisaged that there would be a review after the term of office of the First Lord Speaker? That review never took place. And is it not timely to look at the role of the Lord Speaker in its entirety, but including question time? And while I hesitate to disagree with my successor, The noble lady, the Leader of the House, has just described how the front bench can assist self-regulation at question time. For many people, I think, although we know the Leader of the House is completely impartial, having a member of the government assisting the House in deciding who should speak doesn't feel good in a parliamentary democracy. And we could have that role undertaken by the Lord Speaker without undermining the principle of self-regulation.
Well, the noble lady will of course be aware that aspects of the Lord Speaker's role were considered by a group on working practices chaired by my noble friend Lord Goodlad, which produced a report in 2011, and in subsequent years the House did take various decisions on proposals on it, including deciding not to change the role of the Lord Speaker at question time. But as I said in response to my original answer to the noble Lord Grocott, I believe that a discussion will be had in the Procedure Committee, and of course if any recommendations are made, it will be for the House to decide whether they wish to support them.
I think the important thing is that this is done. It is really not good for it to fester, and I think the word timely was just used. We should look at this. Could I just make a minor correction, if I understood the Leader of the House correctly? She said there were 13 times when the Chief Whip or somebody had to intervene. I think that means from the dispatch box. The number of hands pushing and indications is way above that. And I think we have to recognise that it happens far more than perhaps the number 13 suggests.
The noble lady is right that that is interventions from the dispatch box, but I mean, generally, as we've said, I believe that question time does work. I believe that noble lords do show respect and courtesy to one another, and I believe that self-regulation is an important characteristic of this House.
Appreciating that I may put myself at some risk having service in your Lordship's House for no more than 7 months, but can I suggest to the Leader that we would get much more out of question time if it was conducted by the Lord Speaker, who would maintain equity between party and non-party groups and perhaps other disciplines as well.
Certainly ensure, my noble friend, that the Chief Whip and I do everything we can to ensure fairness around the House in terms of answering questions. In fact, almost 85% of tabled questions asked since July did not from the government benches, and we do try and make sure, as question time goes on, that all members of the House are given the opportunity to speak and to ask questions, which are, of course, an extremely important part of scrutiny of the government.
How does the Leader of the House choose between
I think noble lords have just shown they can do it for themselves.
My Lords, does the noble lady, the Leader of the House, however, recall Walter Bagehot's distinction between the dignified parts and the efficient parts of the Constitution, and his observation that the dignified parts were imposing, old and venerable? Does she agree with me that the Lord Speaker on the Woolsack should remain dignified, not to mention imposing, old and venerable, and should not become efficient because, as the previous Lord Speaker has said, it is crucial to the effectiveness of this second chamber that we preserve our culture and practice of self-regulation?
I entirely agree with the noble lord.
Lord Bishop of Gloucester.
I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
My Lords, the Female Offender Strategy, published in June 2018, outlines the government's long-term vision for improving outcomes for female offenders in custody and in the community. The strategy sets out a programme of work that contains a number of commitments which will take some years to implement. A new women's policy framework was published last December, and Lord Farmer's review of family ties for female offenders is expected to report in coming weeks.
Lords, I welcome this information from the Minister, which follows many positive commitments to the female offenders strategy. However, we are still awaiting news of residential pilots, action to strengthen links between probation services and women's centres, a report from the noble Lord Farmer, and a national concordat. Given that many of the strategy's commitments have no clear timescales or a suggested deadline that has already passed, how does the noble Lord the Minister plan to effectively monitor progress and to stay on track?
My Lords, we are concerned to ensure that these recommendations are implemented as soon as practicable. And indeed, the Women's Policy Framework was implemented as of 21st December 2018. We are taking forward further work in partnership with other groups and parties. And indeed, I would notice the work of the Nelson Trust, which I know the Right Reverend Prelate is directly involved in, which recently put in bids for additional funding from the ministry in order to further its community work. And we are encouraged by the strength of that bid and similar bids and want to take this forward as soon as possible.
If Baroness Corston were here, she would be enthusiastically supporting the Right Reverend Prelate in terms of pressing for this review to be implemented as quickly as possible, not just on moral grounds, but the additional investment that the Noble Lord the Minister has referred to is spend to save, because actually we could save an enormous amount of money by diverting into prevention and early intervention rather than having women prisoners in the kind of conditions that I saw when I was Home Secretary.
My Lords, I entirely concur with the observations of the Noble Lord, and indeed our own female offender strategy seeks to build upon the seminal report of the Noble Lady Baroness Corston, which goes back, of course, to 2007.
Of mandatory post-custody supervision has disproportionately affected women. Recall numbers for men has risen by 22% since the changes were introduced, but whilst for women they've grown by 131%. Women are trapped in the justice system rather than being enabled to rebuild their lives. The Prison Reform Trust has called for mandatory post-custody supervision to be abolished. Does the Minister agree that the present system isn't working, and does he have plans to review it?
My Lords, the idea of mandatory supervision for those serving a sentence of less than 12 months was only quite recently introduced. There is a disproportion between male and female offenders in that context. I quite accept that. And then indeed that manifests itself in various other parts of the prison and custodial system. What we are seeking to do at the moment is extend community centre services in order to help accommodate those who are released after short sentences, and indeed to combine community services with treatment requirement protocols. And that is extremely important, particularly in the case of female offenders, where we see a vast number, a vast proportion, who do have reported elements of mental health difficulty, who do suffer from alcohol issues, and who very often also suffer from drug abuse issues. And indeed, over and above that, there is an enormous proportion of these female offenders who, it turns out, have been the subject of domestic violence. So we are trying to direct these services at these particular issues, and we will continue to do so.
Will my noble friend accept that there have been in recent years been a considerable number of pregnant women in prisons, and can he give us an assurance that in each and every case the person concerned will be treated with sensitivity?
This is a very important issue for us. We endeavour in all cases where a female offender is in custody to ensure that birth does not take place within the prison system itself. Sometimes that cannot be avoided. But we do have extensive services for mothers and children up to the age of 18 months where it is necessary for them to be in custody, but I emphasise necessary. And indeed, where they are towards the end of a short sentence, steps are taken to try and ensure that a mother and child are kept together. But of course, this cannot be done in circumstances where there has been a serious offence that results in a mother being in custody for a lengthy period.
The Reverend Prelate referred to the strategy envisaging greater use of residential and community services instead of custodial sentences. To what extent is that occurring? And is the government still adhering to its policy of limiting funding of the strategy to £5 million over 2 years, replacing its previous plan to spend £50 million on 5 new prisons? And if so, what's happening to the other £45 million?
But, Lords, there is an important shift in policy away from custody as a means of trying to resolve these issues, and that is why we moved away from the proposal for 5 community prisons. We hope that they will not be required, and instead we have shifted the balance in the direction of community services. We are going to pilot such community residential services in 5 areas to see how it works, and for that purpose we have committed funding of up to £5 million over the next 2 years. But of course that will not be an end of the matter. We will address the consequences of the pilot in these 5 areas and see how we can take it forward from there.
Does the Minister recall that some 15 years ago, during the period of my noble friend Lord Blunkett's custodianship of the Home Office, the Sentencing Guidelines Council approved indeterminate sentences for the more serious crimes, but on condition that for the less serious crimes there should be a significant reduction at the lower end, particularly for women, and particularly for women with debt. Unfortunately, from the judiciary's point of view, that has never been fully implemented. So can I congratulate the government in moving away from the custodial sentences and ask them to look to this long-standing recommendation that has never been fully implemented?
I agree with the force of the noble Lord's point. In fact, Section 152 of the Criminal Justice Act 2003 does clearly require the courts to consider imposing non-custodial sentences unless it is otherwise justified. And indeed, the Sentencing Council guidelines from 2016 reinforced this move. In addition to that, we have a judgment from the Criminal Court of Appeal in the case of Petherick in 2012, which set out the criteria for sentencing in cases where you had, for example, a female offender with dependent children. So we have been moving in the right direction, but I accept that we have not moved far enough, and we are determined to see if we can do that.
Lord Fox.
Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
My Lords, there are no restrictions on the creation of mapping databases of the UK. The UK has world-leading mapping data, and this is an area of competitive advantage, offering significant economic opportunities. The government created the Geospatial Commission in 2018 to elevate this strength, and it is currently developing a UK-wide strategy to realise the opportunities. As part of this, it will consider both risks and opportunities for current arrangements for access to mapping data.
For his answer, my Lord's privately gathered data. There's at least one major high-definition survey going on, financed by a foreign-owned company which bases its services on Russian software, Russian mapping software. Data every day is being processed in places like Nairobi. This is not Google Maps. This is high-definition software which is pinpointing our civil infrastructure. So the Minister seems relatively unconcerned about this. Can he assure your Lordship's House that a risk analysis will be carried out on the security nature of this data and some sort of strategy around how this is controlled within the obviously important commercial interests that are going on in this country?
Yeah. Well, I understand the noble Lord's concern, and he's tabled a number of written questions on this subject. And in view of that concern, I have gone back to those who are responsible for security, and I received an assurance that those responsible for our critical national infrastructure are not asking for the restrictions on commercial mapping that the noble Lord is seeking.
Digital mapping and the metadata associated with it are absolutely crucial in terms of establishing nodal analysis and targeting. Nodal analysis being identifying the points within one's water systems, energy systems, transport systems, that by taking out that one spot or 2 spots you can bring a nation to its knees. Bearing that in mind, could the noble Lord the Minister let us know exactly who is looking at this to make this decision? Because it is a pretty critical thing and something we went to immense efforts as a nation to discover about people who might be our enemies so we could do them harm. We don't want to open ourselves up to people to do us harm.
I understand the Noble Lord's concern. Access to critical national infrastructure sites is, of course, heavily restricted. Ordnance Survey, as the government-owned national mapping agency, is the only mapping organisation that has right of access to property for the purpose of mapping under the Ordnance Survey Act, passed by your Lordship's House in 1841. But of course, in view of the concern which the Noble Lord has expressed and that of the Noble Lord, Lord Fox, I will go back just to double-check the information which I have been given. And of course, much of this information is already obtainable through satellites, through Google Street Survey, and the Soviet Union has been mapping the UK since the 1940s. So I think one has to be realistic about the amount of information that is already available. Satellites can identify objects at 30 centimetres long.
Care to comment on the following? I was returning in a taxi, or minicab, whatever, from outside London to London. And going up my road, the driver said, "And the colour of your front door is," and he knew exactly what it was. Is that a healthy situation to be in?
Well, I hope it enabled the Noble Lord to reach his destination. The geophysical data that is available does help people in their everyday lives. Noble Lords waiting for a 159 bus outside can use their iPhones to see when that bus will be coming. Noble Lords who may have forgotten where they parked their car can use their mobile phones to identify it. Lords who go jogging in the morning can see whether they are going faster or slower than other Noble Lords on the same circuit. So I think one has to recognise that there are real advantages from having this geophysical data, and I wouldn't be concerned if everybody knew the colour of my front door.
During the Second World War, during a period in which many members of the Conservative Party still appear to live, a suspicious foreigner taking pictures of houses would have been stopped by some doughty Briton like Marc Francois and challenged in case he was a German. There were, and surely still are, some security questions to answer. Is it not proper for the government to promise us a review of this? And could he, meantime, tell us whether British map readers, satellite users, etc., can discover as much detail about houses and critical national infrastructure in Russia and China as they now can about us?
Well, on the first question the Noble Lord raised, if I refer back to the original answer I gave, I said as part of this, it will consider both risks and opportunities for current arrangements for access to mapping data. In this country, because of the excellence of Ordnance Survey, there are actually relatively few commercial marketing organisations doing this work. What most of them do is actually build on the data for Ordnance Survey and add value to it. But what knowledge we have of critical installations in Russia matter for the MOD rather than from a humble minister in the Cabinet Office. But in view of the views that have been expressed on both sides, I will go back and just double-check the information that I've been given.
I do fear there's a case of your Lordship's House trying to shut a stable door that has long been open. But the Noble Lord the Minister has highlighted our increasing dependence, whether jogging or whatever else it may be, on global navigation data. Would he care to comment? Because it's not just Noble Lords jogging or trying to find their cars, but it is the maritime world, it is trains, it is everything else that is dependent on GNSS data. Could you tell us how far the government has got in implementing the recommendations of the Blackett Review onto the extreme dependence of our national infrastructure on GNSS data, in particular the financial sector, which would collapse if that data were interrupted?
Well, the Noble Lord makes a valuable point. As I said in my original reply, we have established a new geospatial commission, and that has a number of objectives. And I think if one looks at the 5 objectives, which I won't read out, that includes the particular issue that the Noble Lord mentioned. But at the risk of using jargon, which I criticised last time I was here, the Noble Lord makes a valuable point. High-quality, cross-cutting geospatial data and ecosystems are fundamental building blocks of our vibrant and innovative digital economy.
The Lord Bishop of St Albans. I beg leave to ask the question, standing in my name on the order paper.
My Lords, the impact of fly tipping is grave wherever it occurs. It blights local communities and the environment, and tackling fly tipping is a government priority. DEFRA's recently announced Resources and Waste Strategy outlines our approach to tackling waste crime, including specific proposals to prevent, detect and deter fly tipping. This month, we gave local authorities and the Environment Agency powers to issue financial penalties to householders who fail in their duty of care and pass waste to fly tippers.
I thank the Noble Lord the Minister for his reply. Having said that, if you look at the statistics from local authorities, over half of local authorities have not had one successful prosecution for fly tipping. They say it's not the lack of law or regulation or anything else, it's a lack of resource. They simply haven't got the ability to use the powers they've already got. What can Her Majesty's Government do to break through this impasse and address this terrible problem that we're facing right across the country?
My Lords, I entirely agree with the Right Reverend Pellet. It is unacceptable what we're seeing in our country in terms of fly tipping and littering. And I think one of the examples is the partnership, and for instance, is in his own diocese. Hertfordshire Waste Partnership has brought together a range of organisations to agree on a common approach to tackle fly tipping and has seen a fall of 18% in incidents from 1617 to 1718. I think that actually what the local authority enforcement actions, over 300,000 investigations, there is a lot of hard work going on, and I think partnership is the way we're going to tackle this.
My Lords, has my noble friend the Minister seen the
Woodland Trust, can I confirm the Noble Lord, the Bishop, that this is a growing problem, not just in AONBs, but right across our woods and our open countryside. And it has got worse as local authority cuts have meant that waste disposal services are less readily available, particularly green waste, which is now in many authorities charged for. Can I ask the Minister, as well as giving additional powers to local authorities, that he does seriously consider that the resource constraints are a problem, but also that the public now need to be enlisted in much greater numbers to control this issue? And would he launch, together with the local authorities, the Environment Agency and Crime Stoppers, a public awareness campaign to ensure the public report incidents, report vehicle numbers where possible, and that when they are approached by white van man or indeed by a building contractor who's going to dispose waste on their behalf, that they personally check that that contractor is licensed and that he is taking that waste to a licensed site. I would commend to all ministers, all noble lords in the House today, to follow their skip to the tip. It can be a very interesting journey.
Well done. My Lords, I agree with a very considerable amount about what the Noble Baroness has said, and I think that educating people much more. 1 in 5 people consciously drop litter. 1 in 4 if you say tidy litter, i.e. placing it. So there is a lot of work we need to do to educate. We're working with local authorities because we think that is the way forward. And I would endorse the Great British Spring Clean of March and April as a way in which civil society can get much involved.
Well, my Lords, I was delighted to hear that my noble friend the Minister endorsed the Great British Spring Clean, but will he get Her Majesty's Government to encourage every school to get involved in it so that children are indeed educated? And before he answers that, could I just endorse what the Noble Baroness Young said? As a member of the Woodland Trust, I think the fly tipping is absolutely appalling, whether it ought to be on Woodland Trust territory or anywhere else.
Lords, again, I agree with my noble friend. There is a lot that needs to be done. It is actually worse in urban areas than rural areas, but wherever it is, it's unacceptable.
No. With fly tipping. Where on local authority land, such as country parks, then the ratepayer picks up the cost. Where on private land, then it is the landowner who pays. To what extent does the government agree the problem is related to the increased cost of waste disposal, reflected in the cost of skips, which are an additional burden to many small trade-related firms? Would the Noble Lord the Minister agree that an approach to ease the commercial recycling and associated costs, plus the availability of suitable disposal locations, might help to alleviate the situation?
My Lords, the Resources and Waste Strategy engages itself in a lot of that area, and interestingly, although £200 billion is, during the lifetime of this Parliament, going and not ring-fenced to local authorities, we clearly want to be looking at this. We've asked RAP to look at these matters because actually the evidence is not the case that it is about resources. It is about using the action that can be taken, and there is a whole range of action with increased fines, which I think is going to be very helpful.
It's on private land, serious fly tipping at that. Would the Noble Lord the Minister agree with me that it would be useful to use more technology such as discrete cameras with number plate recognition systems, for example, and would he encourage the police to cooperate with landowners in this regard and make it clear that when these people are detected, that the penalty actually deters them from making it worthwhile in the future?
Very good. It is absolutely right. It's why, as part of the Detect part of the strategy, we're developing, again, a mobile app alongside landowners for reporting of fly tipping incidents. We're working with the Judicial Office because we think that magistrates need to be effectively trained in environmental offences, and indeed we take tougher sentencing and penalties.
Business of the House, the Lord Privy Seal.
My Lords, in the absence of my noble friend, the Leader of the House, who has left to attend Lord Carrington's memorial service at Westminster Abbey, I beg to move the motion standing in her name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Contrary not content, the contents have it.
My Lords, at the leave of the House, I will repeat an answer to an urgent question in the other House yesterday. The landmark draft domestic abuse bill we published last week will help transform the response to these horrific crimes. It is aimed at supporting victims and their families and pursuing offenders to stop the cycle of violence. The bill will cement a statutory definition of domestic abuse that extends beyond violence to include emotional, psychological and economic abuse. The bill does not create new criminal offences in relation to domestic abuse because these offences are already settled law, such as Section 18 GBH, coercive and controlling behaviour, and even in the saddest of cases, murder. These offences are all devolved. But in line with existing criminal law, the provisions of the draft bill extend to England and Wales only. Contrary to the suggestion that may be in the Honourable Member's question, there's been no change in the territorial application of the bill compared with proposals in the Government's consultation published last spring. This was made clear in the consultation paper and reflects the fact that the subject matter of the draft bill is devolved in Scotland and Northern Ireland. We are currently in discussion with the Scottish Government and the Northern Ireland Department of Justice about whether they wish to extend any of the provisions in the bill to Scotland and Northern Ireland respectively. We're seeking to establish a joint committee of both houses as soon as practicable to undertake pre-legislative scrutiny of the draft bill, and I would encourage the Honourable Member, indeed all Honourable Members, to contribute to the process.
My Lords, I thank the Noble Lady for repeating the answer to the urgent question taken in the other place yesterday. My Lords, the citizens of Northern Ireland deserve the same rights enjoyed by everyone else in the United Kingdom. But today the citizens of Northern Ireland do not benefit from legislation on coercive control, from legislation on stalking, and the controversy over the legality of abortion carries on. This is not right, it's not fair, it is unjust, my Lords. Can the Noble Lady explain to the House why, in the absence of a functioning executive in Northern Ireland, are the Government not proposing to extend the law, as outlined in the draft Domestic Abuse Bill, to Northern Ireland? And will the Noble Lady comment on suggestions that this is being done as a device to prevent the important freedoms and protections I referred to earlier being debated, considered and extended to Northern Ireland as part of that bill?
Well, the Noble Lord will know that that this is a devolved matter, and therefore, in order to extend to Northern Ireland, the Northern Ireland Executive would have to request through, obviously, a legislative consent motion. We do not wish to, in any way, we know that this is a sensitive matter. We don't want to impose anything on Northern Ireland that isn't already provided for. They would have to request it through legislative consent, and therefore we respect the devolved process in Northern Ireland, and that is why we have made the decision that we have. And this has been a long-standing process in this area of law.
28 women will come from Northern Ireland to Britain in order to have health treatment which they should be able to get at home. They do so because in the definition of abortion in Northern Ireland is so tightly drawn that it doesn't include cases of fetal abnormality or rape or incest. And if they were to seek to have an abortion, they could be facing sentences up to a maximum of life. That is unacceptable. It is unacceptable that women in Northern Ireland do not enjoy the same human rights as those of us in the rest of the United Kingdom. I will ask the Noble Baroness, the Minister, to comment on a Cabinet Office source saying in the Sunday Times that they foresaw the potential for legislation to cause problems for the DUP. Does she think it's right that the women of Northern Ireland's human rights should be sacrificed in order to placate the DUP?
Well, as I said to the Noble Lord Kennedy, this is nothing about placating the DUP. This is about the laws that are currently in place. And if I could just get back to what this bill does, this bill tackles domestic abuse in all its forms, and the matter is devolved. And saying that, I do recognise that it's an incredibly sensitive issue on all sides of the debate, and abortion is devolved, and I do hope that a Northern Ireland Executive is established as soon as possible so that they can, through a legislative consent motion, if they wish, take on this legislation.
Can I ask the Noble Lady whether she could identify whether there are any provisions in this draft bill which, in the government's opinion, are not appropriate for enactment in Northern Ireland? And could I also ask her to confirm that this draft legislation was announced in the Queen's speech in June 2017? Can she give the House some indication of when she thinks this legislation will be enacted?
Well, the draft domestic abuse bill is going to be discussed for pre-legislative scrutiny in a joint committee of both houses. That process should take 12 weeks, and thereafter the bill should be introduced. And in terms of any provisions not appropriate for Northern Ireland, as I've said, it's a devolved matter. Through legislative consent, Northern Ireland can take up the provisions in the bill, and that would be the process.
It took 3 attempts yesterday to get a response from the Minister on the absence from the draft bill of any measure to address the point made in the original consultation document that insecure immigration status may also impact on a victim's decision to seek help. And then the Minister's answer left us none the wiser. Could the Noble Lady, the Minister, give us a clearer explanation now as to why the draft bill does not have any measure to address the problems faced by this particularly vulnerable group of women who are of great concern to organisations on the ground, and given us assurance that she will have a further look at this issue?
Well, what the bill does do is looks at how we treat abuse. It doesn't differentiate between what types of women might suffer abuse, but how we actually treat the abuse itself. And I think she will probably know that there is a destitute domestic violence concession which is available to support people who may otherwise be forced to remain in a relationship with an abusive partner on whom they are financially dependent. But I do look forward to, when the bill comes to this House, to discussing those issues with the noble lady, because I'm sure she will be there in her place challenging me.
I asked the noble lady, Minister Veer, about the jurisdiction of this bill as it applied to migrant women when it arose at questions last week. And I was heartened with her openness to consider the possibility of extending jurisdiction during the pre-legislative scrutiny stage. Of course, as my noble friend Lady Barker said, there's a whole group of British citizens to whom this legislation may not apply, women and men in Northern Ireland. Can the noble lady the Minister confirm that the government would be similarly willing to consider including the plight of every citizen in the pre-legislative scrutiny stage of the bill?
Well, what the noble lady will know is that the extending the ETJ, that ETJ will cover offences committed by a UK citizen against someone in that case where that happens abroad. In terms of extending the ETJ, I'm certainly happy to have a conversation with her. I don't want to speak for my noble friend, but I'm not sure she would have committed to extending ETJ.
My Lords, as chairman of a forced marriage commission, I'd like to ask the noble lady the Minister whether she recognises, or the government recognises, that in forced marriage situations it's very often as a position of domestic abuse. But since so many of the victims of forced marriage who do suffer domestic abuse do need some special care, and the current refuges are not necessarily all that satisfactory.
Well, the noble lady is absolutely right, and I have seen it for myself. I have seen not necessarily forced marriages, but people who enter into a marriage who have no leave to remain, who can't speak English, who've had their passports taken from them. And I absolutely recognise the point that noble lady makes, and I look forward to discussing it through the passage of the bill.
Bill is to be very welcome. It's taken a long time coming to us. But I wondered if the Minister would confirm that when we do have the bill and it's passed, that the Istanbul Convention will be ratified, because she has said in the past it would be, and she's also said it's a very narrow bill. So could she confirm that? Yeah.
I'll not only confirm it, but I will thank the noble lady for all the work that she has done on this and challenged me on this for probably the past 3 years. So I hope that she and I together will get there.
Can, in the context of this draft bill, can the noble lady, the Minister, confirm that she welcomes the contributions of noble lords that they want direct rule in Northern Ireland?
Well, that would be a matter for each noble lord to articulate. We would not want to see direct rule in Northern Ireland. We wish for an executive to be re-established. It would be a terribly retrograde step to go back to direct rule in Northern Ireland. But I think the point that he's making would be about imposing law in Northern Ireland without legislative consent, and that's what we do not wish to do.
My Lords, I very much recognise the sensitivity of these issues mentioned by the noble lady, the Minister. And I'm also a long-time supporter of devolution. But can she recognise the bemusement of many that in the greatest issue facing this country at the moment, that is Brexit, we have come to an impasse upon the insistence that there should be no difference between Northern Ireland and the United Kingdom. And yet, on occasion after occasion, as in this case, ministers come to the dispatch box and tell us that we cannot have the same laws and legislation in the British mainland as in the United Kingdom. Does she see the paradox contained in that presentation?
Yeah. Well, in some ways, the Noble Lord might point out a paradox, but I think in other ways we respect the devolutionary process for Northern Ireland, and therefore we would not want to impose laws on them that they did not wish to take. But we do hope in this situation that they might wish through legislative consent to take it up.
Lord Whitty.
My Lords, I beg to move the motion. My Lords, this year marks the 100th anniversary of the Addison Act of 1919, the Act which first gave general power for local authorities to build and manage council housing. And for decades, council housing was the ambition of millions of families in all walks of life. And, my Lords, for many it still is. As my main text for today, I take the recent report from Shelter's Social Housing Commission. It starkly sets out how we got here, what are the consequences, and proposals for drastic and strategic action to restore the central role of council housing in our housing provision. I'm of course grateful to see such a large number of speakers wishing to speak in this debate, but I'm particularly glad to see a member of that Shelter Commission, Noble Baroness, my noble friend Baroness Lawrence, and I look forward to her speech, as I do to the maiden speech of my noble friend Baroness Ozama. My Lords, it is still an ambition for millions of people who are in the often exploitative and squalid private sector to obtain social housing provided by local authorities and housing associations. That is why there are 1.1 million in England, about 4 million households, about 4 million people who are desperate for a housing council house and are on the housing lists. In London, the ratio of those households on the list of available property is actually 20 to 1. And in central London, it's even higher. Unless this is seen as a purely urban issue, the CPRE estimate that in rural England, at the present rate, it will take 133 years to clear the current waiting lists in rural counties of England. My Lords, in the last few decades, from the 80s onwards, social housing, council housing in particular, has been first disparaged by governments and by the media, then curtailed, and then directly attacked. Successive governments share some of the blame, but it is the inheritance of the 80s that has done the greatest damage. Building of social housing has fallen from an average of about 126,000 per annum to a few thousand a year, less than 7,000 last year. Originally, the Thatcher government's right to buy has seen 3 million council homes lost, and without the proceeds being used to provide for their replacements. My Lords, stock transfers and allocation of management to Almos has also often removed councils from their housing management role, sometimes with disastrous consequences. My Lords, successive governments have championed the growth of home ownership, and I do too. But that growth has reached saturation point and gone backwards. It's fallen from 70% to 63% in recent years. And in the private rented sector, renting privately often means unaffordable housing costs. And indeed, even within the social housing sector, the insistence on affordable rent, which in practice works out at 80% or up to 80% of rapidly rising local private rents, has meant that housing costs, even within the social sector, have been too great for many families. In the private sector, it has meant multiple tenants in overcrowded rooms, or even in some cases in sheds and outhouses. And, my Lords, at the end of this line, it means the tragically burgeoning number of homeless on our streets, which has doubled over the last few years, and as we've seen from the figures today, has gone up again. And that is regarded by almost everybody as an underestimate. Meanwhile, from the government's point of view, over the last 3 decades, state support for housing has not diminished, but it has shifted dramatically, from subsidies to building homes and improving homes and managing homes to providing welfare benefits to tenants. So instead of the Exchequer investing in building for the future, the state spending goes on an escalating benefit bill, a large proportion of which is now going to private landlords, and increasing housing shortages in town and countryside alike. My Lords, I often feel angry about this, and the last time I intervened in the housing debate, I just had a rant because I only had 4 minutes, and colleagues today only have 3 minutes. So I expect some of them as well. But I was blaming successive governments. I was blaming also the over-concentration of house building and developers, so that their ability to evade any social housing targets has grown. And that the difficulties that arise for local authorities and housing associations when they're dealing with private developers is that the developers are themselves in a position of strength to argue for a diminution in social housing. Many simply blame the right to buy. I don't do completely. The principle of right to buy did give the possibility of home ownership to a lot of people who would not otherwise get it. But, my Lords, local authorities do need the right to suspend it, and as you will know, in Scotland and Wales it has been abolished. Certainly, however, the main opposition to the right to buy, as it's been practised, has been the failure to use the proceeds to develop new social housing. If we had ploughed all that money back, we would have thriving mixed tenure communities, instead of which we have got monolithic areas and misery in the private rented sector. My Lords, we often talk about social housing in terms of individual tenants and families, but homes also form communities. I'm in favour of mixed tenure communities, but I'm not in favour of new developments, new regenerations, actually reducing drastically the provision of social housing. The fact is, and the government acknowledged this as to all political parties, that for 3 decades provision of housing overall in all forms of tenure has been inadequate. We've only created homes at about half the rate of creating new households. But it has been the social housing area which has suffered most, and particularly the council housing. Of course, other forms of housing provision ought, in a progressive policy, to play a significant part. The housing associations have a key role to play, as do the various schemes for shared ownership. And there is, of course, also some scope for bringing back empty homes and for conversion. But unless, my Lords, we have a strong and clear commitment to a long-term programme of building and converting for new social dwellings at social rent, then we solve neither the housing crisis nor the social crisis, nor the problem of escalating housing benefit, and ultimately nor the problem on our streets of homelessness and also of hidden homelessness in many families up and down the country. My Lords, the recent Shelter report sets out the problem squarely and comes up with some proposals. The government have, in recent months and years, played some recognition of the need to build more council homes, in particular in their recent document with a foreword by the Prime Minister herself. Thank you. But the reality is that the numbers of houses being brought into being by councils has continued to diminish. The Shelter report calls for a major long-term programme. It envisages 3.1 million social homes being built, mainly by councils, over the next 20 years. And to move to that also requires a drastic shift to capital and management investment in council housing and away from the growth in housing benefit now regrettably caught up in the difficulties on universal credit. My Lords, that's an ambitious target, but it is one shared by almost every housing commentator. I was slightly surprised to find, for example, the Council on Social Justice, which is normally seen as a bit of a right-wing organisation, coming out with rather similar targets and rather similar, not quite the same, but rather similar propositions on land reform. My Lords, most experts in this field realise we cannot reverse the current problems in the housing market without councils playing a major role in the building programme. Ever since the 1920s, we never have, and council building has fallen drastically to close to zero. The problem has got worse. Other solutions, like the growth of home ownership, is now grinding to a halt. And, my Lords, the situation has been aggravated by two other aspects. One, the government have started to address. That was the absurd restriction on local authorities being able to build, to invest in social housing. That has partly been reduced in the recent budget. It will take some time for that to have any effect. The other dreadful consequence of the austerity programmes has been that local authorities themselves have lost a lot of expertise in their housing departments, in their architects departments, in their planners departments, which means they are less able than they were in the past, both to commission new build and to improve their existing estates. And, my lords, that also needs to be reversed, and the government needs to see that the money is provided to local authorities to do just that. My lords, this does require a long-term strategy, as Shelter recognised and others recognised, but it does require the government and everybody involved in the house building industry, everybody involved with housing provision, to ensure that strategy is started on now, and that we, for the next generation, we build enough homes which families can afford and can be safe in and can create effective and functioning communities. My lords, I'm giving other speakers an extra 4 minutes because my voice is now going. But, my lords, I beg to move, and I hope that other speakers will support the provisions of the Shelter Report and my speech.
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
My Lords, first of all, I need to declare my interest primarily that I am the leader of South Holland District Council and I am the chairman of the Local Government Association. I'm also a small-scale private landlord, for what that's worth. I particularly would like to thank the opposition for using their time to be able to control the agenda of the House, for actually using it for this most important of subjects. It's an undisputable truth that every child in this country deserves to be born in a decent, safe, secure and affordable home. And for a vast majority of those children, council-owned properties or registered social landlord-owned properties are probably the only way the affordable part of that criteria is likely to be met. And as the Noble Lord opposite has already said, successive governments for the last 40 years have fallen out of love with council houses. For various reasons, it's not gone well for those of us who believe that safe, secure, affordable homes are best dealt with through the social sector. We've seen in the start of the coalition government with the recession that the move from a post-war consensus that we would invest always in bricks and mortar was changed to an investment into tenants, which is why we spend waste over £20 billion a year now on housing benefit. But it was probably the most reassuring statement that this current Prime Minister made was 2 years ago at Party Conference, when she was the first serving Prime Minister that I can recall putting council houses in a conversation about a positive statement, about the benefits of children being able to grow up in a council house. That was the first time I can remember it. And she followed that up last year at Party Conference by doing the one thing that I think will mark her out as probably one of the best Prime Ministers of the 21st century. When she reversed successive governments' actions about preventing councils from borrowing against the asset that we already own. We own a few million houses in this country and we should be able to sweat that asset out. And she is the first Prime Minister to turn that around, and she must be remembered for that. Whatever way you dress it up, she will be largely responsible for hundreds of thousands of children in this country being able to grow up in decent, safe, secure and affordable homes. But I do agree with most of the other comments from the Noble Lord opposite, and like him, if I stand for too long, I will rant as well, so I will add one of my minutes to the 4 that he's already offered back to the House.
My Lords, I congratulate my noble friend Lord Whitty in securing this debate, and I look forward to the maiden speech of my noble friend Baroness Ozawa. I declare an interest as Chair of the National Housing Federation. I too want to refer to Shelter. Its Social Housing Commission recently set out graphically the damning consequences of poor provision of social housing, including increased homelessness. And my noble friend Baroness Lawrence was a commissioner. It's clearly a crisis, and the true cost is staggering. The government spends billions of pounds a year on housing benefit, much of it going to private landlords. Councils are spending hundreds of millions to house homeless families. Starkly, the housing crisis costs lives. A homeless man died recently just outside this building. To meet demand, the National Housing Federation in crisis showed we need to build 340,000 homes a year, but numbers alone won't solve this. The type of tenure is vital to tackling the root of the problem. We need to build 145,000 affordable homes a year, and 90,000 must be social rent. Last year, my lords, we built just 42,000 affordable homes. So there are no quick fixes. We need a long-term, joined-up plan to build vastly more homes for social rent. My lords, I want to use my 3 minutes to identify briefly some key issues and ask the Minister some questions. Housing associations will play their part as the largest provider of social homes, but the government too has made a commitment to build 300,000 homes. Can I ask the Minister how many of them will be genuinely affordable? How much investment has the Treasury calculated will be needed? Each area faces its own unique challenges. They require local solutions, and in some places it's regeneration that's needed, not new build. Does the Minister agree that different solutions are required, including investment for regeneration? Partnerships with local authorities are vital. The removal of the HRA cap should empower local authorities and housing associations to work together to tackle the crisis. But barriers remain. So I ask the Minister, will the government reform the 1961 Land Compensation Act so a fairer proportion of the uplift in land value can be shared with the local community, including for affordable homes? Will the Minister commit to delivering 50% of affordable housing across public sector land? The freezing of working age benefits, the design of universal credit, the spare room subsidy, changes in the way benefits are paid have all made life harder for many tenants. They have certainly contributed to, if not driven, the huge rise in homelessness. So I'm pleased the government has promised impact assessment in its rough sleeping strategy. Can the Minister tell the House what data he or DWP has on the impact of benefit changes on homelessness? The government has taken positive steps to invest more in social housing, but to provide a sustainable solution, it must act on longer-term funding for genuinely affordable homes and on access to land. So my final question is, will the Minister commit to doing so in the upcoming spending review?
My Lords, I congratulate Lord Whitty for securing a debate on such a significant issue. For too long, in all political parties, social housing has been the poorer cousin of affordable housing, which, as we know, is no such thing, being 80% of market rate. Having spent over 30 years plundering stocks of social housing, with the high peaks of sales in 1981, 1989 and 2003, it has been an abject failure of all political parties to replace these stocks. Every political party has been guilty of inaction when in power, and every political party has failed to properly acknowledge that. The change in policy in 2012 to replace properties sold with affordable housing was, in effect, sticking a broken finger in a dam long since washed away. From the JRF to the IFS, calls for yet greater numbers of social housing to solve this are matched only by the increasing Treasury's deafness. Gordon Brown's Golden Rule was but one example of the negligence the Treasury has shown for over a quarter of a century, rules which the IFS suggests have suppressed social housing build over a long period. In 1996, I met with Gordon Brown and lobbied him on this issue. He was on the eve of an historic win, with an eye-watering majority and money to spend. The lack of commitment to turn this issue around, in spite of progress in other areas such as homelessness, was tragic. Today we have a housing benefit cost of £21 billion, down from 25 because of harsher criteria. Any normal business would look at these swinging levels of ongoing current expenditure and ask, why no capital expenditure to turn this around? So what of the future? First, all parties must accept that over a long period on this crucial policy we have failed. Second, all parties must work together with a real target for social housing instead of the usual arguments over the least lamentable record. It sounds like a dispute often about the size of the head of a pin rather than the sledgehammer required. Only yesterday we saw this in a speech from James Brokenshire promising 500 million, money which isn't new and certainly isn't enough. Third, the Treasury must be held to account and use the forthcoming spending review to make substantial change. Fourth, no plans by any political party will deal with the immediate and urgent shortfall. Therefore, the private sector must be supported to be fit for purpose. Given that the main cause of homelessness is the end of an assured short-hold tenancy, this requires urgent attention, and I look forward to hearing the results of the government's current review. The long-awaited ban on fees for tenants is a great first step, but more needs to be done. Failure to act urgently on a huge scale and now on this issue means another and another Christmas with 130,000 children in Britain in temporary accommodation, a number that shames us all.
As Bishop of Chelmsford, I am proud also to be, therefore, the Bishop of Becontree, Harlow and Basildon, three of the nation's boldest attempts by policymakers in the last century to address the housing needs of London and the South East. When Becontree was built in the 1920s, it was Europe's largest public housing development. The government was then building homes fit for heroes after the First World War, and London County Council had a bold vision for 27,000 new homes and the infrastructure that went with them, which we don't see in housing estates today. There's many being built across Essex. It's great to move in, provided you don't own a car, because there's nowhere to park it, and provided nobody ever visits who's got a car, because there's nowhere for them either. Yes, the era of large housing estates has gone, but so has the vision to build proper communities. Therefore, I very enthusiastically support the Noble Lord Whitty's motion and the need to increase our commitment to provide social housing. This debate is very, very timely. And we all see the reason for this in the terrible rise in homelessness. And I do want to take a very brief opportunity to pay tribute to the work that's done by churches and charities up and down this country to support those who are homeless. Until fairly recently, most of us would grow up, live, work and raise a family in the same place. But we now live network lives. We therefore end up gravitating to live beside people who look and think as we do. But the danger is that a networked, aspirational society becomes a disintegrated society, a society with rising levels of aspiration, but actually with correspondingly higher levels of discontentment and unhappiness. Let me put it plainly. There is something wrong, and we store up great trouble for ourselves when people simply cannot even aspire to live in the communities where they grew up. Creating more diverse but integrated communities is challenging, but it provides a better context for human flourishing. So please forgive me for making a theological point. You cannot be yourself on your own. The only way we can fully be what we are meant to be is in community with each other. The answer then is plain, and it is, of course, our common expectation. Builders and developers must ensure that a significant proportion of the dwellings they build are affordable social housing. But we know this isn't happening. Let me just point out one reason that we could address. Using what are known as viability assessments, developers can avoid or reduce the proportion of dwellings set aside for social or affordable housing, arguing that such housing undermines the overall profitability of the development. Now, I'm not suggesting that builders develop sites without profit, but this is something that we could look at. It could be more transparent. Then we could build not just housing developments, but communities.
I too would like to join my noble friend Lord Porter in thanking Lord Whitty for using the Opposition Day debate to focus on this enormously important and topical subject, because it's clear to us all that successive governments have not done enough to build more affordable and social housing since the stock was depleted by the right to buy. With only 3 minutes, I'm going to focus on the present and ways in which the government could create a more sustainable model for the provision of social housing than currently prevails. There are 3 elements to the cost of house building: the land, construction and the profit margin. As the costs of both land and construction have escalated, profits, the incentive to build, have declined. And when added to the many problems within the planning system, it's very difficult to see how the government will meet its target of building 300,000 new homes per year without both a new financial model and changes to the planning system. The London Mayor Sadiq Khan's worthy but ill-advised aim to require 50% of new homes built to be affordable or social makes the finances of a scheme completely unworkable and has resulted in a 23% decline in housing starts. Of the 3 component costs, we must find a way of reducing the cost of land and ensuring that public land is used for future social housing needs, particularly in London, where 80% of boroughs report that access to social housing for their homeless clients is very difficult. I don't see an argument for subsidising or fast-tracking land acquisition by the private sector in return for an increased proportion of social housing. This merely leads to a perpetual housing shortage and escalating rents. If the aim is to provide genuine social and affordable housing, then public land should be treated as the Crown Estate treats his own land, as a long-term asset which is managed and looked after for long-term benefit, in this case of the community. It can be used for the provision of housing, and the nomination rights of who can occupy this housing should remain with the local authorities or housing associations. A potential model is that of a community trust partnership. This model is based on using long-term institutional funding, say 25 to 35 years, to provide multi-tenure housing in urban and metropolitan areas. The CTP would bring funding and expertise to assist a local authority to develop land it already owns, but the local authority retains the ownership of the land, guaranteeing a return to the investor over the long term in form of rents, retaining enough income to cover maintenance and fees. The CTP would not need to allocate a majority of housing for private sale. Rather, it would enable a balance between private first-time renters, affordable rents for key workers, and social housing. Finally, to address the component of construction costs, I direct Noble Lords to the conclusions of the Science and Technology Committee in its excellent report on off-site manufacture for construction. The Government has a welcome presumption in favour of this in the construction sector deal. Benefits include faster delivery, better quality, lower cost, low-rise buildings, fewer labourers and increased productivity, as well as improved sustainability of buildings and infrastructure and less disruption to communities. I hope that the Government's commitment to off-site manufacture will be backed up by specific measures enabling this sector and its pioneering technology to flourish here and abroad, whilst at the same time introducing welcome competition to the house-building industry.
My Lords, it's most unfortunate, in my view, that the terms of this debate, so ably moved by my noble friend Lord Whitty, are so broad that our time to speak on such important matters is so limited. As a result, I'd like to focus my short remarks on the pressing need for the government to resolve the housing crisis so that we can see an end to the diabolical increase in homelessness and deaths of homeless people that we've seen over the past 8 years. By the government's own figures, the number of people sleeping on the streets has more than doubled since 2010, and charities warn that this is a strong underestimate. It's shocking beyond belief that the government has only just started publishing in December the numbers of people who have been dying in this situation, and the news that 600 people have died while homeless in 2017, which should chill us all. My Lords, the factors contribute to this are clear. We have a chronic undersupply of affordable housing following 40 years of failure of housing policy, driven by ideological selling off of council houses in part. This government has pushed the situation to breaking point, with its record lows in council house building and their cruel austerity measures and capping of local housing allowance have exacerbated people's inability to pay for expensive private rents. Councils, my Lords, are struggling to find social tendencies for their homeless, and more and more people are becoming homeless because they can't afford to pay the rent. When serving on the Paddington Council in the early 60s, I witnessed the inhumane activities of a certain Peter Rackman towards his housing tenants. Rackman, my lords, has gone, but the spirit of Rackmanism is alive today in the extortionate rents of the housing crisis and the increasing numbers of people forced to live in such shocking conditions. The government attempts to finally address this crisis of their own making comes too late. We must tackle the root causes of homelessness by committing to a long-term vision of the building of social housing, giving greater security to renters and ensuring that people have access to the benefits and support they need to help them keep their homes. Finally, if the government cannot facilitate the most basic human needs in our society for people to have shelter, then they must move aside for a government that will.
I welcome this opportunity to talk about social housing, and I thank Lord Whitty for getting the question up. Harold Macmillan responded to Rackman, who had died a few years before, by having a unified house that brought in the Rent Tribunal. The Rent Tribunal meant that people like me could go and rent a flat and then disagree with the rent and then go to the Rent Tribunal and spend 3-6 months playing around so that the landlord didn't get his money. And this led to a 40% fall in the amount of of poor housing or cheap housing within the private sector. Up to that point, only 30% of the population in the UK were in social housing. So there was an enormous amount of pressure put onto social housing. And that enormous amount of pressure meant that the local authorities and then the increasing housing associations, what they did was they only dealt with the desperate. And then you end once and for all social housing. What you have is a new form of social housing, which is a social housing full of ghettos of people who are so profoundly needy that instead of it being sociable housing as it was before, where you had mixed tenants and people who were working, who were in the houses like this. I'll tell you, I was born in a London slum, London Irish slum. We eventually got a council flat in Fulham in 1956. In the block of flats that we lived in, there were policemen, there were teachers, there was even our first parking warden, there was caretakers, there were lorry drivers, and mixed in with it were the needy, the people who were disabled, the people who had all sorts of... It was sociable housing. And what we did historically was lost sociable housing when, with the best will in the world, the Rent Act took out of circulation a large amount of private housing, putting enormous pressure onto local authorities. And then they, unable to fulfill the needs, said, you have to fulfill the most dreadful categories in order for us to give you social housing. So my own family, who lived in Fulham, never got the next generation of social housing. We have to avoid that situation. We have to avoid the situation also where in the 70s and the 80s we were pulling down the crap that was put up in the 50s. The Roney points which came up in the 60s. We have to be very careful how we do this. We can call for all the social housing we want, but let's make it sociable. When only 1/2% of a child living in social housing is going to get to the university, then we have the worst form of social engineering possible. Thank you very much.
My Lords, It is a great pleasure and privilege to make my maiden speech in this very important debate secured by my honourable friend Lord Whitty. I wholeheartedly support the aims of this motion. I believe that a safe and secure roof over one's head is a basic human right. My lords, since my introduction to this House, I have received such warm welcome from all sides, including House officers and staff. I thank you all for that. I also extend my gratitude to my sponsors, Lord Harris of Haringey and Baroness Lawrence of Clarendon, and my mentors, Baroness Wheeler of Blackfriars and Baroness Lester of Betterset. I am proud of my title, Baroness Osama of Tottenham in London Borough of Haringey and Asaba in the Republic of Nigeria. My title is a tribute to my late husband, Joseph, who died in a car crash, and my father and mother. I have been a proud member of Unite My Union for over 40 years. It has afforded me many opportunities, and I owe so much to it. My lords, I was born in Nigeria in an era when very few girls went to school. My father, a progressive man, invested equally in all his children's education, breaking down all cultural and social barriers when he ensured this for us. I left Nigeria in 1963 to join my husband in the UK, who, against all odds, had managed to rent a room in Tottenham, a place I still call home. I was a fully trained teacher. My husband was studying to be a lawyer. On arrival in the UK, I experienced firsthand the hatred and discrimination against black people. It was commonplace to see discrimination in housing in the 60s, adverts that state no dogs, no Irish, no blacks. During that era, the only viable housing option on offer for young black couples was to accept very poor housing from landlords who exploited bad situation. Most homes had no heating, no indoor toilet, or no bathroom. We, like many others, felt the isolation and desperation of being on the receiving end of the countless doors being slammed in our faces. In contrast, back in Nigeria, there were military coups, followed by the Biafran War, which initiated the displacement of my family. My family's home was taken over by the Nigerian military. These defining factors delayed the well-thought-out plans my husband and I had of returning back to Nigeria. Finally, my husband did make that long journey home, but it proved to be his last ever journey. Sadly, we lost him in a fatal car accident. My husband's untimely death meant I was now a widow in the UK, bringing up a young family. When I look back at the time of mourning, it was the solidarity from my neighbors and friends that kept me afloat. I have nothing but admiration for people I live side by side with. It was at that juncture that my personal and political life collided, leading me to work on building improved social connections with my neighbors for the betterment of all our communities. Collectively, as a community, we lobbied and addressed the primary issues of concern that impacted on us all. My lived experiences of getting involved in community activities provided dividends and led me to securing a job at Tottenham Law Centre, who did lots of housing casework, disrepairs, and homelessness. One of my main duties was to work with families affected under the 1980s SOS laws. The Law Centre continued to work with those mothers to help improve their lives. Together, we established and facilitated the creation of jobs for many left-behind families. I am proud to say that together we set up enterprise workshops, a co-op, a defense committee, a mother's project, nursery, youth association. I look forward to sharing my lived experience and knowledge in future debates. My commitment to change is a motto I believe underpins my life. I will finish with this quote from Maya Angelou. You may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them. Try to be a rainbow in someone else's cloud. Do not complain. Make every effort to change things you do not like. If you cannot make a change, change the way you have been thinking. You might find a new solution. Thank you.
My Lords, it's a privilege to follow and welcome my noble friend whose inspiring speech, maiden speech, rooted in her lived experience, showed how much she will bring to our deliberations. My Lords, I strongly support this motion, in particular with regard to homelessness. The National Audit Office drew attention to the unquantified cost of homelessness to wider public services, including health. Unquantifiable is the cost to the physical and mental health of homeless people themselves and their lives, with ONS statistics showing a 24% increase in deaths of homeless people over 5 years. For the growing number of female rough sleepers, some of whom have fled domestic violence, these health problems are often aggravated by sexual harassment. The other week, the Nottingham Post headlined the health costs of homelessness in the city. It quoted Susie Joseph, an outreach nurse employed by Framework, a local homelessness charity. They get infections, organ failure, and get sicker and sicker until they die on the streets. I met Susie recently and was impressed with how she's helping homeless people get the health care they need. Would the Minister undertake to look at this initiative as a possible model to promote through the government's rough sleeping strategy? My Lords, the causes of homelessness are, of course, multiple, and it has suited ministers to hide behind the mantra of complexity when challenged on the role played by their own policies. But complexity does not absolve them of responsibility. Like my noble friend Lady Warwick, I'm particularly concerned about the impact of social security cuts and restrictions, including the cap, two-child limit, housing and other benefits freeze, punitive sanctions, universal credit, and devolution to local authorities of responsibility for emergency assistance, with at least 28 having abolished their scheme and almost all the rest having cut back drastically. The evidence from organisations on the ground, from research and the NAO all points to the impact of welfare reform on homelessness, to quote the Public Accounts Committee. PAC thus recommended DWP write to it to set out what work it had undertaken to identify any elements of welfare reform that are having an impact on homelessness and what steps it has taken to mitigate them. The report back, a full half page, is totally unilluminating and says nothing about mitigation. In December, the HCLG Secretary denied the rise in rough sleeping is a political failure linked to government policies, but a week later acknowledged there may be a link to social security cuts and that we need to ask ourselves some very hard questions as to why there are so many more people on the streets. Could the noble Lord tell us what progress ministers have made in coming up with answers over a year since PAC asked them to investigate the link between homelessness and so-called welfare reform? Because, my Lords, as social security cuts push more and more people further and further below the poverty line, they are undermining the government's own rough sleeping strategy and thereby contributing to the rising death toll on our streets.
Could I draw the House's attention to my declaration of interest as a Vice President of the Local Government Association? Can I welcome Baroness Osama from these benches to the House, and I'm sure her authentic voice will ring through over the years to come. And can I thank Lord Whitty for this opportunity to contribute in a very small way to what is a really important debate. Noble Lords, I am in no doubt that the Government is committed to increasing the delivery of new homes. The amount of legislation and consultations over the last 4 years have been quite prolific. But my questions are these. Is the Government committed mainly to increasing home ownership as the core plank of its housing policy? Or does it recognise that the country needs a strong social rented sector? And if it does, is this actually being left to local government, to local authorities, to provide only if they choose to do so? And how is the government working to overcome the well-documented affordability crisis? Now, a quick calculation shows that the majority of government housing money is spent on schemes to promote home ownership, including shared ownership, starter homes, Help to Buy, to name but a few. The amount of money spent on housing benefit is also rising as the private sector as a provider has expanded, whilst the amount spent on social housing has significantly decreased. Now, I acknowledge that the lifting of the borrowing cap in October is helpful, but I do not believe that local governments alone can transform the social rented sector without considerable subsidy and a real plan of action. I fear we are being set up to fail despite our best endeavours and some excellent innovative schemes. Such is the scale of the task nationally. Now, my own authority has been fortunate in receiving grant in this last round of funding. This will help us to build 55 socially rented homes. My lords, small beer. We were averaging 200 a year before the damaging viability clause mentioned by the noble bishop was introduced. But to make those 55 homes actually viable, we have had to gift the land, we have had to borrow 6.7 million, contribute 2 million, and we have received 3.3 million in grant. This level of borrowing and contribution is beyond many district councils and small housing companies. Many councils are reluctant to build for social rent when properties can be lost to them via right to buy within 3 years. Will the government consider allowing councils to set their own right to buy policies for their area, or at least to allow councils to keep 100% of right to buy receipts? And in future assessments of housing need, will the government specify on all local authorities the need for social housing and set clear objectives for the number of social homes it wishes to see built?
My Lords, I thank the noble Lord Whitty for this debate, and I congratulate Baroness Osama for her powerful maiden speech. I draw attention to my housing interests on the register. My Lords, I spoke last week about social housing in the valuable debate introduced by the noble Lord Scriven, so I will concentrate today on one single issue: land value capture. Sir Oliver Letwin, in his radical report of last December, recommends that for future large sites, local planning authorities should have the power to acquire sites at a maximum of 10 times existing use value. For example, not 1 million or 2 million an acre, but say 80 or 100,000 an acre. This would make it possible to provide thousands more genuinely affordable homes without frightening the Treasury. The authority would create master plans and design codes. To deliver these, it would deploy a special development company to put in the infrastructure, with the land being parcelled up and the individual parcels sold to builders and social housing providers to create housing of different types and tenures. Sir Oliver recognises that where landowners are unwilling to sell on these terms, compulsory purchase will be necessary. But the current CPO system needs overhaul, not least because it requires, under the Land Compensation Act 1961, that the valuation of subject to compulsory purchase must include hope value, the prospective uplift which could follow from a change of use. My Lords, to achieve the Letwin model, a new Act of Parliament to amend the 1961 Act is going to be necessary. In the meantime, can land value be captured in any other ways? The Mayor of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, James Palmer, is doing deals with landowners to secure sites at just 8 times agricultural value, rather than 100 to 200 times. And the Mayor will switch locations for development if landowners are recalcitrant. But planning decisions will often be preempted by infrastructure constraints, emboldening some landlords to hold out for wildly inflated prices. An alternative opportunity is to use legislation that already exists. In 2016 and 2017, Lord Taylor of Goss Moor and I secured 2 amendments to planning bills with government support. These retain the still operative power in the New Towns Act 1946, which enables the Secretary of State to acquire land for a new settlement at existing land value, and now gives that power to development corporations set up by local authorities. Government is now canvassing bids from councils to use this route to capturing land value and creating sustainable, mixed-tenure new communities. These can demonstrate that if only land value can be captured, all our housing developments could be far better and far more affordable social housing can be created without overwhelming the public finances. An update on this issue from the Noble Lord the Minister would be much appreciated.
My Lords, I would like to thank Lord Whitty for securing this debate and to congratulate my friend on her maiden speech. My Lords, I would like to lend my voice to this debate. This topic is broad and complex, so I feel that I can only touch upon 1 or 2 aspects of this matter, as time is limited today. The subject of social housing is especially valued to me, as I am fortunate enough to be part of the independent commission who put together by charity Shelter to address the current public housing crisis in the UK. As part of the Commission, we urge politicians not to remain idle at a time when half of young people who are forced to live at home longer because of the shortage of affordable housing, as they have no chance of ever buying a house. The report also shows that private renters on low income spend an average of 67% of their earnings on rent. Through our findings, the Commission found that there can be certain stigma attached to social housing. However, I believe that social housing can be seen as the key to a stronger community. In fact, many would say social housing is essential in helping to rebuild society. Moving forward to access social housing, it is crucial for those in the greatest need and should be a priority. There's various case studies the Commission has also heard, many circumstances where the tenants, both private and social, are being continuously overlooked by landlords, and legitimate grievances are being routinely ignored. Red tape and indifference means that many tenants are waiting for unacceptable lengths of time before their cases are considered. Some tenants have talked about waiting up to 8 months before their complaints can be looked at. Survey shows many private tenants who raise any issues with regard to inadequate living conditions are then likely to be asked to move on by their landlord. Research by the Citizens Advice Bureau found that 46% of private renters who've made a complaint about the condition of their home, such as damp and mould, were issued with eviction notice within 6 months. Tenants are asking for complaints to be taken seriously. As such, the solution would be a formation of tenants panel. It seems that there is a distinct lack of regulation in the housing sector. Reform is clearly vital. It is imperative that the government should actively support a formation of a tenants panel in order to share good practice. We cannot fail to see firsthand the dire situation of the homeless epidemic in this country. I'm sure I'm sure I'm not the only person who passes the unfortunate individual in the entrance of the corridor to Para each morning. Sadly, I learnt that a gentleman passed away in the underpass that leads to the Palace of Westminster just before Christmas. The report from Shelter indicates that 277,000 people in England are homeless, with eviction from private tenancy are the most common cause. The report indicates that without increased level of social housing, these numbers are likely to increase. Ultimately, if more social housing is not delivered, it will have a devastating impact on people's lives, above all, continue the tragedy of homelessness. In conclusion, my Lord, I know we won't solve the housing crisis overnight. In fact, our report suggests that 20 years programme is required to deliver the scale of social housing reform which is needed in the UK. However, once implemented, this reform would allow benefits of social housing to be accessible for far more widely, thus benefiting those in need. We'd like to see the government accept the report and reform, and that was launched earlier this month, and as a solid proposal for building a just society for all those who seek a better living condition for themselves and their families.
My Lords, may I join other noble lords in thanking Lord Whitty for introducing this motion, and above all congratulate him for the tone in which he introduced it, because the challenge that society faces in the sector of social housing is not something that can be laid at the door of one political party, but is the responsibility of the whole political class over the last 30 years. And that point was eloquently made by Lady Grenda and by my noble friend Lady Bloomfield. I'd also like to join other members in congratulating Lady Osama on her maiden speech. My Lords, it would seem as if the government is beginning to really get its teeth into this challenge that society faces. First of all, by its commitment to commit £1.2 billion to homelessness. Secondly, by the undertaking to back local councils to build more social homes, and above all, removing the borrowing cap from them. And also, it's added, I think, is it £2 billion committed to the housing association. So I'd be very interested, and I'm sure the whole House will be, if my noble friend the Minister, when he comes to sum up this debate, can give us some indication of whether these policies are moving in the right direction. In particular, I'd like to ask my noble friend two questions. The first is, in the early 90s, I think he himself was quite active in something called the Rough Sleeping Initiative in the early 90s, and rough sleeping is one of those ghastly things that brings home to us all the challenge we face in social housing. And I'd like to ask my noble friend whether his experience in that area has given him ideas and initiatives that will make it rather more hopeful this time round that we begin to tackle this very serious problem. And lastly, I think the other question I'd like to ask my noble friend is, when you compare not just the City of London, but major cities right across this country with major cities in other countries, one of the contrasts that comes home is the fact that in the United Kingdom we have rows and rows of terraced houses, whereas in most major cities abroad they have blocks of apartments. And my understanding is that the cost of housing in a block of apartments is better than individual terraced housing, and also if we were able to divert some of our efforts into that area, it would relieve some of the pressure that the Green Belt is facing, and I'd be very interested to hear my noble friend's comments on that. Thank you.
My Lords, I join in the general congratulations to my noble friend Lord Whitty for instigating this debate on a subject which is of great importance to our nation, facing as it does a major housing crisis. And I join in the congratulations to Baroness Ossamore for her fine and feisty speech in the cause of social justice. My Lords, back in 1987, I became Labour's first chair of Brighton's Housing Committee, and as such had a caseload of sometimes epic proportions covering housing repairs, rents, private landlord complaints and inquiries by homeless families. One of those who contacted me was a young single woman with a small child who was living in a room in a bed and breakfast just off Brighton's seafront. The room was not much bigger than her single bed and with barely enough space for a cot and a few belongings. It was heated with an electric fan that consumed most of her income. The room was damp, miserable and depressing. The poor young mother asked if I could get her rehoused, and I said I would try, and that at least I could ensure she got more active consideration. I took a full note of her circumstances and made a description of the conditions in the appalling bed and breakfast. I then wrote to the housing manager, setting out her case and ensuring that she got active consideration for a new home. Not long after, she was allocated a flat, and she sent me a very kind note thanking me for my assistance. Just after the 2010 general election, I received a slightly mysterious email from someone who said that I'd helped them in the past and that they wanted to update me and seek my advice. The email's author asked to see me and said that she'd bring someone along with her. I made an appointment, and when they arrived, I realised we'd met before. The young woman looked familiar, but I realised it was actually her mother that I'd met over 20 years before. She was her daughter in the small cot, aged 4 months, and now 23, who'd not long since got a first-class degree and her first job. Her mum said she simply wanted to meet me to say thanks, not just for my help all those years before, because that simple act had, in her view, turned her life around and given her hope and a home and led to her daughter's success in life. A heartwarming story. My Lords, it's for reasons like this that I believe not just in social housing but council housing. I grew up on a council estate and I'm proud of that fact. But since I left home, those homes have been privatised and the stock of council housing nationally run down, as we've heard. Right to Buy has turned into one of the biggest housing swindles of all time, with housing once owned collectively now owned purely for profit. In Brighton, 50% of our council houses sold through Right to Buy are now owned by private landlords, and we have the obscenity of the council having to rent those back from those private landlords to house homeless families. That is madness. In 1980, 30% of our stock was publicly owned. Now the figure is 17%. Council housing starts last year were just 6,000. Housing associations manage 35,000. Yet, as we've heard from the National Housing Federation, we need at least 145,000 of those homes to be affordable. Government policy focuses exclusively on home ownership. I believe in home ownership, but not at the expense of all else. Margaret Thatcher's dream of a property-owning democracy is exactly that, a dream. We have to get real, channel our investment where it works and works fastest. As housing chair in a local authority, I could sum up the land, pave the way for planning permission and build the homes. That was the reason why, even in the late 80s, Brighton built 400 new homes a year. We could set targets for construction and we could meet them. That's the reason why the single mother living in a bed and breakfast had a reasonable expectation the council could help. That is the reason why she and her small family were able to thrive and grow and have the reasonable expectation and aspiration of a good life. My Lords, we need to return to that dream and find ways to make it a reality. Council housing, in my view, is the route to that end.
My Lord, I'm the House. I'm a district councillor in Lancashire, and I too used to be chairman of the Housing Committee. I would like to start by saying I agree with every word that the noble Lord Whitty said, and I'm absolutely sure that I also agree with every word in his last 4 minutes that he didn't say. My Lords, council housing, for all the faults of local authorities over the years and some of the major mistakes that were made, council housing is one of the great success stories of the last century. And the more that is said, the better. I remember when social housing was a new term introduced from America, and we didn't like it, because in America it actually meant housing for the down and outs and the people at the bottom of the pile. And the problem is, as some people have said, is that is what in many places it is turning into in this country. But social housing, council housing, at its best, was housing run by the local community, provided by the local community, for the local community, and it provided so many families with a decent quality of life. My Lords, the same was true of local housing associations when housing associations started, and they were set up as very much locally controlled, relatively small, providing for local needs. Nowadays, a lot of housing associations have simply turned into large, non-profit making, but large housing companies. And why it is thought that affordable and social housing should be provided by companies like this, rather than by democratically elected local authorities, is a mystery to me. And yet, many local authorities, including my own, I regret to say, were bribed and bullied by the Labour government in our case into a stock transfer to a housing association. We were bribed because of the vast amount of money the government gave us. Some of it was for housing improvement, that was fine, and renovation and repairs, but a lot of it was just money handed out to the council to bribe us to do it. And we were bullied into doing it because if we didn't do it, we wouldn't even get the money to repair the housing. And yet what we now have, initially it was okay, it was a local housing association with local representation, but it's just become now part of a large North of England housing company. My Lords, I think there are two major scandals associated with this. One is the fact that something like 2 out of 5, probably more now, of the houses the housing that's been sold under right to buy is now owned by private landlords. This is not a property-owning democracy where people own their houses under own occupation. It is simply a policy of the Tories handing over all this stuff to their mates and the private landlords. There's lots of good, I've got mates who are private landlords, and there's lots of good ones. But the large private landlord companies, particularly in the big cities, are responsible for a shocking deterioration in the housing stock occupied by the poorest people. And the second, and I haven't time to discuss it, the second, which the noble lady Baroness Bloomfield referred to and Lord Bess referred to, is the question of land. And until the question of land is sorted out, when the cost of a new house in London and the South East, something like 70% or more of that cost is land, which is payment for nothing other than the uplift to the people who own the land, it is an absolute disgrace. And the land ought to belong to the people. It doesn't, but we need some policies that move in that direction.
Sir, I refer to my local government interests and join others in congratulating my noble friend on her maiden speech. And as the housing problem is not just a matter of numbers, though that matter looms large, it's also a matter of what we build, especially in the private sector, where space and energy standards lag badly behind those of much of Europe. And it's also a matter of tenure. Of course, it's right to promote owner occupation, but there's something terribly wrong with the system in which councils are compelled to sell council housing to tenants at knockdown prices, 40% of which end up in the hands of private landlords, who then charge significantly higher rents. And of course, latterly, councils have been unable to even to retain the proceeds of sale and use them to build new houses, while delivering £3.5 billion in discounts to tenants purchasing their homes. Moreover, the government's interpretation of affordability in its promotion of new building is unrealistic, pitched at 80% of the values prevailing in a market inflated by the lack of new building. In addition, there's also the problem of the bedroom tax, which forces up the rents payable by council tenants deemed to be occupying properties larger than they are now deemed to need. How many of us would wish to see elderly friends or relatives, or indeed ourselves, induced in this way to move to smaller accommodation, possibly in a different area, or pay higher rents for the privilege of remaining in the home we've occupied for many years with all its accumulated memories? 3,056 Newcastle households were affected by this last year. Homelessness is another product of the lack of a serious housing policy. It's increased nationally by 400% due to the loss of private rented tenancies since 2010, with rough sleeping up by 169%. Yet the National Audit Office reports a reduction of 21% in housing services and all of 59% in supporting people funding, while there has been a 60% increase in the number of households in temporary accommodation, with all the problems that causes, especially to children and the elderly. In Newcastle, these figures translate to the following facts. 40,000 residents affected by welfare reforms could risk homelessness. 18% of debt advice clients last year had unsustainable budgets, and council house rent arrears last March stood at £3.6 million. The council helped 19,000 people last year to secure £30 million of unclaimed benefits, and 6,500 received debt advice. And sadly, 254 people were found sleeping rough in Newcastle in 2017-18. 80% of them had drug addiction, 55% mental health problems, 25% learning disabilities, and 25% had been in care. My Lords, this is clearly not just a housing problem, though housing is clearly an issue. The Council has a goal, like many others, of being a homelessness-free city. That requires support from central government and its agencies, and indeed the NHS. We need action and funding to achieving this goal in terms of housing provision and other services.
Hear, hear. Okay. Thank the Noble Lord Whitty for tabling and introducing this important debate, and completely concur with what he said and the Shelter report. I want to draw attention to my interests, particularly on the board of a housing association, and join other noble peers in congratulating the noble Baroness Osmondor on her really humbling maiden speech. In the excellent library briefing on the topic, we're reminded that socially rented homes have been consistently falling in England since the 1980s, and that in 2016 only 17% fell into this category, compared to 25% in 1981. At the same time, the number of households in privately rented accommodation has risen, and statistics show that private renters spend a much higher proportion of their incomes on rent than social renters. Renters in London, particularly those in younger age groups between 25 and 34 years of age, are facing increasingly higher housing costs. And this is particularly affecting key workers in the public sector who need to be near either to hospitals, schools, ambulance centres, or the places that they serve. We also know that crises argue insecure tenancies in the private sector have led to increased states of homelessness and of placing some young families in bed and breakfast. I looked on the Mayor of London's website for a socially rented home with 2 bedrooms in South London at the weekend. There are none available. The government acknowledges these issues and in 2017 committed with local councils to build more social homes, as outlined in last year's Green Paper. The government says that it will promote ambitious new pro-development deals to build more social housing. Yet, a quick review of flats for sale at reasonable prices in London between 150 and 500,000 revealed 18,000 properties, some of which were doubtless sold under right to buy. Many of these properties are being sold by older people who wish to sell and move to smaller properties, often outside the metropolis, or families who want to leave London. Could not a government capital scheme be devised to encourage housing associations and councils to buy back many of these homes, possibly at a slightly discounted rate of, say, 90% of the estimated value, and refurbish them quickly to house many of the families in desperate need of 2 or 3 bedroomed social rent properties? Housing associations could undertake this regeneration quite quickly, while still undertaking to build new homes, including smaller units for people whose families now live independently and are themselves ready to downsize. While I have used housing in London as an example, it's equally important to consider how redundant stock, or stock that's been for sale for a very long period without being purchased, in rural communities
can be redistributed as social housing if a capital scheme was enabling people in councils and councils and housing associations to buy back properties. This would be particularly useful in expensive housing areas such as rural villages in Devon and Cornwall, where housing holiday home ownership has sent property prices soaring. I would welcome the noble Lord the Minister's response on this issue, as it could provide a catalyst for increasing provision in tandem with the provision of new build homes.
My Lord, I declare interest as the chair of the Orbit Group, a large housing association. There are few areas of public policy more pressing than the crisis in the supply of social housing. There has been a terrible failure by successive governments to address it. Since 2010, the situation has worsened. Both the Coalition and the Conservative government have not taken it seriously enough. Recently, there have been some welcome changes in policy, but they should have been introduced much earlier, and they are not nearly ambitious enough. Decent housing is vital to the quality of life of our citizens, which is greatly damaged if their homes are damp, cold, squalid and overcrowded. It's disgraceful that many children grow up in homes like this. The experience will often lead to permanent damage to them, denying them the ability to reach their potential at school or beyond. Government investment in social housing should be seen as an investment in well-being and better economic outcomes. It is also shocking that in a country as rich as the UK, there are so many homeless people. The shortage of social housing means that local authorities struggle to meet their statutory duty to provide homes for people sleeping on the streets. I want to make 4 points about the government's policies. First, the decision to raise the cap on local authority borrowing is really welcome, but it isn't sufficient. Why not allow local authorities to keep 100% of the receipts from sales to invest in new homes? I hope the Minister will reply to that. Second, why not curtail the right to buy altogether, as has happened in Scotland? We've heard the figures on the outcome from right to buy. Third, new government grants to both local authorities and housing associations need to be very much higher if the supply of new social housing is to meet the agreed targets. Reduction of the shed loads of money going on housing benefit would, in the longer term, outweigh the extra investment via government grants. I'm sure the Minister will agree with that. Fourth, the availability of land, as others have said, is vital. As my noble friend Baroness Warwick implied, the government needs to reform the 1961 Land Compensation Act so that the fairer proportion of the rise in land value is shared in the community. And will it produce a transparent database of land ownership, including those owned by government departments or their agencies, with a view to enforcing the sale of some of this government land for new house building, especially for social housing?
My Lords, for the record, I have taken the opportunity to congratulate the noble Baroness on her maiden speech. She's got much to offer to your Lordship's House. I want also to thank Lord Whitty for securing this able and indeed timely report. It's timely for a number of reasons, my Lord, but I shall just draw to the attention of the House the report of Shelter, which tells us that over 250,000 people are now homeless in England on any given night. Many accommodated in temporary accommodations or sofa surfing, as it's candidly put. Over 4,000 people are in fact sleeping rough. My Lords, in 1967, the Department of Communities and Local Government published the first English housing survey. 50 years later, they reported the social rented sector has been 30% down in terms of its target. In response to the post-war housing needs, local authorities and housing associations built nearly 4.5 million social homes at an average rate of more than 126,000 per year. My Lords, that figure stands as a challenge. But in 1980, local authorities' ability to build and manage social houses was restricted. That year, just 94,000 social homes were built. 3 years later, supplies halved. And last year, it is down to a shameful 6,463 homes. That's an indictment on the nation and the decision makers. Instead of spending on building social housing, the government is spending billions of pounds on housing benefits, much of which goes to the private landlords. There is no return on that sort of public spending. Councils are now spending more than 996 million a year on temporary accommodation, which is a rise of 71% in the last 5 years. Those figures tell us that the problem is getting progressively worse. The effect of bad housing, my lords, doesn't stop at the doorstep. It increases the cost to the National Health Service. It increases the cost of education and much more. My lords, I commend Shelter's housing commissioners who have called in support and indeed professionalism in order to make an assessment of the scale of the problem as they see it. They are seeking to recapture the original purpose of social housing, and I'm sure this debate will energize their efforts, and I'm sure that noble lords present taking part in this debate and indeed looking to see precisely what Shelter will in fact produce so that we can take the benefits of this debate and indeed integrate them as practical policy promotions. And therefore, my lords, I conclude by paraphrasing the president of Harvard University, who said, if you think solving the housing problem is expensive, just try and wait for the cost of homelessness.
My Lords, I should like to welcome Baroness Ozenwar to this House and wish her a long and happy sojourn here. I have arrived at this issue as a relative newcomer and now realise how fiendishly complicated it is. Just to state the obvious, the final objective of social housing policy is to reduce and eventually abolish the terrible scourge of homelessness. This requires the provision of enough housing to give everyone a roof over their heads. However, the path towards this nirvana is not straightforward. Simply building hundreds of thousands of houses all over the country is not feasible. Who will pay? The local taxpayer or the central authorities? What happens if local inhabitants object? What happens if building houses conflicts with other objectives, such as protecting wildlife or rural amenities? Various schemes have been adopted. Council tenants have been encouraged to buy their own houses, liberating cash that can be recycled into building new homes. Builders of commercial or free market housing estates have been told to earmark a proportion to be sold cheaply to provide social housing. Housing associations and non-profit organisations have also been very active. Families have even been parked in hotels and hostels. None of this completely solves the problem. In areas near this house, there are at least 3 such hostels, but of course they only provide temporary accommodation. In practice, a buoyant economy has meant that house prices have risen, rents have gone up, but the money available from the state has remained static. This is particularly true in London and the South East. As an aside, social housing in London and in the South East is typically 30 to 40% of any new houses built. In other areas where social housing is often more needed, the total may be between 15 and 20%. There is a paradox here. While the softening of house prices in London has helped the aspirational, just managing classes, those dependent on social housing have suffered. This occurs because the profit margin on free market housing estates has fallen, allowing less for the social sector. The private sector does not really have much incentive to understand or deal with poverty. They regard this as the domain of local authorities. Indeed, while universal credit could respond to this challenge, there are issues here of the first 5 weeks, the first 5 weeks scheme before a payment arrives, and also the regulation that payment will normally go to the individual tenant rather than the landlord directly, a disincentive to the private sector. Help, however, is at hand. Firstly, it has become a government priority to tackle homelessness. This takes several forms. Firstly, planning regulations have been simplified and, perhaps more importantly, enforced. The cap on local authority borrowing, as many people have mentioned, is being lifted. Technology has become increasingly involved. The proper technology is available which can map, price and plan for the outbreak of poverty and its consequences. Administrative data, which is beginning to bear down on these issues, both in the private and the public sector, can now prevent rather than cure the problem. As you all know, prevention is better than cure. The combination of the high priority put by the government on the abolition of homelessness and the increasing role of technology can and should improve the productivity of the sector and, naturally, the lives of those affected.
My Lords, I congratulate my noble friend Lord Whitty on securing this debate and my noble friend on her moving maiden speech. I wish to raise one group in society often overlooked in debates on housing and homelessness, the elderly. By 2040, as many as 1/3 of 60-year-olds could be renting privately, facing unaffordable rent increases or eviction at any point, and living with insecurity and in poor accommodation, with increasing numbers relying on housing benefit. The elderly should have the right to a safe, secure and comfortable home, especially when they may be ill, disabled and less resilient. The charity Age UK has highlighted concerns about those 1.9 million pensioners in the UK living in relative poverty, 36% of whom are private tenants. It wants to see laws to improve the take-up and availability of the Disabled Facilities Grant. Only 7% goes to the private rented sector. Security of tenure needs to be extended to 5 years so private tenants can access these grants. The private rental sector cannot meet the needs of vulnerable elderly. Many live in terrible housing conditions which affect their health and well-being. Lack of security of tenure prevents them accessing repairs, improvements and adaptations due to a fear of losing a tenancy or being subject to unfair or abusive behaviour. Only by providing more social housing of good quality and affordability can we help keep older people healthy, live independently and reduce the need for residential care. There needs to be consistent standards for all sheltered and extra care housing in the social rented sector, and all new builds should comply with the lifetime home standards so that the need for adaptation is lessened as tenants age. Homelessness among the old is also on the increase, rising by 40% in the last 5 years. The Centre for Policy on Ageing estimates that in England, on any one night, around 400 older people aged 55 and above may be sleeping rough. Age UK are concerned by some local authorities' reliance on the private sector to meet their duties under the new Homelessness Reduction Act by offering financial help to access housing, resulting in people who lose one insecure private tenancy being helped to find yet another insecure private tenancy. There must be more affordable options in the social rented sector. Shelters Commission is correct in calling on the government to invest in a major 20-year social house building programme, culminating in 3.1 million new social homes. Labour is committed to a major council house programme also. My Lords, we must, as a country, meet the challenge and create a new generation of housing equipped to meet the needs of an ageing society.
Yeah. My Lords, I too would like to thank my noble friend Lord Whitty for having introduced this debate, and I think the quality of the debate so far shows how right he was to choose this subject. I also would like most warmly to thank my noble friend Baroness Osmore for a powerful and moving speech. I believe she will have a great deal to offer to this House in the future. My Lords, I just want to make the plea that in our concern about housing, I hope we don't underestimate the significance of the rural housing crisis. And of course, the sale of council houses and the profiteering which has subsequently gone on is an indication of the difficulties, the challenges, but is also an indication how misguided policy can be. And there is one other specific question I would like to put to the Minister, and that is the part being played by the England Land Compensation Act of 1961. It's obviously gone very wrong, and it seems to me that unless we tackle the ground which it covers, we're going to be in difficulties with whatever housing programme we want. But my experience in politics say that what matters most in all this is the political will to do it. And that means not just a minister, it means that all the interrelated ministers. We have the problems of health, of mental health. We have the problems of poverty and acute unhappiness in old age. All these are related to housing. And unless we get everybody behind this and the determination that we're going to do it, it won't be done. In particular, I would like to thank the Right Reverend President Bishop Chelmsford for his terrific speech, because he reminded us that a house is not just a house, it's a home. And that means that in our programme and determination, we must think of the social issues, we must think of the integration with health, with schools, with the police, probation services, all these things, so that we're making an integrated society, not stigmatised, but part of the community and enabling people to live rich lives.
I too would like to add my congratulations to Lord Whitty for securing this debate, and I think the number of speakers balanced right through all sides of the House is testament to the severity with which the subject is considered. I, of course, want to congratulate Baroness Osmore on her maiden speech. Very powerful, quite emotional. I declare my interest as a small-time landlord, as declared in the register. Stark facts. This is a debate about facts. We've heard shocking statistics and in repeated speeches. I'm not going to add to the facts, but I think that they are pretty shocking. The numbers of council houses sold, the lamentable replacement numbers, the affordability housing constructed, the cost discrepancy between affordability, the deals done with private developers, and council housing, social housing in rental terms, waiting lists, and here I will add a statistic. I think Shelter told us it was over 1 million in 2017. And homelessness. Lord Morris declared an inspired comment, I thought, with the cost of homelessness. It's huge. These are all really stark facts. And whilst it may be difficult to add to the statistics, it is a take-note debate. I hope the Minister will indeed take note of these numbers, these really shaming numbers coming from all sides of the House. We all agree, I think, there's no quick fix. We need a cohesive strategy, a long-term programme. We need to reflect the regional differences and needs, and perhaps replace the emphasis or reconsider the right to buy. I don't think I've heard references to the staircasing ownership programme, which has been around for many, many years, allowing the owner of social housing to buy a small percentage of the equity in their property, perhaps 20%, something they can afford. They don't need a big mortgage, something they can manage at market value, and when they're ready, if they wish, they can buy some more at the then market value. I think that should be looked at more carefully. New borrowing powers for the local authorities will take time to mature, no quick fix. Cost. Clean sites are expensive. Lord Best, an acknowledged authority, has referred to an interesting proposal to reduce the costs. But why not try harder with brownfield land? Frequently serviced, centrally located, good access to transport, hospitals, schools, shops. They need cleaning up. Well, get on with it. Clean it up anyway. Much of it is in indirect government ownership. I think it's morally unjustifiable to develop green space, particularly greenfield space, when this is the case. My 3 minutes are nearly up. Steadily selling stock without replacement is a spiral. A sure way to make the problem worse. The population is not declining. 2 questions, please, to the Minister. Why are sales not being replaced? Why so little funding for the local authorities?
I'd also like to thank my noble friend Lord Whitty for organising this debate. My noble friend Baroness Osmore for an excellent maiden speech. Many more to come, no doubt, especially if you sit next to this fellow. Teach her a trick or two. I'd also like to thank my noble friend Baroness Lawrence for being a member of the Shelter Commission, because I think the Shelter Commission is one of the best reports I've ever read on housing, and I think it could be a watershed moment if ministers are prepared to read it and put it into effect. It's a big if, but it's a great report, well done. And it really lifted my spirits to come and speak in this debate, because my spirits are not high today. I'm getting towards the last speaker, and let me tell you, when you're the last speaker, you do listen carefully to all the debate, more maybe than you do if you're the first speaker and you pop out to the loo. But I've got the weight of this debate. I've got it. There's been some outstanding speeches, and I started to write them down. I thought I'm going to write down all the great speeches. The list is too long. From all sides, there have been some great speeches. But you know, what's the story? I'm sorry to say it's a story of pain, of misery, and of unhappiness, echoing the points made by Lord Thurlow, I think. Homelessness, drug addiction, mental health issues, insecure tenancies, dreadful private landlords. Dear me, dear me. What a mess we've got ourselves into, and what are we going to do to get ourselves out? It's a shocking, shocking state of affairs that I've sat and listened to this afternoon. If I was the Minister, I'll tell you, I'd be going back to number 10 and kicking some backsides to get something done about this. Now then, what about us? Well, we're not doing too badly. Hopefully we all live in the homes of our choice. I hope we all do. I hope we all live in warm homes, in safe homes, just exactly as we might like to live, whether we own them or whether we rent them. We're all okay. We're like the majority of people in this nation, and that's how the majority should be. That's how everybody should be, not just a majority, able to live in a home of choice, a warm, secure place. But the gap, and that comes out from this debate, the gap between those of us who, those people who we talk about in the debate, the people we talk about, and ourselves, the gap between us is absolutely enormous. Enormous. It's like 2 different planets, and we've got to do something about that gap. Close it down, tackle it, put it right, because it is a shame on our nation. The noble Lord Beauchamp said that Newcastle city, town, a great place, may I say, in passing. Man City 1, Newcastle United 2. If you can believe that, you'll believe anything, but it's true. He said that Newcastle had a policy of wanting a homeless-free city, and I hope the Minister will stand up and say this afternoon that it's the ambition of the government to have a homeless-free nation.
I thank my
noble friend Lord Whitty for initiating this debate and congratulate Baroness Osmore on her wonderful maiden speech. The report from Shelter recommends a political consensus on social housing. Perhaps we could just agree to adopt it and its recommendations, and then we can all go home. As someone who was brought up on a council estate and who was horrified by the right to buy policies in the 1980s, with the loss of 3 million social housing stock, any political consensus cannot come soon enough. I was part of those generations of what Shelter described. Social housing played a vital role in meeting the housing needs of ordinary people, not an ambulance service. The aims of the report is to, I quote, recapture this purpose. The explosion of the private rented sector has led to seemingly contradictory outcomes, an increase in housing benefit costs and an increase in homelessness. And Capital Economics has said, over the past decade, this rising proportion of housing benefit caseloads in the private rented sector has cost nearly 14 billion in additional benefits and rental payment in real terms. And turning to private renting, which has doubled in size since 1997 and comprises 20% of all households in England, more than a quarter fail to meet basic standards. And the noble Lord the Minister will be aware of the selective licensing scheme, where all privately rented properties must be licensed with the local authority. And the Chartered Institute of Environmental Health and the Chartered Institute of Housing has published a joint report entitled A Licence to Rent, looking into the effectiveness of such schemes. The report finds that in areas with selective licensing, and I quote, high numbers of serious hazards and defects are being identified and addressed as a result of property inspections. Now, I understand that the government is conducting a review of selective licensing, and I hope the noble Lord the Minister will be able to tell us how that is progressing and whether the government will consider the recommendations of the two Chartered Institutes report, including the setting up of a national landlord register in England. And finally, the National Housing Federation and Crisis have produced a report which shows that our housing backlog has reached 4 million. They have called on the government to make ambitious, comprehensive reforms to the land market, including prioritising the sale of public land for social housing. May I ask the noble Lord the Minister that what plans the government has to tackle that land market issue?
To remind the House that I'm a Vice President of the Local Government Association, and could I first of all congratulate the Noble Baroness Lady Osmore on her excellent maiden speech, which was rooted in a strong sense of public service and community, and it is a delight to see her take a place in your Lordship's House. Could I also thank the noble Lord Whitty, for enabling us to have this debate. As the noble Lord, my noble friend Lord Grieve said, you know, there is nothing to disagree with in what he said. He drew attention to the excellent report from Shelter. He called for drastic and strategic action in his detailed analysis of the reasons why we need many more homes for social rent over the long term. Two very important words. As my noble friend Baroness Grender said, all parties have failed over the past 30 years, and we have to start to work together. I agree entirely with Baroness Grender when she said that the Treasury need to be held to account in the spending review for investing in revenue subsidy through housing benefit at the cost of inventing in social housing as part of our capital infrastructure. My Lords, the evidence exists in support of Lord Whitty's notice of motion has been there for all to hear in today's debate. Despite a stream of government announcements over the last 2 to 3 years that they would act to solve the housing crisis, in practice, very little has actually been done to achieve that. The long-awaited Green Paper on social housing remains just a Green Paper. The result is that today we have 320,000 people sleeping rough or living in temporary accommodation, which is a rise of 13,000 over the previous year. Local councils have to meet a bill of just under £1 billion to pay each year for temporary accommodation. And the social housing waiting list amounts to over 1 million households. We have a private rented sector which accommodates 1 household in 5 now across the United Kingdom, up 50% in the last 10 years. And as we've heard, we have a housing benefit bill that has risen to £21 billion today, and as I say, about which the Treasury seems to show little concern when it could turn that current expenditure into capital infrastructure spending. And crucially, my Lords, 3 times as many social homes have been sold in recent years than have been built. In October, I led a debate in this House on affordable housing, that is, housing which is genuinely affordable. As I said then, the cost of home ownership can never be met by very large numbers of people. Average home prices are 8 times annual workplace earnings. 20 years ago, it was just 3.5 times. Private renters are now, on average, spending, and these figures come from the latest English Housing Survey, private renters are spending 41% of their income on housing, so saving becomes very difficult for them. And the government's own white paper, published in February 2017, called Fixing Our Broken Housing Market, said the starting point is to build more homes. My Lords, maybe the Minister would just note the words. It is about building more homes. It is not about simply converting outside the usual planning system other dwellings without the appropriate numbers of affordable homes being included, let alone social homes. Well, my Lords, Baroness Thornhill, noble friend Baroness Thornhill, pointed out the imbalance between government subsidy for owner occupation and for rent. And as she said, the removal of the housing cap will help. But as she said, we cannot just leave it to local authorities. They need considerable subsidy and a real plan of actions. And they need the right to limit the right to buy, including the right to keep 100% of receipts from sales. Now, my Lords, there has to be a debate about that issue because, as has been said, there is a real danger that local councils are simply being set up to fail. Now, the Chartered Institute of Housing, in a report in November 2018, said that £8 billion of government support is going into the private housing sector each year up to 2021, with half going into private owner occupation over that period, when social housing support is under £2 billion a year. Well, my Lords, £2 billion a year, well, £2 billion is the sum of money in 2018 which London-listed house builders declared as dividends. That is, the amount of money they declared as dividends in 2018 is broadly the same sum of money that was spent by the government in supporting social homes. I hope that noble lords from all sides of this chamber will find themselves very, very concerned by those figures. Help to Buy has finally been changed to assist only first-time buyers. And as reports have shown, Help to Buy has encouraged higher house prices. A report from JP Morgan showed that in 2017. It said it's led to higher profits, to higher share prices, to higher dividends and to higher bonuses for builders. And I noted the contribution of my Lord Fraser of Corrie Garth, the noble lord, in which he asked who will pay. I think the answer lies in that debate we need to have about the balance that lies between government subsidy for private housing and owner occupation at the cost of public housing and social housing. Yeah. Because I think, my lords, that we should recognise that in recent years public money has been spent on subsidising owner occupation at the expense of building social homes for rent, and the time has surely come to redress that balance. Now, my noble friend Lord Greaves reminded us that council housing is one of the great success stories of the last century, locally provided for local people. And he also reminded us of the origins of housing associations, which were similarly local. And he is right. I want to agree with him. And I think we have to get back to greater local accountability in the provision of housing that people can afford. My lords, there's been various mentions in the debate about uplift in land values caused by planning permission. There is huge concern now across all parties about this. I hope the government minister may be in a position to say something further about this. But I am convinced that the 1961 Land Compensation Act must be amended, as the noble Lord, Lord Best reminded us. I think now that the Shelter report is out, but many other reports are out, they all say the same thing. We need a debate about the kind of social housing we want to build. My lords, it needs to be accessible. We need to have lifetime homes. We need to have decent space standards. We need to know the places where the social housing is going to go, because different numbers are required in different parts of the country. But above all, we need an action plan for delivering solutions to the problem that has been so clearly identified. We need to think about key workers. We need to work out ways to reduce the high housing costs so many people face, and we need a means to get young people onto the housing ladder. And in saying that, I believe we need that new generation of homes for social rent, but it will be for those who need help with housing, the key workers, those on low incomes, but also for those for whom renting is a step on the ladder and who aspire to own their own home. And my lords, I was very struck by the contribution of the noble Lord Bird, who said this should not just be about social housing, it should be about sociable housing, and I concur. My lords, in conclusion, I said in October that our current housing crisis represents the biggest failure of public policy of the last 20 years. And that is true, as today's debate has shown. We've built over 2 million too few homes across the UK, resulting in high prices, high rents, many fewer social homes, and serious difficulties for younger people wanting to buy their own home. With 1 in 5 households now in the private sector in conditions which can be very poor and in which tenure can be insecure, my lords, we have an imbalance and a major problem to solve. And my lords, it is the duty of any government to solve that problem.
Hear, hear. My lords, first I would like to thank and congratulate my noble friend Lord Whitty on securing this debate today. Secondly, I draw to the attention of the House my relevant registered interest as a Vice President of the Local Government Association. I congratulate my noble friend Baroness Asamoah on her excellent maiden speech today. I look forward to hearing from the noble lady many more times. She brings a wealth of experience to our debates in this noble House. As we heard today, I'm delighted to welcome her. We all, I think, accept we're in the middle of a housing crisis, and today's debate is focused on that part of the housing crisis which we see people in some of the most desperate need imaginable, and where you would have hoped that the government would be making their primary policy and action focus. Though that is not the case, and then the costs of this failure are paid for by the taxpayer through increased housing benefit bills and other costs. The government do understand that there is a problem, and I accept entirely that it's a problem that successive governments have not done as much as they should. But we have a crisis, though, and despite all the evidence before them, the government cannot bring themselves to take the measures that would make a real difference to help those in the most desperate need, and at the same time reduce costs and across all tenures make housing more affordable for all. They're caught up in starter homes, pushing more right to buy, with no programme for the replacement of the social homes lost, and the ridiculously named affordable rent model, which for many people is totally unaffordable, and the resulting booming housing benefit bill, and an increasing private rented sector with no support for local authorities to deal with the rogues that operate at the bad end of the market. I'm well aware there are many, many excellent private landlords, and they want the rogues dealt with as well. We need to be hearing more from the government in terms of a real commitment to build more social homes on proper social rents, a commitment that also involves housing associations being enabled to do the same thing and being encouraged to live up and return to their founding principles. A commitment to make housing costs cheaper for everyone, whatever the tenure. The noble lady Baroness Bloomfield of Hinton Walderist raised the issue of community trusts and of off-site manufactured housing. I agree with the noble lady that these initiatives can make an important contribution to housing need. I also think that the cooperative sector could play a much bigger role to play in an expanded sector, providing much-needed social homes where tenants have a direct and real control over their homes. The Prime Minister does deserve credit for dropping, or certainly quietly forgetting about, some of the worst provisions of the dreaded Housing and Planning Act, which must be a contender for one of the worst pieces of legislation written on the back of a cigarette packet, ideological rubbish put forward by the government in recent years. We will all be better off for it, but I don't understand why the government are so reluctant to do more what could make a real difference in terms of housing. The government has, to be fair, made a positive step with the lifting of the borrowing cap to enable council to build more homes, and I congratulate them for that. But we need more local authorities to be able to keep 100% of all receipts of the sale of council homes sold under the right to buy, and the government really should do that if they're not going to spend the right to buy, as happened in Scotland and in Wales. I want to see a rise in home ownership, but not with a decline in council homes available for rent. The noble Lord Greaves was right to point out that the policy intention of the right to buy, I think, probably was to increase more home ownership. But I think moving forward now 40 years, what we've got now, of course, is many of these homes have found their way into the private rented sector, and the madness of councils having to rent back the homes they had to sell in the first place at vastly increased rents, is a matter of regret for all of us. As I've told the House before, like my noble friend Lord Bassam and my noble friend Baroness Donaghy, I grew up in council properties, in my case in the borough of Southwark, and I grew up on the Aylesbury estate and the Pelew estate, and very close to where the noble Lord Haywood now lives, and he's in his place on the government benches. The properties I lived in as a child were warm, safe and dry. They were good for my family and helped us thrive, as the noble Lord Porter made a reference to in his speech today. The noble Lord Bird was absolutely right when he described council housing in the 1960s and 70s. And my own experience was very similar. We had teachers, office workers, young families, retired people who were unemployed, all living together. That is not the situation in many of our council estates today. Coming forward today, me and all my siblings are homeowners, and we recognise how lucky we were to have decent homes as children to live in. My noble friend Lord Sawyer is right. The store often now is offered of pain, misery and suffering. I think life is very tough for people living with a young family, trying to make ends meet in a privately rented property, paying the market rent, or, as I said, the unaffordable rent model. I actually wrote an article about this for the Fabian Society a year before last, about living in a council home and how it helped my family thrive. And I should at this point just mention that I am serve the executive of that society. Looking at government statistics, we have new housing completion in 2017-18 reaching 163,000, a 16% increase on the previous year. But looking at the figures in detail, only 27,410 were built by housing associations, only 1,700 built by local authorities. Though one must ask, of those homes built in the social sector, how many will be at truly affordable rents? I fear not enough, even in this small amount of homes being built. The Noble Lord Fraser of Corrigarth made an interesting contribution. I must say I didn't agree very much with the contribution, though I agree with him that the prevention is better than cure. But to deliver that, we need to see some more initiatives and policies and resources targeted at the prevention. But also, you know, if we don't, the taxpayer, society as a whole, will pay many, many times over than would have paid for this policy failure. So we need to deal with the problem in the first place. As I said, the removal of the borrowing cap is obviously very welcome, but that is only produce around 9,000 new homes every year. And nowhere near the 100,000 homes I believe, social homes believe, we need to be built every year to deal with this problem. My noble friend Baroness Warwick of Undercliff made the important point about new social homes being generally affordable. As I said earlier in my contribution, this is a really, really important point. So, can the noble Lord tell the House, will the government look to remove housing borrowing from contributing to public debt? What plans do they have for local authorities with no housing revenue account to be able to access borrowing to build housing to meet local need? The noble Lord Thurlow, I thought, made a very good point about looking to make more use of brownfield sites. I think we need to do more and more of that. One of the most shocking things we have seen in recent years is the rising number of people who are homeless. The Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Chelmsford, paid tribute to the work of churches and faith communities in supporting homeless people. I join with him in paying tribute to the work they do. Homelessness, of course, is in plain sight outside this palace. My little friend again, Baroness Warwick of Undercliff, told the House about the homeless person who died literally feet away from this noble house. And I think that is absolutely tragic. And you cannot walk from a mainline station to get to this palace without seeing homeless people sitting in doorways in these bitter cold nights. A shocking, shameful scandal that has grown substantially since 2010. And despite the Homeless Reduction Act, unless we have proper interventions and realistic money provided to local authorities to deliver on their new obligations to pay for these interventions, what is a well-intentioned piece of legislation will not have the impact it could have to help solving the tragedy of homelessness. I also think that housing policy and good intentions are often frustrated by the work in other departments and the lack of joined-up thinking across government. Now, that's a trap all governments fall into, not only one government. I think that the actions of the Department of Work and Pensions need careful looking at here to see the damage they are inflicting on other government programmes and initiatives. And can the noble Lord Young of Cookham tell the House how his policy decisions and policy proposals discussed across government to avoid these problems? In conclusion, I thank my noble friend for bringing this motion to the House today. I think it's been an excellent debate with great contribution across the House. I think all of us want to solve this problem and we want to support the government in doing that.
My Lords, I'm grateful to all noble lords who've taken part in what has been a very constructive debate, as the noble Lord Kennedy has just said. And in particular, I'm grateful to the noble Lord Whitty for choosing it and for introducing it with a very eloquent non-rant. It's almost 40 years since my first speech as a housing minister in 1981. Lord Whitty was then working for the General Municipal Boilermakers and Allied Trade Union prior to running the Labour Party. Lord Shipley was a Newcastle City Councillor keeping tabs on Lord Beauchamp, who was entering his middle period as leader. And a youthful Lord Kennedy was waiting to be able to vote in his first general election. Affordable housing was a priority for government then, and it remains a priority for the government today.
It was during my time as a housing minister in the 1980s that I met the noble Baroness Lady Osamore. She was campaigning for the renovation of the Broadwater Farm Estate and, as important, for the empowerment of the local community and the improvement of its relationships with the local authority and with central government. And I remember meeting community leaders, of whom she was one, and the charismatic Dolly Kiffin. And it's good to renew her acquaintance after many years. I commend her on her speech and look forward to future contributions. My Lords, an occasional partisan note has crept into our debate. As noble Lords know, I am the least partisan of ministers, but can I just put one or two statistics before your Lordships to redress the balance? This debate is about social housing. Between 1997 and 2010, the stock of social housing fell by 420,000. Since 2010, the overall stock of social housing has increased by 79,000. 12,350 local authority dwellings were built between 2011 and 2017-18, up from 2,920 over the previous 13 years. The briefing we all got from the HBF said that the output of housing was up 78% in the last 5 years, and supply has risen to the fourth highest level since '71. And for the year ending March 2018, the planning system granted permission for 359,000 new homes. There is more in my brief which I will not deploy because I want to answer the debate and because we are in no way complacent about the task ahead. Can I make two general points about social housing? First, there has been much emphasis on the need for more housing at social rents, a point made by the noble Lord Kennedy and the noble Lord Shipley, as opposed to affordable rents, and I understand the case. But there is a trade-off between rent levels on the one hand and the number of homes that can be built on the other. For the sake of argument, and assume an extra £1 billion became available. On average, across England, we would expect either to build 12,500 homes at social rents, or twice that number, 25,000 at affordable rents, double the number of homes to house those in housing need. And of course, approximately 2/3 of social housing tenants receive housing benefit to support payment of their rent. So I do understand why housing ministers, and I plead guilty to this, want to maximise supply. More recently, the government has recognised the case for social rents in areas of high demand, a point made in this debate, and it has turned the dial back to provide a minimum of 12,500 new social rent homes. But for those who call for a major reversion to traditional social rents should recognise the cost in lost output, and that is true at whatever the level of investment available. The second general point is one that has not been made at all in this debate. If you are in housing need, of course the number of new social homes built is relevant, and the more the better. But someone in housing need is 8 times more likely to be rehoused through a relet of an existing home than through a new home. So increasing the number of relets is a key ingredient in helping those in need. And without changing the rules on security of tenure, I'm all in favour of a dialogue between social landlords and their tenants, where the tenant's circumstances have improved substantially, partly as a result of having a decent home, and they are now in a position to consider home ownership and explore options such as Help to Buy, shared ownership mentioned by the noble Lord Thurlow, and other home ownership options. It's also why I've always been a keen supporter of portable discounts, basically turning the discount that a social tenant is entitled to under Right to Buy and turning it into cash so the tenant can buy a home. It has a number of benefits. It widens the choice that the tenant can buy rather than just the one he's in. It secures a relet at a fraction of the cost of new build and does so more quickly. And it doesn't erode the stock of social houses, a point made by many noble lords. Now, the concept is being tested through the current voluntary Right to Buy pilot for housing association tenants in the Midlands, with the discounts being funded by central government. And I hope housing associations consider whether this has a greater role to play in tackling waiting lists. And on this point, I was interested to read in last week's Inside Housing an article by Mark Henderson, the Chief Executive of Home Group, supporting the voluntary Right to Buy, and a response to points made by the noble Lord Whitty. He said that 87% of his tenants wanted to own their own homes. And he went on to say, and I quote, "At Home Group, for example, we want to go a step further than the National Federation's offer, which was replacing 1 for 1. And he said, we will be able to build 2 homes for everyone sold, including at least 1 for social or affordable rent." And he went on to say, "This means that voluntary right to buy will lead to a net increase in the amount of affordable homes in an area, alongside helping customers achieve their aspirations of home ownership." And again, I hope other housing associations might consider following his lead. Which brings me to right to buy, and the points made by many of those who've spoken, Lord Whitty, Noble Baroness Blackstone, about the use of right to buy receipts. Since the reform of the Housing Revenue Account and the introduction of self-financing in April 2012, a proportion of receipts are paid to the Treasury in order to reflect the reduction in the amount that they owe to the Treasury and as part of the self-financing settlement, but also to tackle the budget deficit. However, noble lords will know that we've just undertaken a consultation on the use of right to buy receipts. We're considering the responses and considering how to take these forward. And I will ensure that all the points made by noble lords about more flexibility about the use of capital receipts are taken on board before we come to a final decision on that. And in response to a point made by the noble Baroness Watkins, capital receipts could be used for the purposes that she suggested, namely regenerating existing local housing stock. The noble Lord Kennedy asked whether local authorities who have transferred their stock can borrow, and the answer is yes, they can. They can borrow through their general fund in line with the Prudential Code, and then if they want to, they can on-lend to a third party for housing development. Can I turn to rough sleeping, a point made by many noble lords, my noble friend Lord Garrel Jones, noble Lord Pendry, noble Baroness Lawrence, Baroness Warwick, and others, many referring to the tragic death on our own doorstep a few weeks ago of a rough sleeper. Under the first rough sleeping initiative, which my noble friend Lord Garrel Jones mentioned launched in 1990, the number of people sleeping rough in central London fell by more than a half, from estimates of over 1,000 before the initiative began to around 420 at a count in November 1992. The model was taken forward by the incoming Labour government and extended to other parts of the country. But the challenge today is as acute as ever. I think, in response to my noble friend, I think there are 4 ingredients to a successful strategy. Firstly, prevention, and the Homeless Reduction Act, backed by 1.2 million and piloted through this House by the noble Lord, Lord Best, should give people the help they need earlier and reduce homelessness. Secondly, we need outreach workers with the skills to build up confidence and trust with the rough sleepers and persuade them to abandon that particular lifestyle. Then you need the direct access hostels with all the support services that are necessary, those concerning health mentioned by the noble Baroness Lister, and the resources to deal with the underlying problems. And finally, move-on accommodation, so people can put their lives back together and re-enter the mainstream. I join the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Chelmsford, in praising those who do heroic work. Centrepoint, The Passage, Mungo, Change Grow. And I think initiatives such as No Second Night Out are particularly important and worthy of support. And I pay tribute and wish every success to my ministerial colleague, Heather Wheeler, in the department, committing to halve rough sleeping by 2022, and in response to the question raised by the noble Lord Sawyer, ending it completely by 2027. It's an ambitious agenda, backed up by 100 million in funding for the first 2 years, and we published a delivery plan in December showing how we intend to deliver on the 61 commitments made. I'm grateful to the noble Lord Bird for his contribution, outlining the consequences of ending rent control. When I bought my copy of the big issue today from Phil in Great Peter Street, who asked to be remembered to the noble Lord, Phil suggested that those in the Victoria area who are recruiting staff could do well to call in on the nearby hostel where Phil stays, where they would find some motivated, hard-working employees like him who deserve a break. On local authority build, Many noble lords who've spoken spoke about encouraging local authorities to build, and we do want to see councils deliver a new generation of homes. We've abolished the housing revenue account cap, and my noble friend Lord Porter deserves credit for the role he has played in securing that freedom. And hopefully that will enable them to double delivery to around 10,000 homes a year by 2021-22. The noble Lord Whitty criticised stock transfer when a local authority transfers its stock to a housing association. I would just make the point that this can only happen where the tenants have actually voted for it. And in many cases, having voted for it, the regeneration of the stock took place at a faster rate than would have taken place under the local authority. So I don't think that's a fair criticism of housing policy. Removing the borrowing cap will help to diversify the house building market, with councils being better able to take on projects and sites that private developers might consider too small. And to further help councils build, we're providing a longer-term rent deal for 5 years from 2020 that provides local authorities with a stable investment environment to deliver the new homes. I was struck by one word in the noble lord's amendment, which was long-term, a challenge to all administrations that are accused of short-termism. And I agree with him that if we are going to make faster progress, we need to give those who supply social housing greater certainty. And that's why in September the Prime Minister announced a £2 billion long-term funding pilot starting in 2022, which will boost affordable housing by giving housing associations the long-term certainty they need and move away from the stop-start delivery that has characterised previous approaches to funding. And this funding certainty makes it more viable for the larger housing associations, and there are many noble lords who have key roles to play in housing associations. It makes it more viable for them to take risks and invest in more ambitious projects and larger sites, with the funding guaranteed before the current spending review. We recognise that our commitment to increase the supply of homes requires a modern construction industry, a point raised by my noble friend Baroness Bloomfield, who talked about off-site construction. The strategic partnerships we're developing with housing associations are actually being used to promote modern methods of construction. And this is supported by our £4.5 billion home building fund, providing support to builders using modern methods of construction, hopefully helping to address the shortage of skilled on-site construction workers, in addition to encouraging custom builders and new entrants to the market. My noble friend Lord Garrel Jones suggested that we should build up rather than along, and pointed to the difference between our cities and many cities in Europe. It so happens that yesterday the Secretary of State for Housing announced, as part of a fresh initiative, that 78 homes will be built on London's rooftops by the summer, after Homes England agreed a £9 million funding deal with Apex Airspace Development. And this follows on from our revised NPPF supporting opportunities to use the airspace above existing buildings. These will be built off-site and then winched into position to minimise disruption to existing residents. Many noble lords referred to poor standards in the private rented sector, and the noble Baroness Donaghy asked about selective licensing, which is basically a scheme to drive up standards and safety in the private rented sector where they are known to be poor. Last year, at the invitation of Lord Kennedy, I got up very early one morning and went to Newham with the noble lord and the mayor of Newham, Roxana Fiaz, and also the police, to see how selective licensing was enforced, basically by going into premises that are as yet unlicensed, yet suspected of being tenanted. And what struck me, and I'm sure struck the noble lord, was the appalling conditions many tenants were living in, paying extortionate rents, but also the sensitivity of the team from Newham in explaining to frightened tenants exactly what was going on and what their rights were, and I was deeply impressed by that morning. Since 2015, 8 schemes have been approved by the Secretary of State for Housing. 1 was rejected but then successfully reapplied, and in response to the noble Baroness, a review is underway. We are due to publish it in the spring. I will make sure that the Chartered Institute report that she referred to is fed into it before we come to any conclusions. My noble friend Baroness Bloomfield raised a number of important points on planning, investment and construction. And last year we updated the NPPF to tackle unaffordable house prices in many areas across the country. And the framework sets out a new way for councils to calculate the housing needs of their local community. And we're working closely with other government departments and local authorities to identify and free up public sector land to maximise the amount of affordable housing built on it. And the Community Trust Partnership that my noble friend mentioned is one model that can help bring private sector investment alongside local authority and provider experience to increase affordable housing. One of the key points that has arisen during this debate, and one which I will certainly raise with the Secretary of State, has been the comment about the cost of land and the 1961 Land Compensation Act. At the moment, we do have the CIL, the Infrastructure Levy, and we have Section 106, both of which seek to capture in some way the value of land. But many noble lords, the noble Baroness Lady Blackstone, the noble Lord Shipley, the noble Lord Best, and also the noble Lord Judd, basically said we ought to go further and do more. We are committed to capturing increases in land values to reinvest in local infrastructure and essential services and further housing, and that's why we are at the moment making some important changes to ensure that the existing mechanisms of securing funding for infrastructure and affordable housing work as effectively as possible. But I do take seriously the comments and suggestions made during the debate. I'm conscious that I'm not going to be able to get through everything in the time available. Quickly on public sector land raised by the noble Baroness Warwick. The aim of the programme is to release land with capacity for at least 160,000 homes in England from the central government estate by March the 1st, 2020. The noble Baroness asked what the percentage might be of affordable, and the answer is, as I think she knows, local authorities set their own percentages in their local plan. So it is a matter for them, having assessed local need, to judge what should happen on new developments. On supported housing, I was very interested in the speech from the noble Baroness Healy. There is a need for specialist and other supportable, affordable housing for older and vulnerable members of society. We've delivered 34,000 new supported homes in England since 2011, and together with the Department for Health and Social Care, we continue to make funding available for investment in new supported housing. And I think what is relevant here is the announcement which you made last summer, that the housing costs for supported housing will continue to be made by housing benefit, I think has been greatly reassuring to those who are active in the market, and I hope that will be welcomed by the sector and unlock fresh investment. My apologies to all those who have very, very good replies in front of me, which sadly I don't have time to read out, but I will answer. My Lords, this government supports the case for delivering more affordable housing, and we are committed to doing so. We want to support the delivery of the right homes, be they for rent, ownership or supported housing in the right places. We've listened to the sector, and we have listened to today's debate. We've introduced a number of measures to create a more stable investment environment. We've abolished the HRA borrowing caps. We've announced longer-term funding. We've increased our affordable homes programme to £9 billion. We've announced social rent funding, and we've set long-term rent certainty. We're not complacent, but now is the time for councils and housing associations to step up and deliver the affordable housing the communities need. And I thank all noble lords again for their contributions to this debate.
Right, thanks to everybody who's taken part in this debate. I particularly appreciated the maiden speech by my noble friend Baroness Osamo. My Lords, I was, until the Minister spoke, I was going to say we have a pretty wide consensus in this House. And indeed, I know the Minister's heart is with that consensus. And he felt obliged to read out, unusually for him, large chunks of his report to defend the government's position. But the fact of the matter is, all governments have failed on this front, and we are faced with a colossal problem. We are in the midst of an enormous housing crisis in general, and we will not get out of that housing crisis without a very substantial contribution from council housing. Yes, that has to be afforded, and it has to be directed in order to meet the priority areas. The noble Lord Fraser asked where's the money coming from. there is a huge amount of money effectively being wasted in housing benefits, which over a 20-year strategy we could begin, if the Treasury were slightly more strategic and intelligent, to transfer back into the building and the improvement of the fabric of housing that is available to everyone. I am grateful to all noble lords who spoke. Right at the beginning, the noble Lord Bird reminded us that social housing has to be sociable, and the Right Reverend Bishop said this is all about community. It is, absolutely. It is not just about individuals, it is about community. But for social housing to be able to meet the needs of people and to become a community, it has to be available to more than those who are the emergency and urgent cases. And that used to be the case, and it should be the case again. My lords, there are some strange words that have changed their meaning. The word affordable has, in relation to affordable rent, is probably one that needs rapidly replacing. I don't disagree with some of what the Minister said, but actually it means that the exorbitant rents that exist in the private sector are now reflected for new tenants in the social sector as well. That is not going to solve any problems. My lords, my final point is this. We are in danger, as my noble friend Lord Sawyer said, of exacerbating the gap in our society between those who own and those who rent. I would remind, by the way, noble Lord Sawyer, the most important football result was actually Millwall 3, Everton 2. However, he makes an important and good point. And there are much wider issues than housing itself in bricks and mortar, and even in the safe and secure conditions that we're seeking, because it has impacts on health and our society as a whole, and the dreadful scourge of homelessness. I remind the House that Nye Bevan was Minister for Health and Housing, and it may be that a broader remit for the ministers and the civil servants involved are necessary in this field. But for the moment, my lords, I think everybody who participated and the need to support, broadly at least, the recommendations given by the Shelter report. My lords, I beg to move.
The question is this motion be agreed to. As many as are that opinion will say content. Content. The contentary not content. The contents have it.
Viscount Goshen.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing my name on the order paper. My Lords, this House, and indeed another place, has taken a close interest in Zimbabwe over many years, reflecting the close ties and shared history which exists between our two nations. My Lords, there is a great deal of support and goodwill here towards Zimbabwe and towards its people, and a universal wish to see peace and prosperity return to that great land. After the intense period of strife which led up in 2017 to the removal of Robert Mugabe from office, there was real optimism that a turning point had come for the economy and for the loss of the ordinary citizen. My Lords, that is why we've all been so alarmed to see the situation in Zimbabwe get worse and not better since that time. The simple facts are that the agricultural sector was decimated by the farm invasions, and what was once a highly productive farming operation now lies largely fallow. The result is that Zimbabwe, which was once a net exporter of staples including maize, wheat and soya, and of cash crops such as tobacco and flowers, now has to import almost everything and has very little foreign currency with which to do so. What money there is has very largely been lost to corruption. My Lords, the net result has been rampant inflation and chronic food shortages, including of staples such as bread. And I understand that right at this very moment, because of a very low level of domestic production of wheat and a lack of foreign currency, bread is now very hard to find on the streets of Harare. The government has introduced a synthetic currency in the form of bond notes and has attempted to control some prices. But because of shortages, the black market is prevalent in every commodity, from cooking oil to basic medicines. Everything is difficult to get hold of and everything is very, very expensive, particularly for the ordinary citizen. My Lords, as we know, the government recently doubled fuel prices through duty increases, which caused panic on the streets amongst the ordinary people who have endured great suffering and who knew from bitter experience that the inevitable consequence of fuel price increases was a knock-on effect on the availability of the very basics of life. Fuel is needed to transport people to work and to bring foodstuffs into the city, and for an economy absolutely on the edge. That tipped people over. My lords, the protests on the streets of Harare that were seen were not politically motivated or organised, but were driven by fear and desperation of ordinary people with their very real concern they weren't able to feed themselves and their families. But any protest whatsoever has been treated as an act of aggression against the state and has been met with violence. There have been undoubtedly credible, well-publicised and desperately troubling reports of the state using the army and other security forces against its own citizens, and of murder, rape, torture, beatings and intimidation. My lords, particularly this has taken place in the townships and at night. People have been lifted from their homes. People have resorted to sleeping in trees and sleeping in the bush to try and keep themselves safe. But this has been done well away from the eyes of foreign journalists and diplomats. The rule of law, which survived for such a long time under extreme pressure, appears to have very largely broken down. There are many reports of magistrates sending people to jail, many of whom have been severely injured without trial. Lords, in the important debate yesterday in another place, Harriet Baldwin, the Minister for Africa, referred to a reported figure of more than 1,000 arrests having been made. And in a particularly sinister development, the internet was shut down during the height of the disturbances, meaning that people couldn't communicate domestically or internationally, and many areas of business came to a complete standstill. My lords, the real tragedy of this situation is it is entirely a man-made crisis. This has not been brought about by a natural disaster, but by greed and corruption. Where there is corruption, there follows invariably repression to protect entrenched interests. And where there is repression, the economy and the lot of the ordinary citizen suffers, as it has done in Zimbabwe for decades. My lords, I draw a comparison with Zambia, where I lived and worked for a period in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Now, in those days, Zambia's economy was in a pretty poor state, despite the relative political stability, and essential commodities were scarce, and the basic infrastructure was very fragile indeed. The people were poor. But all the commodities and goods that one needed were available for sale in Zimbabwe. The roads were well maintained, the policemen smart and well disciplined, tourism was thriving. And all of this, my lords, despite the legacy of the Civil War. There was an extraordinary period after Mr. Mugabe came into office where the country really, I would say, exceeded expectations before the rot set in. My lords, but continuing the comparison with the country that I know much better, Zambia, it had a peaceful transition at the ballot box in 1991 when Kenneth Kaunda was defeated by Frederick Chiluba in the general election. And democracy has prevailed since then. Very shortly before I left Zambia, I remember driving through the roads and the people joyfully holding up their fingers in the, as a sign of the hands of a clock. The hour has come, was what people were saying. The hour has come, and democracy did come, and since then there have been democratic elections. And the result, my lords, has been a liberalisation of the economy, the attraction of investment, including in the retail and hotel sector. And indeed, many farmers were welcomed into Zambia from Zimbabwe and encouraged to set up new production. So, my lords, there really is absolutely no reason whatsoever why, with the right political will, Zimbabwe could not again be a prosperous, thriving economy. It has significant natural resources, benign climate, huge agricultural potential, wonderful tourism opportunities and great people. My Lords, the international community is standing by to help Zimbabwe rebuild itself, and the UK and the broader international community could give tremendous support in the rebuilding of critical state functions and capability, what's known as nation building. Lords, whoever leads the country out of this terrible state has the opportunity to make their mark in history, the history of Zimbabwe, but that of post-colonial Africa too. However, this can only come with a profound commitment to reform of the rule of law, of economic management, and of democratic liberty. So what can be done, my Lords? The answer undoubtedly lies in a firm multilateral response from the Commonwealth, from the United Nations, from SADC, from the African Union, from South Africa, and indeed from the European Union. However, my Lords, it remains the case that on the world stage, many countries do look to the UK to take a leading role, given the depth of our understanding of the country and the closeness of our contacts. My Lords, it is clear that the government of Zimbabwe does want to rejoin the Commonwealth, and it's equally clear that there's no question of them doing so without significant reform. May I therefore ask the Minister if he could set out the agreed position of the Commonwealth towards Zimbabwe and potential rejoin in due course, and what discussions he has had with his counterparties amongst Commonwealth ministers. May I also ask him what discussions Her Majesty's government have had with the South African government and with other members of SADC. My Lords, would the Minister agree with me that the credibility of neighbouring countries, and in particular of South Africa, will also be judged by their response to this crisis? For too long, other leaders have decided to look the other way. But this is to be complicit, and as long as this situation prevails, the reputation of the region will continue to suffer. My Lords, perhaps the Minister, my noble friend the Minister, could also tell the House the result of the EU-African Union bilateral to which he referred in the private notice question raised by my noble friend Lord Hayward last week. My Lords, some might ask, why should we care? Surely this is someone else's problem. My Lords, we should care very much because we can help, because the humanitarian situation is so bad, and because we can play a significant role in coalescing international opinion to try and deliver change in that wonderful country where the footprints of the United Kingdom still are to be seen in the sand of that land. My Lords, I thank all noble Lords who are going to speak in this debate.
First of all, congratulate the noble Viscount Goshen for securing this debate at such an appropriate time. And may I just comment too on his references to the neighbouring countries, which I also know through my previous occupation fairly well. And it's not just Zambia, it's also Botswana. There's a hub of countries there which you can compare progress in Botswana, in Zimbabwe with. But it's interesting, my Lords, reading a blog from an expatriate Zimbabwean returning to his country from Cape Town reminded me of the times that when we had, our organisation had thriving design offices in burgeoning Bulawayo and Harare. And to quote for the anonymous blogger, once upon a time, my country was one of the most developed in Africa, with an envied infrastructure and education system. It was blessed with abundant mineral resources, a well-educated people, and regarded as Africa's breadbasket. The city streets were well maintained, and we took pride walking around the centres of Bulawayo and Harare, free from hustlers and street vendors. Then things started to change. Over time, the streets became rutted and full of potholes. The struggle is real as people tell of hardship, poverty and unemployment. Youths on street corners succumbing to drug abuse, communities falling apart, life becoming the survival of the fittest. I thought a new dawn had come when Robert Mugabe resigned, but our once proud people are now reduced to hawkers and black market hustlers, struggling to make enough just to buy a meal. And that's the end of the blog contribution. But Christina Lamb, foreign correspondent to the Sunday Times, reported that just the other afternoon in Pamula, in the Bulawayo suburbs, two girls, one 11 and the other one 12, were playing between each other's homes. They made the mistake of peeping through the wall of the police station to see what had happened to their neighbours who had been locked up. They were spotted by the soldiers, dragged inside the compound and raped in the courtyard. Rapes, beatings, floggings, shootings and murders handed out by the army have become commonplace as a reign of terror spreads across Zimbabwe. In this regard, we must congratulate the DFID personnel and the whole UK FCO team in Zimbabwe for the outstanding support that they're giving to the victims. The abuses are the worst seen in Zimbabwe for at least a decade, dashing any remaining hopes that the departure of Mugabe would lead to political reform. Leading human rights lawyer Beatrice Matetwa states that there can be no question that Zimbabwe is under military rule. The army is in control. In response to the strikes and protests at the doubling of fuel prices and the crackdown by troops using systematic and brutal torture, government spokesman reportedly said that the people had to learn to behave correctly. Hundreds have suffered gunshot wounds. More than 800 citizens, possibly over 1,000, have been arrested, often without reason or charge, since the stay-away protests were called by the unions. The monitoring report by the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission on the stay-away and subsequent disturbances resulting from the deteriorating economic and security situation highlighted that on the 16th of January, their monitoring teams were denied access or any interaction with those detained in police stations across Harare and Bulawayo provinces. Efforts to monitor detainees proved futile. Nevertheless, the Commission has produced an extensive monitoring report on the actions of the police and on the military crackdown and arrests. It reports on the loss of life through gunshots, at least 12, the targeting of members of the opposition and the civil society organisations. It reports on the beatings and arrests late at night, arrests and denial of bail, excessive use of force and police brutality, and countless examples of breaches of citizens' rights under the Constitution. There are chilling parallels with Zimbabwe's history under the Mugabe regime, perpetuated in the past by Mnangagwa, reinforced by the demands for personal enrichment by those leading the government and the armed forces by directing the country's precious resources into their own pockets. Over the last 12 months, my lords, the UK has given financial support to election monitoring initiatives and set up a $100 million investment facility for growing businesses in Zimbabwe. The first such initiative for 20-odd years. Can the Minister say in his reply, is this initiative now under review? In April of last year, the government strongly supported Zimbabwe's application to rejoin the Commonwealth. Is the government now reviewing its support for that Commonwealth application, given the fresh outbreak of atrocities? According to Stevens Bokagalapa, writing in the Zimbabwe situation, lifting sanctions could only serve as a reward to the Zambian government. President Ramaphosa and the Minister of International Relations, Lindidwe Sisulu, have failed to grasp the repercussions of economic and political instability in Zimbabwe for the neighbouring country of South Africa. They must not reward brutal regimes that gun down their own people in the streets. They should use their influence to defend the victims, not to protect the aggressors. Does the Noble Minister agree? And finally, my lords, the Democratic Alliance in South Africa notes that given the failure to manage border security, the only option is to stop the problem in the first place. South Africa's standing in Africa, as well as its position on the UN Security Council, are platforms from which to draw attention to the crisis in Zimbabwe. Does the Noble Lord the Minister agree? And in this context, can the Noble Lord the Minister enlighten us on the outcome of the Minister for Africa, Harriet Harman's meeting, I'll get there in the end, the AU Commissioner for Peace and Security, and the outcome that she hopes to achieve during her visit to the region?
My Lords, in rising to speak on this subject, may I first of all congratulate Like Goshen on obtaining this debate and thank him for his kind comments in relation to my PMQ last week. I would like to touch on just two subjects. One is having been an electoral observer there last year, and the second is the role in South Africa, which Lord Chichy has also referred to. But before I do so, can I pay credit to Christina Lamb, which was being previously referred to, Kate Hoey in the other place for her constant pursuance of assistance and democracy in Zimbabwe, to DFID for the efforts and the money that they put in relation to funding work at the election last year, and the Foreign and Commonwealth Office for their very quick action over the last few weeks, to which I paid credit in the private notice question last week. And also the Commonwealth observers, with whom I shared the honour of being an election observer last year, and in particular Baroness Jay, who's not here, unfortunately cannot be here today. I believe that our role in the elections, while limited, did actually help, and it does give us the position, along with the other observers, to comment on what happened. Now, as far as I'm concerned, the election in Zimbabwe last year falls into three categories. Firstly, the unfair period, which was the run-up to election day. The means of communication through the media, the funding, the assistance, is dominated by ZANU. There's absolutely no question that nobody else got a look in. The chiefs played a major role. I lived in the country many decades ago, and what struck me was how unchanged that influence in a modernising country apparently continues to exist. But the development of the country in that period was most depressing. As I and my colleague Sabrina Grover from Canada headed out to Matabeleland North, we were driven by an individual who commented about the lack of development in Harare over the last few decades. The significance was that he was a qualified architect. He had had no work for the whole of his adult career because there has been no development in the country. Now, in that first period, as well as the dominance of the media, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission failed to take any action in terms of this bias. Election day itself was remarkably fair and peaceful. And here I must pay credit both to all the employees who were carrying out the election, but also the thousands of observers across the country. And they all slept for several nights before election day on the floor of unlit, unheated, in many cases seriously degraded schools to protect the ballot boxes. And the election day overwhelmingly went smoothly. The post-election day was another matter. We saw the murders of demonstrators in the centre of Harare, only 8 blocks from where we were staying in our hotel. We saw the looting of the MDC offices and the arrest of a number of MDC candidates and employees. Now, the significance of that looting was that the MDC lists of supporters are now in the hands of the government. So what we are seeing these last few weeks, although it has been random in many cases, as has already been identified, there is the potential for those people who worked so hard and so peacefully, there is the potential for them to be persecuted, arrested and attacked. And it is, of course, ironic, is it not, that the person who is leading those arrests and attacks himself only fled Zimbabwe under an illegally obtained evacuation order smuggled into his house last October, and he had to burst his way through Forbes border post with the support of his family, blocking the guns of the Zimbabwean military, i.e. President Mnangagwa. So twice in his life he has faced persecution, and yet he seems willing to do the same to his own population now. I could comment much more in relation to the elections, but I'll just pick on one particular occasion. On the night of the actual election, Baroness Jay, myself, the ambassador from the Irish ambassador from Pretoria, and a representative from the British Embassy in DFID were stood outside a polling station in a rural area in Matabeleland North. We were approached by a man in the dark, and he wanted to protest about what had happened at his polling station earlier in the day with a random arrest. That is a sort of thing that can happen and does happen, and there are many other instances. But overwhelmingly, election day went well. But it has been identified, the key to this is South Africa. South Africa has the power, the influence, and the capacity to help, aid, and intervene in Zimbabwe if it so wishes. And one of the most striking things in relation to the election was that before the election day, we were given the figures of registration in Zimbabwe. The number of women massively outnumbered the number of registered male voters. Now, why was that? Because large numbers of the men have gone to South Africa because that is the only place they might get work. Now, the numbers involved, we do not know. 1 million, 2 million, but it was shown up by this imbalance. The South African government can intervene. It will intervene not only to the benefit of the Zimbabwean population, but in doing so, it will ease the problems of South Africa because it will ease the problems of unemployment and depression in that country as well. I wholeheartedly welcome this debate, and I hope the government, along with many other governments in the world, can make progress with President Mnangagwa and his government.
My Lords, I join in thanking the Noble Viscount Lord Goshen for introducing this very topical, short debate. I, like many, had great hopes and expectations that the end of the Mugabe regime and the election of President Emmerson Mnangagwa would herald a new dawn of rebuilding political and economic stability in Zimbabwe. Sadly, my Lords, my expectations and most of those who also had high expectations have been severely dashed. Many believe that the political and economic situation has deteriorated even more, leaving citizens grossly underwhelmed. Whilst the recent street protests were triggered by the doubling of fuel prices, this was just one of the multiple dimensions of the current Zimbabwe crisis. There are, in essence, four key aspects of the current malaise. Firstly, the political crisis stemming from the contested legitimacy and leadership of the President, with clear divisions between him and his deputy, Constantino Chiwenga. The political crisis also has a constitutional dimension in that the traditional structure of checks and balances between the legislature, the executive and the judiciary are just not there, because the state is now more compromised captured by the military, hence no checks and balances. Secondly, of course, there's the economic crisis, which has been manifested by the crippling debt trap, the huge unemployment, and the debilitating currency crisis. Thirdly, and most importantly, the human rights crisis, which has resulted in the suspension of fundamental freedoms, unlawful killings by the state, systematic torture, and mass rape of women and children as extrajudicial instruments of punishment. And finally, international isolation, which has seen the President seeking assistance from Russia. After the recent atrocities by the military, where live ammunition was used to kill innocent civilians and opponents to the regime were hunted down, much of the population of Zimbabwe has lost all faith, both in the military as well as the political leadership, and fear that their voices are not being heard by the international community. The move by the state to shut down the internet and social media was another flagrant abuse of human rights and associated with authoritarianism. In his inaugural speech, when he took office, the President undertook to promote economic stability by respecting property rights, repealing the Indigenization Act, and tackling multi-layered currency crisis. He also undertook to have an independent and respected judiciary which applies the law, and an independent and respected police force which enforces the law. Sadly, Zimbabwe has descended into a lawless state where none of the four pillars of democracy is functioning effectively and being subverted by a kleptocratic elite. Moreover, there have been strong rumours that the Vice President, Chiwenga, has been attempting to unseat the President, but has not managed to garner sufficient military support. There are, however, my lords, a number of encouraging developments. The recent move to allow companies and individuals to transfer dollars electronically is to be welcomed. There have been calls for financial assistance by South Africa to alleviate the humanitarian crisis, and I just hope that this should be made conditional by South Africa on political reforms in Zimbabwe. The economic reforms by the Minister of Finance, Mthuli Nkubi, has introduced have been slowly starting to take effect, but the move to double the fuel price overnight was deeply irresponsible and reckless. The nature of the political crisis requires a negotiated political solution, but the relatively low level of trust between the key players, Mnangagwa, Chiwenga, and Chamisa, means that this is highly unlikely. Ideally, in order to attempt to restore the public's trust, there should be a government of national unity with a negotiated transition. International calls for the demilitarization of Zimbabwe, I fear, are a long way away. The military and political leaders appear determined to keep the levers of power rather than relinquish them for the promise of what they see as an uncertain longer-term upside through support by the international community. DFID and CDC have played an important role in trying to reduce poverty and promote economic recovery. I believe that there should be efforts should be more on the private sector rather than the public sector in Zimbabwe. Any aid to the public sector in Zimbabwe should be conditional on political reforms. My lords, my allotted time is up. There is currently no clear fix to the solution of the current crisis. I hope, like the noble Viscount Lord Goshen, that in time Zimbabwe will rejoin the Commonwealth, but this will require a rigorous set of preconditions to be met.
My Lords, I too thank Viscount Goshen for initiating this short debate today and to have the opportunity to take part, following the oral question last week by my noble friend Lord Haywood. My Lords, a full week has passed and still we are hearing and reading about the continuing disproportionate use of force to retain order, which originated firstly from the announcement of steep increases in fuel rises earlier. Evidently, we're told the price rises were meant to tackle fuel shortages, but means now that Zimbabwe now has the most expensive fuel in the world. And the people are poor. All this set against a country which has lots of economic minerals, such as platinum, gold, diamonds, chrome, coal, and nickel, and many others, which should have been used to help develop this lovely country. But it seems even basic commodities such as food, and not many years ago we had a vibrant agricultural sector, but now the country relies on imports. Food costing 3 times now the salary of people. Fuel and medicine will also remain scarce and increasingly expensive, all possibly coupled with large unemployment, making for further protests likely. My Lords, many crimes committed by security forces have gone unreported to the police because the victims
are often fearful of detention or of further violence. With women allegedly being raped by the security forces during these night raids, they too live in fear, with so much distrust dare not report against police or soldiers. Further reports too of security forces entering houses at night and making men and even boys as young as 11 lie on the ground where they are beaten. We read over 600 people have been arrested, with 60 people being treated in hospital for gunshot wounds. With a report a few days ago of a 22-year-old man on his way home from work when he was stopped by soldiers and beaten with iron rods, followed by a government spokesman saying, "When things get out of hand, a bit of firmness is needed." And courts too are struggling to process the huge number of detainees. My Lord, seeing the end of the Mugabe's rule prompted widespread optimism that the repression of previous decades was over, but regrettably it seems even worse. Seeing this level of violence in Zimbabwe now for at least a decade, and would seem to stall any remaining hopes that the end of those 37 years of Mugabe's reign would lead to major reforms of this beautiful country. But since then, the military have become an even more of a significant player in social, political and economic affairs, seeing retired officers now being appointed to key cabinet roles, overseeing, as we've heard earlier, the shutdown of the internet. Finally, it is at the behest of countries such as the UK to protest and monitor and challenge human rights issues in Zimbabwe, as well as continuing to voice UK concerns regarding corruption. As we're all well aware, corruption places danger on any economic growth. And I look forward to the Minister's response.
My Lords, I too would like to thank the Noble Viscount Goshen for initiating this timely debate. As he rightly said, there was great hope that the departure of Robert Mugabe would usher in a new era for Zimbabwe. But any optimism has now evaporated. Since the presidential elections, we've seen the killing of protesters, the arbitrary jailing of opposition activists, and further curbs on the freedom of the press. As Harriet Baldwin said in the Westminster Hall debate yesterday, the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission has recorded a wide range of human rights violations since the fuel protests and general strike, which began on the 14th of January. Harriet Baldwin said at least 8 deaths and many injuries were reported. There are credible reports that arrests may exceed 1,000 and many are still detained. She expressed particular concern at the targeting of opposition and civil society in the wake of the protests. And I'd ask the Noble Lord the Minister whether the UK has specifically raised with the Zimbabwean authorities the violent repression and targeting of trade unionists by the police and security services, which has resulted in the General Secretary and President of the Zimbabwe Congress of Trade Unions being arrested and charged with subverting a constitutionally elected government. My Lords, they are on remand until the 8th of February with bail hearings this week. On his return to Zimbabwe, President Mnangagwa committed to holding his security forces to account for the human rights violations and spoke of the urgent need for a national dialogue and reconciliation. But as Harriet Baldwin said yesterday, words need to be followed by deeds. I hope the Noble Lord the Minister will urge the government of Zimbabwe to immediately release the trade union leadership so that they can engage in good faith negotiations with them on a peaceful and constructive way out of the economic crisis with the full respect for human rights and workers' rights. The Noble Lord the Minister, in the Noble Lord Lord Hayward's question last week, assured the House that that the United Kingdom was working very closely with the international partners, the SADC and the African Union, and in particular South Africa, to urge the government of Zimbabwe to stop their disproportionate use of force. And we know Harriet Baldwin, the Minister for Africa, attended the EU-AU ministerial in Brussels on the 21st of January to discuss Zimbabwe in particular. And yesterday she reported she had met the African Union Commissioner for Peace and Security to raise the UK's concerns. Now, my lords, the African Union is an imperfect but important organisation for influencing change and exerting pressure on governments to adhere to the provisions in the African Charter on human rights and people's rights. Now, Harriet Baldwin is travelling to the region this week, we heard, to urge a coordinated international approach to the crisis. Can the Noble Lord, the Minister, set out how the government intends to work with the African Union on ensuring the human rights, protections and freedoms of the people of Zimbabwe are upheld? And of course, as Harriet Baldwin also reported yesterday, and we've heard mentioned in today's debate, EU-targeted sanctions remain in place, including on Vice President Chiwenga. But can the Noble Lord, the Minister, indicate whether the Minister's discussions with allies involve any plans to extend the sanctions, or, in fact, to introduce new sanctions to put more pressure on the government of Zimbabwe? Finally, on development aid, and I acknowledge DFID's long-standing decision not to challenge funds directly, which flows from concerns about the role, as we've heard in the debate from the Noble Viscount, about the role of the ruling ZANU-PF party. Taking it sector by sector, 50% of DFID spending in 2018-19 will be on human development, with economic development, the second biggest, on 24%. 18% will be spent on governance and security. And I understand there are currently 19 active UK aid projects. Can the Noble Lord, the Minister, tell us what assessment has been made, particularly of the governance and security projects? Can he assure the House that no funds are ending up in the hands of the Zimbabwean government or its agents?
My Lords, may I firstly join all Noble Lords in thanking my noble friend Lord Goshen for tabling what is a timely debate in every sense. And perhaps it's made even more timely. Earlier today, along with several Noble Lords, I had the great honour to attend a service at Westminster Abbey for my noble friend, the late Lord Carrington. His role in Zimbabwe's independence and for bringing about the negotiations that took place indeed is a poignant reminder of what hope, what ambition existed. In thanking all Noble Lords for their contributions, recent developments, as several Noble Lords have said, and indeed my noble friend Baroness Redfern, reminded us all that it's not just of significant concern. The response of Zimbabwe's security forces to recent protests has not only been just disproportionate, it's been reminiscent, as she reminded us, of the darkest days of the Mugabe regime. They have used live ammunition, carried out widespread and indiscriminate arrests, and unleashed brutal assaults on civilians with clear disregard for due process of the law. The Noble Lord, Lord Collins, mentioned the issue of the Human Rights Commission and their report, and he was quite right to quote that at least 470 cases of assault, including 80 of these have been gunshot-related, have been reported. He raised the important issue of recent arrests of trade union officials. Because it is such a fluid situation, I will write to the Noble Lord with specific details of what the situation is, but I can assure you we are watching these cases very closely, but I will furnish him with further details. I know all of us, and in my noble friend Lord Hayward, paid tribute to journalists who have conveyed through screens, through reports, showing great courage themselves of the footage of young men and even children being beaten up, there's no better word for it, by soldiers and in open daylight. We have received accounts of atrocities committed by security forces, raping civilians during the violent crackdown, with indications of at least 9 reported rapes, some of which appear to be politically motivated. And as was reported, President Mnangagwa's return to Zimbabwe was a full 10 days into the crisis. He committed, as we've heard, to hold security forces to account for human rights violation, and he spoke for the urgent need for national dialogue and reconciliation. We welcome these words. The President must also, as my honourable friend Harriet Baldwin, the Minister for Africa, said, quoted by the noble Lord Collins, they must act. They must act to stop the abuses and make good on these commitments. We are particularly concerned at the targeting of opposition and civil society in the wake of these protests, again a point ably made by the noble Lord Collins. And President Mnangagwa's administration must now act. They must learn lessons from these events and the tragic violence that has followed the election last year, which was witnessed directly by my noble friend Lord Hayward. The President must also, as he's promised to do, implement the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry in the 1st of August violence. In particular, he must address the finding that the use of force by the security services was both unjustified and disproportionate. And as several noble lords have mentioned, the government's internet shutdown was a disturbing curtailing of the freedom of expression and media. And we intervened quite directly as Her Majesty's government, both my honourable friend as well as our ambassador, and I'm pleased that the High Court of Zimbabwe ruled the shutdown unconstitutional on the 22nd of January. In terms of the UK's response, several noble lords have drawn attention to that. My noble friend Lord Goshen asked about the outcome of the EU-AU meeting and about SADC. It was said during the debate about my honourable friend Mrs Baldwin visiting the region. She is today in South Africa, and I can assure you this is a subject of specific discussion. The noble Lord, Lord St John of Blesto, also raised this particular meeting, and I assure you that all issues are being looked at very seriously, and I agree with noble lords that South Africa has a key role to play within this. I also assure you that FCO and DFID officials have also raised Zimbabwe directly with the Commonwealth Secretariat, and I will come on to the issue of the Commonwealth in a moment. And the British ambassador in Harare has also met with her counterpart from South Africa, so we are working very closely in this respect. The noble Lord Chigi and the noble Lord Collins asked about the specific outcome of the meeting with the African Union Commissioner. Mrs Baldwin met with him on the 22nd of January, and she highlighted the UK's concern of the situation in Zimbabwe, and the African Union has emphasised the need for the security forces to both respond proportionately but also in respecting human rights standards, and we will continue to work very closely with them. The noble Lord Chigi also raised the issue of the economy, rightly so. We all recognise the issues of debt relief for Zimbabwe, but let me assure him that the UK and others have been clear that any support for such arrears, clearance or debt relief will be dependent on seeing the real progress with economic and political reforms. Indeed, a number of those reforms highlighted by my noble friend Lord Hayward in the report after the elections last year. Minister Baldwin has also told the ambassador that we expect Zimbabwe's security forces to stop using disproportionate force, and the government should reinstate full internet access. And the Foreign Secretary, my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, repeated this message publicly to President Mnangagwa on the 21st of January. Yesterday, Minister Baldwin also spoke to Foreign Minister Moyo to reiterate our concern and call for an end to ongoing human rights abuses. And as I've said, she is in Africa, in South Africa today. In addition to that, Melanie Robinson, our ambassador on the ground, has met with the Home Affairs Minister on the 23rd of January, and again a substantive meeting with the Foreign Minister Moyo on the 25th of January. The ambassador has also met with the opposition leader Nelson Chamizma on the 16th of January. The Noble Lord Collins raised the important issue of civil society groups. I assure the Noble Lord, indeed all Noble Lords, that we are continuing to engage directly on the ground with civil society groups in ensuring that we not only record the violence that has taken place, but also with a view to bringing perpetrators to account with the authorities. Noble Lords are right to point out that the UK provides extensive financial and technical assistance to civil society organisations in Zimbabwe who support Zimbabwe citizens in holding the state to account. As all Noble Lords, I'm sure, appreciate, we do not publicise our partners to avoid putting them directly at risk, a point perhaps very poignant in the current circumstances. In terms of the humanitarian situation, the fact that recent unrest was sparked by a rise in fuel prices illustrates the desperate economic situation many millions of Zimbabweans find themselves in. Our international development programme continues to support the people of Zimbabwe through the economic crisis. We are giving £86 million in aid this year. The Noble Lord Collins raised specific issues of where that money is being channelled. In the last 5 years alone, we've provided ongoing access to clean water for 2.3 million people, given nutrition support to 1.3 million people, adolescent girls in education under 5, and we have helped 96,000 children gain a decent education. In terms of re-engagement, the UK stands ready in friendship. The Noble Lord St John made this point. We are friends of the people of Zimbabwe. We want to see and effect change in Zimbabwe, not just for the sake of Zimbabwe and its near neighbours, but for its standing in the broader world. And we will work together with international partners in pursuit of that objective. We are working, I assure my noble friend Lord Goshen and others, we are working with international partners and will continue to, particularly with SADC and the EU. Minister Baldwin, as several noble lords noted, attended the EU-AU ministerial in Brussels last week, and during that time, as I've already reported, met with the Commissioner for Peace and Security on the situation in Zimbabwe. The question was raised about Zimbabwe's application to rejoin the Commonwealth. As Minister of State in the Foreign Office with responsibility for the Commonwealth, yes, it is correct. We were supportive after the elections last year to see a return of Zimbabwe to the Commonwealth. Indeed, there was a meeting held in the margins of the Heads of Government meeting. But, as all noble lords will know, it's not just for the UK to decide if Zimbabwe is to rejoin the Commonwealth, it's the final decision for all members. But I would assure all noble lords that the UK will only support readmission provided Zimbabwe meets the admission requirements complying with the values and principles set out in the Commonwealth Charter. The disproportionate use of force by security forces, the detainment we've seen and abuse of human rights suggests very clearly that this position is not yet attainable. We have been clear with the government of Zimbabwe that if they wish to rejoin the Commonwealth, it can only be based on genuine and sustained political reform, a point well made by my noble friends Lord Goshen and Lord Hayward. But the events of the past 2 weeks demonstrate that they have a long way to go.
Forgive me, I haven't spoken in this debate, but I have attended it throughout, and it's a very excellent debate. But is it not worth bearing in mind that we are not only is he an excellent minister of the Commonwealth, but we are the chair in office of the entire Commonwealth at this moment? Is it not possible to be more proactive in terms of Zimbabwe used to be a great member of the Commonwealth? Of course, it left. It's a disaster now, but its plight and its impact on the whole of Africa and surrounding Commonwealth countries is very, very serious. Is it not possible to get a stronger voice organised through the 53 Commonwealth members, including the great powers of Asia as well, in determination to discourage the Zimbabwe authorities from pursuing this hideous course which is wrecking their chances and wrecking their prosperity?
My noble friend, of course, makes very pertinent points, and of course I assure him that as chair in office we take our role very seriously, and this will be a subject of discussion amongst Commonwealth countries, both informally and formally. And let me assure him we're using all best channels, but most notably with a key Commonwealth partner, that is South Africa, who has a major influence on the future relations throughout Africa, but particularly in terms of developments in Zimbabwe. But I will certainly take particular note of his suggestion. But what is clear is the Commonwealth stands united that if these reforms cannot be met, and as recent events have shown, words are not alone, we need to see action, then action on political reform. Very briefly, in terms of the current sanctions policy, in the interests of time, I will write specifically to the Noble Lord, but the existing sanctions policy do remain in place. And let me assure him, along with EU partners, we are continually reviewing the situation in terms of sanctions and its best effective use. Let me conclude by saying that it is vital that Zimbabwe's political leaders focus now on doing what's best for its people, with all parties rejecting violence, upholding the rule of law and putting the best interests of the country first. As the Foreign Secretary said in the House of Commons, President Mnangagwa must not turn the clock back. He must move rapidly from words to action on political and economic reforms that he has set out to work with all Zimbabweans to build a pathway to a better future. And I assure all noble friends, including particularly my noble friend who has tabled this debate, that Her Majesty's government remains as committed to doing the right thing to ensure and install the hope of the Lancaster House Agreement almost 40 years ago. And as our departed noble friend Lord Carrington aptly said, in doing so we will always put the best interests of the Zimbabwe people first.
Lord Hunt of Kings Heath.
My Lords, I beg to move the motion standing my name on the order paper. My Lords, in opening this debate, may I first declare my interest particularly in relation to health, which are in the register. My Lords, the NHS gives extraordinary care to people in the United Kingdom, and it enjoys huge popularity. Yet it's struggling. Austerity has taken its toll. We have seen a deterioration in services, and the key access targets have not been met for many a month. If you add in increased rationing of treatment, cuts to public health, inadequate mental health services, and a disinvestment in social care, and it's hardly surprising that the NHS is facing unprecedented pressure. And this is what makes the NHS plan so important, why it's important we debate it today, to trying to turn this around. And let me say at once, my Lords, much in the plan is welcome. The expansion of primary and community care, the drive for integrated care, the emphasis on clinical services for young people, the identification of clinical services like cancer and cardiovascular disease, where outcomes in this country lag behind many comparable countries in the world. All of those, my Lords, are welcome. And welcome, too, the acknowledgement of the role of carers, which appears a number of times in the plan. Particularly ambitious is the aim to transform services using technology to provide many more online interventions, reducing patient visits to outpatients by up to a third. And the plan also hints at centralisation, further centralisation of hospital services for major trauma, stroke and other critical illnesses, again to improve patient outcomes. So, my Lords, the overall thrust of the plan is welcome as far as I'm concerned. But I think my concern is my worry that the government has not learned from previous efforts to transform and integrate services. For a start, the plan is almost entirely focused on the National Health Service. And I think it was a great pity that it was published in advance of the Green Paper on adult social care. It also shows scant recognition of the crucial role of local government, and particularly that of the current crisis in social care. Yet the intended integration of health and care simply can't happen without local authorities being full partners and without us getting some kind of long-term funding settlement for social care. Similar challenges, it seems to me, awaits the NHS. I mean, the plan promises increased investment in primary and community care, but where will it come from when acute hospital services are at such full stretch and demand for services are inevitably going to grow in the future? And I think the risk is that the plan is a sensible
statement of intent. But there is a question as to where is the beef to really make it happen. Can I just take funding to start with? I mean, it's no surprise the NHS is under funding pressure. A growing proportion of the population are 65 and over. Already we have 2.9 million people with long-term multiple conditions. This is bound to grow over the next 10 to 20 years. If you take that, the current deficits amongst providers, we talked about the demographic challenge, new technology, it is always hoped, will reduce cost. But the experience of health so far is new technology tends to increase cost. Add that together with the additional commitments given in the plan, and that's a big bill to pay for. Now, the Lords Select Committee, chaired by the Noble Lord Patel, who can't be here today, but my Lords, his report recommended that funding for the NHS should increase at least in line with GDP. We know the consensus amongst health policy analysts is that you need 4% real terms growth per year to meet these kind of challenges. Now, that's actually what the NHS received in patches, but on average between 1948 and 2010. Since then, it's flatlined at about 1% real terms growth. And so, my Lords, even the injection of 5 years at an average of 3.4% over the next 5 years is not really going to make this up. And according to the plan, the NHS is intended to return to financial balance, productivity is going to increase, there's going to be a reduction in the increase in demand for care through better integration and prevention. And overall, my Lords, the plan presents this as a cohesive response to the funding crisis. All I would say about that, my Lords, is I think that that is a courageous offer from the NHS. Now, alongside funding, the other big challenge is workforce. We already have fewer doctors and nurses than any comparable country, and this is likely to worsen in the near to medium term. GMC, and I declare an interest as a board member, point out that 1 in 5 doctors aged 45 to 54 are considering leaving the profession in the next 3 years. And what even more worrying, I think, is that nearly a quarter of doctors in training and just over a fifth of trainees have informed the GMC that they feel burned out because of their working conditions and pressures. And we know that other professions are facing similar challenges. We know, too, that we have a big problem with the largely low-paid social care workforce. And I think there's a big question to put to the ministers as to why the Workforce Implementation Plan, which is some months away, why wasn't that published alongside the 10-year plan? And I ask her, what confidence can we have that the forthcoming spending review will provide the funding that will be necessary for what inevitably, in the Brexit context, is bound to be a requirement for a huge increase in the number of training places. I also ask why on earth we're having an NHS workforce plan. Why can't we have a health and social care workforce plan? Well, I was looking at this document. It preaches integration, but the government has got a wholly disintegrated approach, no joint plans in terms of money, in terms of vision, in terms of workforce. And I put it to the Minister that if the government is serious about integration, then for goodness sake, start integrating your own efforts. My Lords, I want to briefly touch on technology. And I should again remind the House of my membership, the Advisory Board of SWETCO. Now, the Secretary of State is putting a lot of effort into technology and the use of artificial intelligence. I support that. I welcome that. I would say to the Minister that I do think, though, the report produced by the Academy of Medical Royal Colleges this week on some of the ethics involved in artificial intelligence are well worth reading. One of the things they make the point is that if technology is thought to actually help to reduce demand in the health service, the government may get a shock because, as the Academy point out, many of the technology approaches actually may encourage people to make greater use of healthcare rather than actually being a sensible demand measure. I don't think the Secretary of State has quite got the hang of that yet, but he will need to if we're going to really make the most of technology. But I think on technology, my lords, the plan is lacking in the detail of how performance and standards will be maintained, how you will actually assess the impact of technology on patients, the workforce and cost effectiveness. And I think we do need to see that. Again, I want to refer, noble lords, to my trusteeship, the Royal College of Ophthalmologists, and say, one example of something that's working at the moment is the National Ophthalmology Database. This is a clear example of a large-scale audit that has improved the quality and safety of cataract surgery, reduced unwarranted variation, and making savings. Yet at the same time as we're promised this great investment in technology, this database and other databases are actually in danger of being pulled because money is not being made available by the Department or NHS England to fund it in the future. And I hope the Minister might agree to meet with me to discuss this, because I think, my lords, it's one thing to say we're going to have great technology expansion, whereas some of the basic building blocks are actually being reduced and taken away. My lords, on public health, I think the most disappointing aspect, perhaps, of the 10-year plan, the government had an amazing report from the Chief Medical Officer just before Christmas, where she spelt out the problems of health inequalities, and she had a tough message to the government. She said, if you've got to take this seriously, and actually hard fiscal measures, dealing with issues to do with obesity, dealing with some of the other public health measures, are really the only way you're really going to make an impression. And the 10-year plan ignores this altogether. And it looks to me, my interpretation of it, is it's all down to individuals, and only individuals, to improve their own health. And I do think it's very, very disappointing that the government has chosen to ignore the words of wisdom from their own Chief Medical Officer. My lords, I want to just then touch on targets. As noble lords will know, standards set for the NHS are set out in the NHS Constitution, but these standards are not being met. And the plan is really silent on this. The only thing that we know from an announcement this week is that the 4-hour A&E target is going to be changed and relaxed. Now, I know the argument from Simon Stevens is that the target is going to be prioritised on the most serious illnesses. I understand that. I accept the reasons for it. But the problem is, my lord, it does mean that for those conditions felt to be of a less priority, the 4-hour target will no longer apply. And I really worry that we will go back to the bad old days of people waiting hours and hours and hours in our A&E departments. My lords, whatever views on the targets there are, I have no doubt that that 4-hour target helped smarten up the NHS. It got rid of a lot of the fears the public have about long waits. And I would just say to the Minister that the President of the Royal College of Emergency Medicine warned that scrapping the 4-hour target will have near catastrophic impact on patient safety in many emergency departments. This decision now appears to have been made, but I hope the government will actually ask NHS England to look again at this. My lords, can I come to then social care? Well, I don't think the plan has anything to say, really, on social care of any importance whatsoever. In fact, the plan looks like it's written by NHS managers, actually. And I think to produce a 10-year plan without having local government as your full partner to it, it just is quite remarkable and very, very disappointing indeed. I mean, we're still waiting for the Green Paper. We have no idea about what's going to happen to funding long-term for social care. And yet, how on earth can the plan be delivered unless social care is a full partner to the health service and local government is brought right inside the building in order to share the decisions and the future? And I think, my lords, of all the things in this report, the one thing I'd say to the government is, for goodness sake, where is the social care plan that's actually going to complement what clearly is desirable aim in the 10-year plan itself? So, my Lords, let me conclude by saying that I very much welcome this debate. I'm delighted so many noble lords are taking part. I think the government will find that the aims of the plan actually receive a lot of support all around the House. I don't think there's any argument with what the government seek to do. But, my Lords, without long-term sustainable funding, without a workforce plan that actually links in to the requirements of the future, without the full involvement of local government and social care, I don't think they're going to be able to pull it off, and that would be a great pity. Well, Lords, let me just turn to the Chief Medical Officer for my final words, because in this extraordinary annual report, she spoke of how healthcare is often seen as a cost to the state. But I thought she was very wise in refuting that. As she said, the NHS and public services are not a burden on our finances. They help to build our future with the good health of our nation, the bedrock of our happiness and prosperity. Well, amen to that, my Lords. I beg to move.
Question is this motion be agreed to?
My Lords, it's an honour to be given the opportunity to follow the Noble Lord Hunt with a typically penetrating speech, and I want to congratulate him both on securing the debate today and also thank him for giving this House the opportunity to celebrate the historic investment that a Conservative government is making in the NHS. I'm sure that was his motivation. And to give us the chance to debate how that funding ought to be spent. My Lords, constructing a 3-minute speech is probably a good discipline for all of us. And so I'm going to focus my comments today on two issues which I think are of great significance: integration and innovation. My Lords, on integration, the structural centrepiece of the long-term plan is the joining up of healthcare delivery in combined authorities called integrated care systems. Now, this marks a significant departure from 30 years of Conservative and Labour health reform, which had previously focused on creating competition within layers in the healthcare system, primary, secondary, and so on. But my belief, and I think this is reflected in the long-term plan, is that this approach has run its course, not least because it increasingly goes against the grain of the healthcare needs of our people. The median patient is now older, has more complex needs and comorbidities, and is constantly moving between different bits of the NHS to receive their care. So having a vertically integrated healthcare system makes perfect sense. But I have two questions to my noble friend that flow from this, what I said as I think the right approach. The first is that achieving this goal may need primary legislation. Is this something that the government is prepared to do? And if they do, and given the support for integration on the opposition benches, the question, if I may, for the opposition is whether they would be prepared to back the government. The second is that one of the concerns that's been expressed about these ICSs is that they could recreate unaccountable local monopolies. How will the government counter that risk? My Lords, just as important than making sure our health service is truly joined up is making sure that patients continue to be able to access life-saving therapies. The NHS has a great history in this area, pioneering surgery, novel drug development and so on. But as the Noble Lord Hunt pointed out, the NHS can sometimes look as innovation at something that costs it money rather than makes it perform better. This mindset, I believe, is changing. Look at the sophisticated arrangement between Novartis and NHS England that has led to CAR-T therapies being available with the first patient successfully treated, or the sequencing by the NHS of the 500,000 genomes in the next 5 years, bringing truly personalised medicine to people with cancer and rare diseases. So we are making progress, but I think one critical way that we can build on that further is to increase the UK's medical R&D budget. So can I ask my noble friend to assure the House that during the upcoming spending review, her department will make a very strong case to the Treasury for a major uplift in the budget of the National Institute of Health Research, which has had a flat cash settlement over the last 8 years. Because making the UK the place in the world to do clinical research will make sure that NHS patients are among the first in the world to get life-saving and life-changing therapies.
My Lords, I too congratulate the noble Lord Hunt on his speech. I will focus on obesity and my colleagues will focus on other areas. Chapter 3 of the plan proposes improvements in cancer, cardiovascular disease, stroke, diabetes, respiratory disease and mental health. But obesity disease is often the root cause of these and is one of the top 5 risk factors for premature death. Obesity services are mentioned in Chapter 2. But the problem is that there's no recognition that obesity is a disease, the prevention and treatment of which is vital to avoiding a wide range of other diseases. And bringing professionals of many disciplines together to work on this in primary care settings is essential to success. This is not all down to the NHS. Local authorities have a big role to play, along with CCGs, but because of their progressive underfunding, many have had to withdraw services. From 2016 to 17, the percentage of CCGs reported as commissioning Tier 3 services went down from over 68% to 57%. So I was pleased to read that the NHS will provide more access to weight management services in primary care for people with a diagnosis of type 2 diabetes or hypertension with a BMI of 30 plus. But do you have to wait until you get sick to access these services? I was also pleased that the NHS has noticed the remarkable success of GP Dr Unwin, who got hundreds of his type 2 diabetic patients into remission through very low calorie and low carbohydrate diets, and it is going to run a pilot scheme of its own. But professionals working in the field are clear that obesity is not just a lifestyle choice, which can easily be reversed by exercising more or eating less. It is much more complex than that. So will the NHS follow the proven cost-effective model of Fakenham Weight Management Service, which uses a multidisciplinary team to give personalised Tier 3 services to suitable patients? They provide specialist nurses and dietitians, an exercise professional, consultant endocrinologist, psychotherapies and pharmacotherapy, and can also refer some patients for bariatric surgery, which is also very cost-effective. Recognition of this disease would remove the stigma and mental illness experienced by sufferers and focus attention on treatment and research. The mechanism of obesity disease is not yet fully understood, but genetics plays a part. And it appears that the brains of sufferers respond differently to hormones generated in parts of the gut, which tell the brain that the person is full and doesn't want any more to eat. So far, a few drugs have been developed to mimic this normal response, and these have been helpful to many patients. And also, patients who've undergone bariatric surgery show this phenomenon very dramatically. Their diabetes disappears overnight, and they lose weight rapidly but don't feel hungry. My Lords, whatever the cause, will the government make the commissioning of Tier 3 weight management services mandatory? Because then all CCGs would have to provide them. This could save a lot of misery and save the NHS millions.
My Lords, I'm grateful to my noble friend Lord Hunt of King's Heath for initiating this debate. The National Health Service long-term plan is like being invited to a party without any food or drink. No money or plan for social care, no budget for training and educating the workforce, no indication how local authorities will be able to afford their share of responsibility, no budget announcement for public health. And the National Audit Office has said that the crisis in social care, the state of finances in the NHS and the record staff shortages and waiting lists means that the £20 billion announced by the government as part of the 10-year plan could be wasted. I will concentrate on health inequalities. When the Black Report on health inequalities was published in 1980, it had a profound effect on me. It was published on the August bank holiday of 1980, and the newly elected government, the Conservative government, rejected it. Thanks to the Penguin Books, they published it in 1982, and it had a wider audience and a huge impact about health inequalities. And yet here we are again. If you are a woman living in Kensington and Chelsea or Camden, you're likely to live 7.4 years longer than a woman living in Manchester or Blackpool. A man living in East Dorset is likely to live 9.5 years longer than a man in Manchester and Blackpool. And the Chief Medical Officer's annual report indicates a child born in the most deprived areas would have 18 fewer years in good health than one born in the most affluent areas. Infant mortality is on the increase, so is working poverty, cuts in benefits, and the virtual disappearance of local authority support services, including children's centres and smoking cessation classes. And the geographical variation of working age individuals in incapacity benefit is also stark. A 13% claimant rate in Blackpool, 8% in southwest of Scotland, South Wales and northeast of England and Merseyside, and below 4% in most of the south of England. The brutal closure of primary industries in the 80s made these variations worse. I'd like to bet there's an exact correlation between these areas and those who voted to leave the European Union, alienated every bit as much from Westminster and Whitehall as they are from the EU. Time does not allow me to make comparisons with other countries, but it's not good. To ensure the long-term plan actually works, the government will need to accept the CMO's recommendations on spending, housing and migration, and enormous political will.
My Lords, I too am grateful to Lord Hunt of King's Heath for giving us this opportunity, and I'd like to pay tribute to the fact that the plan focuses on autism, and I declare my interest in the register as a Vice President of the National Autistic Society. The focus on the need to reduce diagnosis waiting times for autistic children and young people is very much welcome. And of course, please don't forget the adults who are in the community who have yet to receive a diagnosis. They are some of the most complex cases for professionals to address accurately. And also the need to reduce the number of autistic inpatients in mental health hospitals, something this House has debated on many occasions, but which I know is a very real problem for many families around the country. And also the general improvement and understanding of the needs of people with learning disabilities and autism within the NHS generally. That is something which has improved, but there is still much to be done there. And to increase investment in crisis support. Sometimes we deny people small amounts of support, which end up as crises. That is one of the most expensive ways to address people. The long-term plan contains a commitment to piloting a new annual health check for autistic people, and that is also to be welcome. But I must say to my noble friend on the front bench, it is very important that that's done by doctors and professionals who do have a good understanding of autism. And if parity of esteem is to mean anything, it must be more than just checking blood pressures and weighing people, because their mental health of people on the autistic spectrum is probably almost more important than just checking them through on a physical check. And in order to do that, it's also important that the GP knows who to call. The National Autistic Society, among others, including the Royal College of General Practitioners, have been calling for many years for improved recording of autism in GP registers so that GPs know more about the needs of their autistic patients. And of course, if we don't have a register and if GPs don't log who their autistic patients are, even if they don't see them very often, who will they know to call for these annual checkups? So I would say to my noble friend, it is really important that is included, the need to create the database of who is on the autistic spectrum and where they are. That is missing from the report, that requirement, and I hope she will address that and perhaps get back to me and put a letter in the library of the House, because it's something that has been asked for many, many years. I also would just say to my noble friend on the question of dementia, there is much that is very good about dementia, but I also hope equally that some of the pilot schemes will not be too long being pilot schemes, and that process will be speeded up, particularly the side-by-side service that is provided by the Alzheimer's Society.
My Lords, as President of the Spinal Injuries Association, I join with others about the seriousness of the NHS and social care workforce. My Lords, the British Medical Association says the NHS needs a robust workforce plan, including additional resources for training, which is missing from the long-term plan. The Royal College of Nursing says if the government does not take appropriate action, NHS England will be unable to improve cancer treatment, mental health and care for more patients at home, as outlined in the plan. My Lords, spinal cord injury is a devastating long-term condition which leads to complete and partial loss of movement and feeling, loss of sexual function and double incontinence. Access to specialised health services is essential for spinal cord injured people's rehabilitation, ongoing physical and mental health, and their ability to live life independently. My Lords, currently, spinal cord injury centres are increasingly experiencing bed closures across the country as capacity is sought by the host hospital trusts to meet the winter pressure affecting other services. As a result of these closures, it is increasingly difficult to access specialist healthcare and relieve essential treatment for their condition. My Lords, without these closures, it has been found the spinal injuries service needs 54 extra beds to make it viable. I join with Age UK by warning that the number of care vacancies will rise unless the government takes action to continue to allow EU staff to work in the UK. It is said there are around about 110,000 job vacancies in care in England already, and at present around 104,000 care jobs are held by EU nationals. Age UK has said the social care workforce is already struggling, but if after the UK withdrawal we shut the door on staff from the EU, we'll make a bad situation even worse. The government should recognise this and allow EU nationals to continue to come and work as paid carers. My Lords, coming from Yorkshire, I can say the latest figure shows that there are almost 4,000 EU nationals working in adult social care in Yorkshire and Humber. My Lords, there are few greater risks to long-term global health than the increasing resistance of many infections to antibiotics. My Lords, I hope we will work with other countries across the world to develop new antibiotics and overcome the dreaded killer of antimicrobial resistance.
My Lords, I congratulate my noble friend Lord Hunt on a brilliant speech, and I strongly agree with him that the long-term plan is heavy on admirable aspirations but short on implementation in at least 3 areas: public health, social care and the workforce. And I'm going to focus on just public health and the workforce. In public health, everyone agrees that our biggest challenges are smoking, obesity, alcohol and air pollution. It's interesting that 3 out of these 4 are due to what we do with our mouths. Someone said that the most dangerous organ in the body is the mouth, and that's even without talking. But, my Lords, it is the brain that is more dangerous, because all these challenges are due to behaviour and personal choice. And if we are to make a difference, we have to influence behaviour. And we cannot place all that responsibility on public health banner alone. Valuable publicity campaigns against smoking and obesity have been led by Cancer Research Campaign. And if we are to reduce calorie and sugar intake, it will depend on the actions of whole government to persuade the food industry, possibly by legislation, to make a difference. And if we look at how we might reduce alcohol consumption, the best way is by increasing duty on alcohol. There is a close relationship between the rate of taxation and alcohol-related diseases. The higher the tax, the lower the rate of liver disease. So if we want to change behaviour, it's the responsibility of whole government and not just public health in isolation. But there is one vital important area of public health that clearly does need support, and that's its role in the control of and prevention of infectious diseases. It's in Public Health England that detects and controls outbreaks of communicable diseases, nips them in the bud, and prevents them by vaccination programmes. Will the Minister please take that on board? I'm afraid I should review my own bias, as many moons ago I was chairman of the Public Health Laboratory Service. Now, what about workforce where the plan is silent? With 100,000 staff vacancies, mostly nurses, filling that gap is an enormous challenge. The suggestion that we should increase our efforts to recruit nurses from overseas will only go so far, so we must do better at recruiting and retaining UK nurses. We can do things. First way is to fish in the waters of nursing associates and nursing assistants. A large number of them are desperate to be given the opportunity of career structure that will put them on a ladder leading to full nurse qualification. We should be making nurse associate posts more attractive by offering them the prospects of career progression, and we should be doing much more to attract back into the profession the many nurses who have retired for one reason or another. I think we don't make nearly enough use of this resource. Will the government answer that? And in medicine, we have unfilled posts across the board in hospital consultants, but much the biggest danger is the shortage of GPs, despite all the efforts of government to bring in pharmacists and others to fill the gaps. General practice has now become an unpopular career. Few going into practice are willing to take on a partnership role with all the administrative burdens that that entails. Many want to work part-time, and many want to retire early. It's not pay that's the issue, it's the increasing patient numbers, the distractions of paperwork and bureaucracy, and the heavy hand of the commissioners that get in the way of what they were trained to do. There is emphasis in the plan on multidisciplinary teams and primary care networks, hardly novel ideas. I seem to remember writing about them in my review of London's health services in 1997. And my noble friend Lord Darcy's excellent review proposed the idea of polyclinics in general practice. That hasn't lost its attractiveness now that we are jettisoning competition in favour of collaboration. Will the noble Lord the Minister look at these ideas again?
My Lords, I too would like to congratulate the noble Lord Hunt for securing this debate. And like him, I think there is a lot to welcome in the long-term plan, particularly the commitments to increased investments in mental health, primary care and community care, as well as the welcome emphasis on prevention and health inequalities. However, there is also a lot to worry about, mainly things about which the plan is silent. My Lords, the NHS does not operate in isolation, and I'm concerned, like many other noble lords today, that many of the laudable aims of the plan are being directly undermined by cuts elsewhere to the public health and social care budgets. For example, the plan's commitment to a more concerted and systematic approach to reducing health inequalities is very welcome, but comes at a time when public health funding has been reduced by some £700 million in real terms in 5 years, according to the LGA. So my first question to the noble lady the Minister is simple. Does the government plan to reverse these cuts to public health? My Lords, adult social care is facing a £3.6 billion funding gap by 2025. With such a focus on prevention in the plan, it simply does not make sense to underfund social care. In fact, according to the National Audit Office, 1/5 of emergency admissions to hospitals are for existing conditions that community or good social care could manage. Unless we invest sustainably in social care and public health, the funding in the plan will not be well used. And given the vital role social care will play in the success or failure of the plan, it is a great shame that the Green Paper was not published alongside the plan. So could the Minister please give a firm commitment to when the Social Care Green Paper will be published? My Lords, while proper funding is vital, services cannot operate if we don't have the workforce to run them, a point already made very clearly this afternoon. The National Audit Office has warned that the NHS will not be able to use its new funding optimally, precisely because of staff shortages. And this is a particularly pressing issue for adult mental health services, where over 20,000 mental health positions in England are currently vacant. These positions are simply not being filled fast enough. According to the charity Mind, mental health trusts employed over 179,000 staff in August 2017. A year on, this figure had only risen by some 1,500, nothing like the additional 21,000 additional mental health practitioners the government itself had said was needed to treat the additional 1 million people by 2021. So could the Noble Lady the Minister give a date, please, for when the NHS Workforce Plan will be published? My Lords, finally, I want to draw attention to the continuing issue of out-of-area placements for mental health inpatients, about which the plan had little to say. At the end of June 2018, NHS Digital reported some 680 active out-of-area placements, of which 95% were deemed inappropriate. So could the Minister say what precise plans the Government has to tackle the use of out-of-area placements in mental health services?
My Lords, I would like to congratulate the Noble Lord Hunt on securing this debate and draw attention to my interests in the Register. Like other Noble Lords, I welcome the plan and the certainty it brings to health service funding, and particularly the aim to achieve parity of esteem between mental health and physical health, investing in the causes and consequences of more poor mental health. However, it is vital to provide truly integrated social and healthcare services in our population to promote healthier lives and provide support and treatment to those who have a range of disabilities with both physical and mental health conditions. Yet we still await the Government's Green Paper on social care, which is another essential part of the jigsaw. Without clear indications of the funding source available for social care, the implementation of the NHS plan will flounder, with many people remaining in hospital when they are ready for discharge. Not only older people with comorbidities, my Lords, but also younger people with learning disabilities and autism, a proportion of whom are still in institutional care, despite all political parties' commitment to eradicating this approach. Public health budgets have been cut since 2015, yet we know, for example, that every publicly funded pound on contraception, there is a saving of £9 over 10 years, before considering the wider societal costs and impacts of unplanned pregnancies. The number of health visitors are being reduced in many local authorities, not because decision makers want to necessarily, but because they must make provision for minimally statutory services, so they're faced with selecting the least worst options to balance budgets. So can I ask the Minister how swiftly the PHE budgets will be restored and increased so that both contraception and health visiting services can be adequately provided? The Noble Lords Lord Turnberg and Baroness Tyler have spoken eloquently on workforce issues, but I want to draw attention to the fact that when we talk about the NHS having a shortage in the region of 40,000 nurses, there are a number of vacancies in the voluntary and independent sectors, particularly in nursing and care homes. At a conservative estimate, there is at least a 60,000 person shortage of nurses in England. Yet the NHS plan says the NHS will improve the vacancy rate by 5% by 2028. A simple arithmetic equation tells us this means only 2,000 more nurses. What impact will this really have in terms of assisting the delivery of the new plan? Finally, my Lords, there is a section in the plan relating to limiting A&E admissions for alcohol-related problems. This is an excellent aim, but surely the swiftest effective approach would be to introduce a minimum unit price for alcohol, as adopted in Scotland and recommended by medical experts in public health, not only in England but internationally. Please could the Noble Lady, the Minister, tell us how the review on minimum unit price in England is developing?
My Lords, this NHS long-term plan is very welcome, and from these benches I would like to commend all those who contributed to it. It's a very comprehensive plan, not easy when health is such a wide-ranging topic. It's also realistic about the many challenges we still face, and when it comes to issues such as smoking, alcohol dependence and air pollution, I applaud the strong emphasis on public health and prevention, along with the necessary reminder that responsibility for our own health doesn't belong solely to other people. My Lords, this is also, in my view, an ambitious plan. The Noble Lord Hunt, whom I thank for this debate, referred to it in true Yes Minister style as courageous. In particular, and Lord O'Shaughnessy reminded us of this, it promises the creation of integrated care systems across England by April 2021 to deliver the triple integration of primary and specialist care, physical and mental health services, and health with social care. Now, this was a very important plank in the report of the Lords Select Committee on the future sustainability of the NHS, many of whose recommendations have, I'm glad to say, been picked up by this long-term plan. But of course, in practice, as the Noble Lord Hunt pointed out, this integration will be greatly affected by the details of the forthcoming Green Paper on social care, which has been repeatedly postponed. So we look forward both to that and, in due course, as we've also been reminded, to the promised workforce implementation plan. My Lords, others have raised questions about this plan, and if I have a criticism, it is that I could find no reference within it to spiritual care, which is offered by chaplains so faithfully day in, day out, not only in hospitals but also now in many GP practices, and which can make a big difference to health outcomes as well as the general well-being of relatives and friends as well as patients. This is one of the things the NHS was set up to provide, so it comes as rather a surprising omission. And I'm sorry if it's there, but I've missed it. And that's also a reminder, should one be required, of the need for effective partnerships between the NHS and organisations in the community and voluntary sector that are closest to vulnerable people, or who represent the needs of particular groups that are easily forgotten or left behind. I'm thinking in particular of those who work with minority ethnic mental health issues and countless volunteers who are committed to tackling the increasingly prevalent problem of loneliness and isolation, with all the implications those have for the mental, physical and emotional health of elderly people especially. My Lords, the Church of England, together I'm sure with other faith bodies, will do everything it can to work with everyone concerned to achieve the plan's goals, for which we are grateful. As others have observed, we're only too well aware of the gap that exists for every institution between aspiration and implementation, and the desperate need for adequate resources in and for the NHS.
The Secretary of State, Matt Hancock, on taking up office, identified 3 priorities for the NHS: workforce, technology and prevention. The ambitions set out in the plan cannot be realised without significant improvements in the health and social care workforce. It is therefore disappointing, as others have noted, that neither of these plans were published alongside the NHS long-term plan, and we will have to wait until the end of the year. Similarly, funding for medical training is welcome, increasing training places from 6,000 to 7,500, but post-Brexit, more places may be required. NHS improvements reported 11,576 whole-time equivalent medical vacancies in Q1 of 2017-18, a vacancy rate of 9.3%, up from 6.78% in the last year. This is equivalent to 108,000 clinical staff, including nurses. Add to this the adverse effect of Brexit, which I mentioned earlier, which is likely to reduce nurse recruitment from Europe, and it becomes imperative for us to retain and grow our own staff. Your Lordships may recall my own interest in preventing smoking in cars with children present. As a surgeon, I was aware also of the effects of smoking on wound healing, and in particular surgical site infections after operations, the risk from which doubles if patients smoke on the day of surgery. I welcome, therefore, the plan's commitment to offer all patients admitted to hospitals who smoke NHS-funded tobacco treatment services to assist smoking cessation. And on Public Health England advice, the option to switch to e-cigarettes will be made available. NHS hospitals are an ideal environment to wean patients off smoking, yet the policy on smoke-free zones varies between hospitals, and patients are often not given the help they need to quit. There is an aspiration in the plan to achieve an Ottawa model for smoking cessation, which is used in 120 hospitals in Canada. And this will be used, hopefully, in all NHS hospitals by 2023-24. So my question to the Minister is, when will the rollout of the Ottawa model in secondary care begin? And what funding for smoking cessation programmes will there be over the lifetime of the plan? And finally, can the 5-year plan by the Task Force for Lung Health be reviewed by the Government in order to review the areas not covered within this plan?
Your Lordship's House, I owe my life to the NHS, so I'm always glad to have any opportunity to praise it, for which I thank my noble friend, as well as for his wonderful opening speech, and to welcome any initiative which helps it to thrive. I'll confine my remarks to how I believe it will affect the 6 million carers who underpin any service provided by national or local agencies, and whose contribution, as I never tire of reminding your Lordship's House, is valued at £132 billion every year, roughly equivalent to all the spending on the NHS. Last year, Carers UK surveyed 7,000 carers and asked what they wanted from the NHS. They were clear they wanted the long-term plan to turn the NHS into the most carer-friendly health service in the world, and that would entail better recognition for carers, better identification of carers, and more support for carers. So I'm very pleased that the long-term plan makes a specific commitment that it wants to be the most ambitious ever set of NHS commitments to carers. The plan details how NHS England will improve how they identify unpaid carers and strengthen support for them to help them address their individual health needs. It also identifies that carers are twice as likely to suffer from poor health themselves compared to the general population. To combat this, the quality marks for carer-friendly GP practices will help carers identify GP services that can accommodate their needs. There's also a national adoption of carers' passports, which will be helpful. These are very welcome initiatives, but the survey last year found that even for those carers caring for more than 50 hours a week, as many as 1 in 5 said their GP had no idea they were a carer, and even when they did know, only 1 in 10 had been given advice about where to get support. So can the Minister please give more detail about how this identification is going to work in practice and what support will be given to GPs to enable them to give the help I know they want to give? There's also better support for carers in emergencies, which is also promised, and supporting young carers is also welcome. But I would also want to know from the Minister more about the plans to support the thousands of carers who are actually in the NHS workforce. So many of them are juggling their work responsibilities with their unpaid caring responsibilities. Support for them in the workforce is vital if enough staff are going to be retained to give this plan even the ghost of a chance to be delivered. Other commitments in the plan also help carers, for example, social prescribing and the increasingly joined up and coordination of care. But as ever, the important part is not the plan, but how it's going to be implemented in local areas. The patchy record of STPs and integrated care systems may give us some anxiety about this. But above all, there is a real sense that this is a missed opportunity. This is a three-legged stool with only 2 legs. Alongside the NHS plan, we urgently need ambitious proposals for the funding and delivery of adult social care that have the huge contribution made by carers at their heart. The Social Care Green published, when published, I'm tempted to say if published, my lords, must set out concrete measures to support carers and give them practical support without putting their own lives on hold. The future of the NHS itself, as well as the system of social care, may depend on it.
Very good. Yeah. Hold on. Very good.
My Lords, I congratulate Lord Hunt on securing this debate. There can hardly be a more timely and pertinent subject for debate at the present time than the case for a fully funded, comprehensive and integrated health and social care system in the context of the new NHS long-term plan. We've only got 3 minutes, so I shall just concentrate on one thing which I actually know something about, eye health and visual impairment, and in doing so I declare my interest as a Vice President of RNIB and Co-Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Eye Health and Visual Impairment. Sight is the sense people most fear losing. Ophthalmology has the second highest number of outpatient appointments of any specialty. Due to demographic factors, the number of people in the UK affected by sight loss is projected to rise by over 10% by 2020 and by over 40% by 2030. The British Ophthalmological Surveillance Unit, BOSU, has found that over 200 people are experiencing severe and permanent sight loss every year due to delayed and cancelled appointments. Yet, extraordinarily, there's no mention of ophthalmology in the long-term plan. For these reasons, my all-party parliamentary group on eye health and visual impairment undertook an inquiry into capacity problems in NHS eye care services and into the commissioning and planning of such services in England. The inquiry was supported by an independent secretariat hosted by RNIB and funded by the Bayer pharmaceutical company, which, however, had no role in the scope, development or delivery of the inquiry. The inquiry's report, See the Light, Improving Capacity in Eye Care, was published last June and contained 16 recommendations. I obviously can't go into all of these in any detail here, but they include measures to ensure that eye health is accorded higher priority, on how capacity issues are being addressed by sustainability and transformation plan partnerships, on ensuring that the national tariff for ophthalmology doesn't disadvantage patients at particular risk of avoidable sight loss who require follow-up appointments, and measures designed to ensure that patients requiring follow-up appointments are seen within clinically appropriate timescales. Finally, my lords, eye clinic liaison officers, or ECLOs, play a vital role in signposting patients to support in the community following the often devastating trauma of a diagnosis of sight loss, but their availability is patchy. RNIB is therefore calling for all ophthalmology departments to offer ECLO support. I should be glad to learn from the Minister the department's thinking on how ECLO services might be rolled out throughout the eye care service, and to hear that the department is taking the recommendations of our all-party group seriously and working for their implementation.
My interests are in the Lord's Register. I think the debate today is very opportune because today we hear from Simon Stevens an announcement on the first steps to implementing this plan. Frequently, the NHS is likened to a seagoing tanker. I don't agree with that. I think it's more like a flotilla. Numerous boats sailing in the same direction, but when the storm rages, the flotilla disintegrates, each ship seeking its own safe harbour. The 2012 plan, the Act, enabled disintegration, and that is why this plan is so crucial. It's seeking to cement new systems to integrate health on a population base through integrated care systems, and I welcome that, as have other lords today. The wise and wonderful Sir Cyril Chandler published in The Lancet, "Medicine used to be simple, ineffective and relatively safe. It's now complex, effective and potentially dangerous." It is this emphasis on being potentially dangerous that has driven us to consider how can we make medicine safer while recognising its complexity and the need to involve patients, consumers and citizens. The plan assures us that having a baby is now safer than 10 years ago, and we welcome that. Nevertheless, giving birth in this country is not as safe as in Sweden. Why? Because their teamwork is awesome. They learn from mistakes, from avoidable harm, and they spread the learning. We do not. The maternity review fashioned a system based on the Swedish system called Rapid Resolution and Redress. And we have no confidence that the Department will introduce it. So I would welcome some support from the Minister in order that to happen. We know we can improve safety by ensuring women have continuity of the health professional, usually the midwife, to care for her through pregnancy, the birth and the early days of parenthood. Research shows that with continuity, 19% of women are less likely to have a miscarriage, 24% less likely to experience a preterm birth, and 16% less likely to lose their baby overall. My lords, should we be surprised? Of course not. It's common sense, and it's what women seek. Technology has its place, and it can aid continuity through the use of iPhones, emails, and so on. But when it comes to maternity, robots aren't the answer. Women want the skills, the personal knowledge, the relationship they have with their professional friend. Being handed from one midwife to another does not enhance a good experience or aid safety. Continuity does, a fact well understood in the long-term plan.
Thank the noble Lord, the Lord Hunt of King's Heath, for providing the House with the opportunity to debate NHS. The motion before us this evening makes reference to parity of esteem. But, my Lords, in the contingent absence of the devolved government Stormont, I would argue very strongly that the people of Northern Ireland are not being given parity of esteem on health care. A recent study commissioned by the Northern Ireland Department of Health revealed that healthcare professionals are struggling to keep the local NHS running. The Medical School Places Review found that there are currently 110 specialist doctor vacancies in the province. It added that an additional 580 specialist doctors will be required in Northern Ireland over the next 7 years. The report helpfully included proposals to address the shortage of specialist doctors, including an increase in training posts and the construction of a new medical school in Londonderry. In responding to the report, the Northern Ireland Department of Health said that implementing the proposals would cost £30 million per year. But it did admit that the money would have to be diverted from funding other local authority services. And it stressed that any new medical school would require approval from a health minister. But, my Lords, I remind your Lordships that Northern Ireland does not have a health minister. In fact, we have no devolved ministers at all, and there is no prospect of any being appointed for the foreseeable future, whilst Her Majesty's Government plays footsies with the DUP in order to stay in office. My Lords, the situation is becoming scandalous. Waiting lists in Northern Ireland are substantially worse than in the rest of the United Kingdom. Department of Health figures published in September 2018 showed that 94,222 people in Northern Ireland were waiting longer than 52 weeks for their first consultant-led outpatient appointment. Equivalent statistics for the whole of England showed that just 3,464 were waiting for such a prolonged period. The Royal College of Nurses recently warned that patient safety in Northern Ireland has been compromised by a shortage of more than 1,800 nurses in hospitals alone. We are also struggling for GPs. There are currently more than 3,000 patients per GP in Northern Ireland, which is unsustainable. And yet the people of Northern Ireland, patients and medical professionals alike, are expected to put up with this, indeed as winter turns increasingly bitter. Doctors, nurses and other NHS workers cannot be expected to deliver patients at the level they do without the necessary support. This includes from properly accountable ministers, serving in a devolved administration, scrutinised by locally elected politicians and representatives. My Lords, the NHS belongs to all of us. I invite the noble Lord the Minister to convey my concerns.
My Lords, I join others in thanking the noble Lord, Lord Hunt of King's Heath, for initiating this important debate. On page 43 of the long-term plan, there is, as far as I know, the first prominent planning reference to the mental health issues associated with gambling. And the government has committed to establishing centres nationally for gambling treatment. And I quote, "We will invest in expanding NHS clinics to help more people with serious gambling problems." End of the quote. This is welcome news and a hugely important step forward. However, my Lords, the plan fails to submit gambling to the same forensic analysis adopted around the use of alcohol or tobacco, where careful consideration is given to education, cessation, prevention and treatment. My Lords, may I remind you once again of the litany of gambling figures based on currently available information. There are over 430,000 adults with a serious gambling problem, but only 2% of them are in treatment. 2 million are in danger of addiction. 55,000 children between 11 and 14 are already addicted. 75,000 children are at risk, and an estimated 2 gambling-related suicides occur every working day. Could there be, my Lords, a more compelling case for education, cessation, preventative and treatment programmes? I'm extremely encouraged by the recent meetings that I have had with senior executives in the gambling industry. Some are voluntarily adopting initiatives such as doubling their industry levy or advertising tools to control excessive gambling. This clearly demonstrates an appetite for change. However, there is still much more to be done. I therefore ask the Minister, first, whether gambling could be considered in the NHS long-term plan in precisely the same way as alcohol and tobacco. And second, could the Minister confirm that the Government has held or is planning to hold conversations at the highest level with the gambling companies and other stakeholders to find common ground for voluntary and constructive reform?
My Lords, I thank my noble friend Lord Hunt for bringing this important debate before us today, and I declare interest as I co-chair the APPG on Parkinson's. The NHS has seen 12.5 million neurology-related cases each year. People with neurological conditions have the lowest health-related quality of life of any long-term condition. Public Health England's 2018 Neurology Mortality Report showed that the number of deaths in England relating to neurological disorders rose by 39% over 13 years, while death in the general population fell by 6% over the same period. So while the long-term plan does detail improvements in stroke services, there's no mention of neurology more broadly. Many serious neurological conditions, such as Parkinson's, are not mentioned. So while the long-term plan contains positive steps for mental health, there are still significant concerns about how these services will work for people with Parkinson's. The recent findings of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Parkinson's report, Mental Health Matters 2, which I chaired, expose the difficulties people with Parkinson's face in accessing high-quality mental health care. Mental and physical health services are currently operated in isolation, leading to disconnected care. Clinicians are experiencing problems accessing patients' notes, and there is poor communications between services. My Lords, people with Parkinson's rate access to specialist Parkinson's nurse as a top priority. Nurses are more accessible than consultants and offer the specialist knowledge and support that many GPs cannot. In the Parkinson's UK Your Life, Your Services 2017 survey, those who had access to a Parkinson's nurse reported higher level of care, support, information and control over their health and fewer hospital visits. Currently, there are 380 Parkinson's nurses in the UK, which is approximately 100 fewer than is needed. So measures in the plan to increase nursing levels are welcomed, but I do hope that this includes Parkinson's nurses. So I have two questions for the Minister. What steps will the Government take to ensure the forthcoming workforce plan includes measures to increase Parkinson's nurses and therapist services to address the rising number of people with the condition, set to be 170,000 by 2025? And what action is being taken to ensure physical and mental health services are joined up for people with Parkinson's?
A plan for personalised and predictive systems of healthcare, linking together genomics, big data, artificial intelligence and digitisation. However, is this real or just fantasy? This is the NHS that just recently said no fax machines by 2020. Yet the plan trumpets by 2024 all secondary healthcare organisations will be digitised. This statement in time, my lords, may be found to be a different type of artificial intelligence. The NHS will embrace these new ways of working, but the government needs to be realistic on the route map and the investment need to do this. To make this happen, the NHS needs to attract and train and retain a digital literate workforce, having open source systems that have operability across the health and social care systems. I see nothing in this plan about digital linkages between health and social care. Also, it must be trusted on cyber security. Last year, every trust tested by the NHS failed on agreed cyber security standards. Yet the plan says fully digitised secondary care by 2024. Can I ask the noble lady what risk assessment has been done on this target, and when it comes to data and cyber security? Also, what work is ongoing and with whom to ensure operable seamless systems between health and social care? The plan states within 3 years community staff will have access to mobile digital services. A 2018 survey showed that in community nursing this couldn't happen, as in 81% of cases poor connectivity at the patient's home stopped it. In 33% it was thwarted by uploaded data that couldn't talk to other systems it needed to. So can I ask the noble lady, what other non-NHS departments and mobile network companies are part of this plan to make mobile digital working happen, and is a 3-year timescale realistic? This service change will need a workforce that is digitally literate. Yet the plan has only 8 lines on a digital workforce, unfortunately a top-down approach through the Digital Academy. Let's be clear, my lords. For this to work, the NHS needs at every level a workforce that is digitally literate and equipped to exploit the personalised and predictive care system that the plan articulates. So again, I ask the noble lady, what workforce plan is happening over and above the Digital Leadership Academy to ensure full digital skills for healthcare staff? To date, £2.8 billion investment is agreed for IT and digital change until 2021. However, the Health Service Journal in 2018 reported that government estimates showed £13 billion of investment is needed. 60% of that is revenue, not capital. I ask the noble lady what investment over the £2.8 billion has been agreed for the plan's digital transformation. The plan is ambitious for a digitised, personalised and predictive care system, but it needs to be based on realistic plans and firm investment to make it happen. I hope the noble lady can answer the questions I posed to show that this is the case and not just aspiration wrapped in hope.
I refer to my interests, notably as a Director of Health Data Research UK. I congratulate the noble Lord Hunt and would indeed like to join him in any meeting on data. I would also like to thank the Library for producing an excellent note for this debate. I'm quite new to health as a public policy issue, encouraged, I have to say, by the noble Lord Patel, and I've considered the plan de novo. The response has shown there is overwhelming public support for the NHS, and this is a fact of which we must take full account. But that ought not to prevent us from recognising that the structure of the NHS does have drawbacks, and I will mention two. It is vast. It is therefore bureaucratic, and all experience shows how difficult it is to maintain high levels of efficiency in large bureaucracies. Also, the NHS, by its very nature, makes little use of market pricing, making the optimum allocation of resources close to impossible. Now, we must do our best to eliminate inefficiency, but the NHS is ordained to suffer from some of them. Now, given my commercial experience, I regret the overuse of percentages in the plan and the lack of key overall numbers on expenditure, capital formation and on future demography, which is too often ignored in public investment. And value for money is also given very little prominence. Now, less surprising is the total absence of the notion of enterprise and incentives. Now, this is a pity because GPs are small businesses and the best are very good business people. And the fact is that management skills are needed to deliver effective change. The lean thinking principles trained into retail, for example, could help to cut out waste and blockages. And I was reminded of this by looking at the example on page 19 of an ambulance paramedic stuck on a hospital ramp with other calls piling up that they couldn't get to. Now, I commend the government for the new focus on digital personalisation and data. AI is improving the efficiency of drug trials, and there could be vast savings from introducing patient apps for patient records. That would allow easy migration and an end to the familiar cry, "They have lost the notes." Apps could be introduced immediately for maternity and to replace the Red Baby Book. I'd also like to see support for HDR UK's digital innovation hubs for the safe sharing of data in R&D and for better use of data to improve outcomes, for example, on cancer and on antimicrobial resistance. This huge global health issue receives a modest mention on page 39. Our noble lords are aware that without new antibiotics, routine operations could become too risky, and that cancer and paediatric care could become extremely difficult. I welcome the Health Secretary's initiative at Davos, but we need worldwide effort too to reduce irresponsible use for animals. And I was glad to hear the CMO referencing the Red Tractor label, whose standards have helped to reduce antibiotics on farms by 40% over 5 years. I look forward to an annual update on the whole long-term plan and to seeing some quick wins from this enormous investment of money, time and effort.
Yeah.
My Lords, I too congratulate my noble friend for securing this debate and for his excellent speech. There is much to commend and welcome in the NHS long-term plan. However, the key questions on how it's to be delivered in the light of the realities of the huge injection of cash the NHS needs on top of what's been pledged by the government, how integrated care is to be achieved without addressing the funding in crisis in social care, and without any indication in the plan of how the chronic shortages of staff in key professions is to be addressed, they all remain to be answered. My contribution today is on specialised health services, those services typically covering small patient populations and collectively treating hundreds of thousands of patients every year, which can't be sensibly planned, procured and provided at a local level. 1 in 17 people will be affected by a rare or complex condition at some point in their lives. I declare an interest as voluntary Vice-Chair of the Cross-Party Specialised Healthcare Alliance, which comprises charities and voluntary organisations, large and small, representing and campaigning for people with rare diseases and complex health conditions, and corporate supporters. Many specialised services provide for people with rare genetic conditions, while anyone might need to call upon others, such as spinal injuries or serious burns. NHS England, under the 2012 Health and Social Care Act, is the sole direct commissioner of all specialised services, with a current annual budget of £16.6 billion of the total NHS spend. Before the Act, services were planned either at local or regional level, but in effect much of NHS England's approach almost from the beginning of its existence has been to shift the balance back towards local decision-making. Indeed, the long-term plan and last year's supporting planning guidance represent the latest in a long line of attempts to get the balance right between national and local responsibility for planning specialised services. There are now to be planning boards across areas, with some alternative collaborative arrangements in some circumstances. Guidance so far is vague on structures, processes, procedures and timescales. So I have some key questions for the Minister, and I would ask her to write to me if she's unable to respond today. Firstly, we're told that 70 services might benefit from local collaboration, with mental health, cancer and learning difficulties prioritised in the first instance. When will further details of the changes and processes for moving to the new structures be announced, and the decisions on which services are to be provided locally? What forms of alternative arrangements will be permitted? Secondly, on the key issue of consultation with local services, patients, carers and representatives of patient organisations, NHS England does seem to have learnt from past experience of seeking to drive through changes without sufficient consultation and involvement. Can the Minister reassure the House that the new specialised planning boards will embrace the provisions and spirit of patient involvement in the 2012 Act and include patients and public representatives who will be meaningfully involved in decisions about the way their care will be delivered? Finally, there must be clear and transparent accountability and oversight when service planning is delegated to local level. Can the Minister confirm that NHS England will retain overall accountability for all specialised services, and also confirm when formal accountability arrangements will be published? My Lords, NHS England's vision for specialised services present important opportunities to improve patients' experience of care. If it is to be realised, it must make a transparent and collaborative approach to working with the public and patient organisations.
My Lords, I'm very grateful to Lord Hunt for this opportunity to talk about health. If you really want to achieve off anybody from the health industry, then when they start talking about not having enough doctors and enough nurses and enough assistants, then you might choose to say, well, maybe the problem is you've got too many patients. I have tried that out in many places and cheesed people off. But when I tried it out on my GP, he said to me, it's very interesting, if I had 25% less people to handle, then I could do a much, much better job than I am doing now. So the idea that there might be too many patients and not enough doctors or whatever, I think is raised by Matt Hancock, the Health Secretary, when he says the other day that in fact we spend £97 billion on curing disease and £8 billion on prevention. When I was a child after the Second World War in 1951, first going to school, when there was social medicine, there was an enormous amount of National Health Service involvement in the lives of preventing young, even slum boys, working class boys. There was an enormous amount. We were given so much help that I think many of us have remained healthy even up to the fact that I got to 73 yesterday, which is an enormous surprise if you consider all the things that I've done to myself. Anyway, there you are. And actually, it's not been the National Health that's helped me. I don't know what it is, but I'm still here. And I do put it down to maybe some of that early stuff back in the slums when they got us running around and drinking milk and water and inspecting our memberships and looking at our hair and doing all sorts of wonderful things like that. But I won't go into too much detail. Anyway, what I'm also interested in is the idea of, is it possible to look upon the National Health Service as the very epicentre of our society? That over the next 20 years we reinvent the concept of health. Because I don't think you should leave health to doctors, nor should you leave health to nurses. You should go to them when something goes wrong. If you read a very nice report by the big issue in SILIP, which is libraries and the reason to support them, they prove in this report that £27 million was saved from the National Health Service by running libraries and attacking the problems of loneliness. I'm sorry, I thought I had more time, but I haven't. I was on the train today. I met a woman who was going to Addenbrooke's. She was going to Addenbrooke's to have her last day of chemotherapy on her breasts. She went with a fierceness, and I thought to myself, God bless her. It increases her chance of surviving if her mental well-being, her sense of happiness and hope and optimism, and that is what is created by areas outside the National Health Service. That is why we have to reinvent the National Health Service, so it is the very, very epicentre of everything, with libraries and schools and universities and prisons all linked together. Thank you.
My Lords, can I congratulate Lord Hunt on securing this debate and also declare my register of interest. In the time available, I'm going to limit my comments to the potential elements of the fourth industrial revolution which could be deployed to assist the National Health Service and indeed across all healthcare. In fact, I'll limit it to just two elements: artificial intelligence and distributed ledgers. Artificial intelligence has such incredible possibilities to augment, not replace, our clinicians, to transform diagnosis and care. If we just consider the work that was done at Moorfields, artificial intelligence being deployed to analyse hundreds of thousands of retina scans, impossible for one person in a lifetime, never mind a career, to do, not replacing, augmenting the consultants who are working in that area. But it's beyond the actual business of healthcare and actually to the business of the NHS itself. If we consider the number of missed appointments costing over £1 billion to the health service, artificial intelligence certainly has a role to play there. As we set out in the Artificial Intelligence Select Committee report published last April, if we, as the United Kingdom, effectively deploy ethical artificial intelligence, we could really be not just a world leader, but a world beater. There could be no better place to do that and no better illustration, if we get that right, in the National Health Service and indeed across all of healthcare. To move to distributed ledgers, often called blockchain, but better to call distributed ledgers for the purpose of how they're deployed, effectively immutable, anonymised, decentralised record. Huge potential within healthcare. Some examples: drug safety and security, care assurance, and many more illustrations. But again, to go beyond just elements which impact directly upon care. Currently, the NHS spends 25,000 doctor days on assuring the identity of people coming into the service. Incredibly important to have assured ID, of course. Many different ways of doing it. And imagine those 25,000 doctor days being deployed in terms of patient care. I think much disagreement around the potential of 4IR in health and in many areas, but one area where I think there's broad agreement is in terms of the critical and central importance of data. Data underpins all of this, and 65 million patient records, what makes up what's so-called NHS data. Extraordinary potential, but obviously massive risks and issues to be understood, not least the almost singular lack of interoperability within the service. Practical problems also have to be considered against legal, cultural and ethical considerations. Might I put it to my noble friend the Minister, if she could outline the government's plan to really address probably the greatest epidemic in the NHS, and that's the epidemic of data fragmentation. Data has always been the underpin of health innovation. If we consider how Dr. John Snow used it to isolate the cause of cholera, Florence Nightingale to revolutionise hospital hygiene. The current NHS produces a proliferation of data but is currently all too often stymied in terms of its ability to use and deploy that data because of that aforementioned fragmentation. My Lords, I'm in no sense naive to the issues, the risks, the challenges of deploying these new technologies. I think, to put it in simple terms, we need to ensure that trust is fully and firmly at the centre of all our trusts. But if we consider the possibilities of immutable patient records, being able to have a single source of truth, your patient record in your hand, alongside that trusted, immutable tracking of time-stamped record, everyone who's accessed your patient record and the reason for why they've accessed that record. None of this is straightforward. There's so much that the organisation has to do to get to a position to be able to even consider many of these technological possibilities, but they are real possibilities. If the NHS is an oil tanker, it's an oil tanker which has to climb a mountain. Not easy. But if we get this right, even partially, we won't just have a National Health Service which is a world leader in terms of patient care. We'll have a National Health Service which is a world leader in terms of the adoption and the deployment of artificial intelligence and distributed ledgers for public good. My Lords, a service fit for the future, enabled by the 4IR. That's a possibility, not an inevitability.
My Lords, this debate has been rich in its detailed treatment of particular issues. I shall be talking only in general terms. At its inception in 1948, the NHS was an expression of the egalitarian philosophy of the Labour Party. At that time, it had the support of many Conservative politicians, but gradually they changed their opinions. They began to favour a health service in which consumers could exercise their preferences in favour of a more personalised provision, if that is what they wished for and if they were able to afford it. In 2009, several leading Conservatives who were to become members of David Cameron's cabinet put their names to a manifesto criticising the NHS. They were calling, in effect, for the NHS to be dismantled and to be replaced by a system based on health insurance in which private providers would play a major part. This worried their leader, who was conscious of the popularity of the NHS and of the damage to the Conservative electoral prospects that might ensue if their adverse attitudes towards it were widely perceived. For that reason, he felt compelled to assert that the NHS would be safe in the hands of the Conservatives. Nevertheless, the covert plans to privatise parts of the NHS proceeded unabated. The Health and Social Care Act of 2012 was a precursor to its intended privatisation. The Act aimed to introduce or induce competition amongst the agencies of the NHS. It appointed... Sorry?
Could I just advise the Noble Viscount that from personal experience, David Cameron's motivation was not political expediency, but because, as I know only too well, he had every reason to be grateful to the National Health Service because of his son.
Thank you for that interjection. I don't think the two issues are mutually exclusive. I think there's a very strong consciousness on his part, which may be commendable, that the NHS was very popular in public opinion. But be that as it may, these covert plans nevertheless proceeded, and the Health and Care Act of 2012 was indeed intended as a precursor of privatisation. The Act aimed to introduce competition amongst the agencies of the NHS, and it appointed clinical commissioning groups, or CCGs, to govern the provision of medical services. These would be run partly by the general practitioners, but they were also to be the point of access for private service providers. The intentions of the 2012 Act have not been fulfilled. This has been due in part to the reluctance of the private sector to pursue the opportunities that have been offered. However, years of neglect and of inadequate financial provision have ensued, which have brought the NHS to its present state of crisis. It's against this backdrop that the Government has commissioned the NHS long-term plan, which we're discussing today. The report has been authored by health service professionals and envisages some felicitous prospects, and it's written in an optimistic spirit. Surely the government has calculated that such a report cannot fail to do them credit. It's bound to divert attention away from the current problems. The report does recognise some of the major issues facing the NHS. These include the present inadequate funding, the shortfall in staffing, the inadequacies of its provision across the regions, and the pressure from an ageing population and the demands for innovative and expensive treatments which cannot be afforded easily. The report is markedly sanguine in what it proposes can be done with a minimal increase in funding. It argues that the prevention of health problems can forestall the need for medical cure. It proposes that the demand on the resources of hospitals be limited by reducing the numbers of patients and the length of their residence. I'm sorry, I'm going to take a little bit more time because some of it was preempted. No? Okay.
My Lords, I refer to my interest in the Register. As an officer of the APPG on smoking and health, I'm delighted to see that support for smokers accessing NHS services to quit is a key feature of the long-term plan's commitments on preventative health care. Smoking remains the leading cause of preventable premature death in England, killing nearly 80,000 people a year and costing the NHS an estimated £2 billion. I welcome the plan's commitments to funding new support for smokers to quit when in hospital, for long-term users of specialist mental health and learning disability services, and for pregnant women and their partners. The Noble Lord, Lord Ribeiro, has already referred to how measures are seen to be working effectively using the Ottawa model for smoking cessation. Where this model is applied in Canada, smoking status is recorded on admission to hospital, with staff delivering brief advice and providing medication to all smokers. Smokers are then followed up both in hospital and post-discharge to provide them with specialist behavioural support. Rates of quitting with this model have improved dramatically, and those in the programme were also found to be 50% less likely to be readmitted to the hospital. The plan states that this support will be in place across all hospitals by 2023-24. So, like Lord Ribeiro, I hope that the Minister may today give us an indication of when that rollout will begin and therefore what funding will be made available for this programme over the life of the plan. The plan's commitments to support smokers who are long-term users of specialist mental health services, both in hospital and in the community, is also very welcome. But this will rely on upskilling a workforce that is already under great pressure. A survey by Action on Smoking and Health and the Mental Health and Smoking Partnership recently highlighted the very variable training and infrastructure in place to support smoke-free policies in different trusts. My Lords, we need best practice in all of them. I also welcome in the plan the explicit commitment for the option to switch to e-cigarettes, in line with guidance with Public Health England and the recommendations last year of the Common Select Committee on Science and Technology. This option will be included in the support available to smokers in inpatient mental health services. The plan also addresses the issue of smoking and pregnancy. Women who live with a smoker are 6 times more likely to smoke throughout their pregnancy. So I hope that the Minister may be able to tell us how additional support for partners, alongside that for pregnant women themselves, will be delivered, and whether this will continue during postnatal appointments to maximise the chance for all children to grow up in a smoke-free home. My Lords, successful implementation of the plan's commitments to smoking cessation is clearly threatened as local authority public health budgets continue to be squeezed, reducing the funding and availability of community stop smoking services. And finally, my Lords, I would concur with the words of many others to say simply that without properly addressing the issues of social care and integration with local authorities, this plan will fail.
My Lords, only 8 speakers to go. I must congratulate the noble Lord, Lord Hunt of King's Heath, for his comments and explanation of the case for a fully funded, comprehensive and integrated health and care system. The noble Lord is a busy man. Today, a long-term plan. Tomorrow, he's dealing with organ donations. And I'm interested as a retired dental surgeon and a fellow of the British Dental Association. I would briefly like to turn the attention of the House to the issue of dentistry, which this long-term plan is notable by its total absence. NHS dentistry plays a key role in preventing not only just oral health conditions, but also a very good early indicator of a range of general health problems. But despite the government's insistence that prevention is at the core of their agenda, funding for NHS dentistry per head of population has fallen by 14% in nominal terms in the last 5 years. Not a week goes by that we don't hear on the media a report about patients having to travel unreasonable distances to access an NHS dentist, or they have had to perform some minor operation on the kitchen table. People unable to find a dentist show up at their GP surgery or A&E, neither of whom are able to help them, which further wastes precious NHS resources. The ambitions set out by the plan cannot be worked without significant improvements to the care of the health and social care workforce. It's estimated that 1.8 million older people could have an urgent dental condition. In the light of this, I hope that my noble friend could offer some explanation as to why dentistry is barely mentioned in any long-term plan, and what further plans the government has to improve access to NHS dentistry.
Lords, I'd like to express my gratitude to Lord Hunt of King's Heath for securing this debate, and I'd like to thank the government too for producing the long-term plan. And I'd like to join others in applauding Professor Dame Sally Davis's annual report for 2018 and the recommendations that she has produced on how we might achieve better health in the UK by 2040. I think it's a particularly impressive document, and she is one of the bravest, I think, of our public health servants. I won't say anything on alcohol because that has been more than adequately covered by my friend Baroness Watkins of Tavistock, but I would like to focus mainly on obesity, which within the plan is identified as one of the major problems facing us. I share Lord Hunt's disappointment that there's a paucity of public health initiatives in the plan, and I support the views expressed by Baroness Walmsley and also by Lord Turnberg on the importance of public health coordination and campaigning on obesity, which also was indirectly, I think, in talking in general terms, supported by Lord Bird about how we need to raise our sights on where we're trying to go. But where, in my view, and a question I've asked previously with the noble Lord O'Shaughnessy, where is the overarching coordinated national campaign against obesity? If it is truly the crisis, which everyone keeps saying, why don't we have one? This morning, Public Health England has reminded me of a whole variety of different initiatives which they're running. But when I go to my GPs and I sit there and I look around at the notice board announcements, there are notices there about smoking, about drugs and alcohol, about services for babies and for mothers, about services for older patients, obesity, barely a mention. Yet this is seen as being one of the crises which is facing us. So I say again, we must return to this topic about the amount of attention given to it centrally. Last week we had a very good debate here on local authority funding led by the noble Lord Scrivens, or the inadequacy of the funding for local authorities. And the focus there again was primarily on social care, but little mention of the very important responsibilities which now fall to local authorities in regard to public health and public health campaigning. And that again has been cut because of shortage of money at LA level. I wrote to the Secretary of State when he took office pleading with him that he should give this a higher priority. I've had no reply, but maybe the Minister might follow this up and see if his deliberations continue and if he will now respond positively and say he is prepared to embrace it. We really do have to get a coordinated national campaign running there, particularly for children. The plan focuses on people with diabetes and people with BMI of plus 30, but that excludes thousands of people who are obese. It excludes most of the children, yet there is nothing in there about children. And while I tap my watch and I come to the end of it, I would say there is plenty of work that can be done in that front that doesn't necessarily cost money. We need to be looking at gaming to see how we can engage children with programmes and games that will captivate them and turn their attention to their health. And we can also look for cheap activities such as yoga that would help people to find a way in which they can look at their health and improve their positive outlook on life. So there's much to be done, and I asked the Minister if she is prepared to embrace some of these suggestions, and that we would look forward then to seeing a Chapter 3 of the Child Obesity Programme coming out, and when will it come?
My Lords, I refer the House to my interest in the Register and to the fact that I have family connections with the NHS. My Lords, in the 3 minutes allotted to us in this important debate, I can really only make one point, and it's this. The NHS long-term plan contains many worthy initiatives and objectives, but delivering the improvements that it seeks will be an extraordinarily difficult task, especially as we have no overarching strategy for health within the UK. I say this because a strategy must bring together ends, ways and means in a balanced and coherent way. No one issue can be addressed without the others. When we talk about a fully funded health service, for example, we come face to face with the fundamental problem confronting the NHS, and indeed all other health services around the world. How does one constrain cost in a system of open-ended demand and ever-increasing technological opportunity? Without such constraint, healthcare is, in effect, an unbounded system. We could end up spending 100% of our GDP on it and still not satisfy every demand. The only rational answer is to balance resources and tasks by controlling both, rather than just one of them. This means, of course, limiting the care that is provided. Indeed, that already happens, but in an often random and unplanned way. So the question we should be asking ourselves is, what is the most equitable system of rationing? Whatever system is chosen, it will lead sometimes to unfortunate and perhaps tragic cases, which frequently become political cause célèbre. So if we are to decide on the fairest and most efficient system of healthcare rationing, it must be done on a cross-party basis. As long as healthcare is treated as a political football, so long will effective solutions to this conundrum continue to elude us. And let me caution against the pursuit of apparently attractive but in the long term chimerical solutions. One of those common is the cry for greater efficiency. The idea that this can be used to wish away the underlying financial dilemma is ill-considered at best and mendacious at worst. Nor should we think that restructuring of healthcare will make the problem any easier. Preventative measures to improve long-term health are important, but they're unlikely to moderate demand on NHS services. We will all, alas, continue to suffer physical and perhaps mental deterioration over time. The clinical causes of the deterioration may change, but they'll still need to be treated or ameliorated. It therefore follows that improved public health programmes, while essential, will over time likely result in greater expenditure rather than less. My Lords, the NHS long-term plan covers many important areas, and it sets out some laudable ambitions. But unless we find a sustainable way of balancing ends, ways and means, then we will still not have an effective healthcare strategy.
My Lords, I thank my noble friend Lord Hunt for securing this important debate and for his well-known commitment to health services. In the oral statement in January, I was particularly struck by one sentence among the many. At the heart of the plan is the principle that prevention is better than cure. I agree, and I was disappointed to see not so much emphasis on public health, community involvement, youth health and better cost analysis. Organisations whom we know have sent briefings and are generally supportive of the plan's aims. One says some significant pieces of the jigsaw are missing. Another that the long-term plan is defined as much by what it omitted as what it contained. I want to identify some weaknesses as I see them. The Association for Sexual Health and HIV expresses concerns about public health funding, which supports prevention, of course. These services have been cut in recent years. Around 700 million was cut between 2014 and 2020. I'm also surprised to see no cost-effectiveness figures in the plan. Are they available elsewhere? It's surely important to weigh the potential cost savings of prevention versus treatment costs. The plan states that NHS England will introduce in April 2019 more accurate assessments of the need for community health and mental health services. Will this be done in real consultation with local groups to identify local specific needs? I move on to young people, and I thank the Association for Young People's Health for their analysis. It's important to recognise that early intervention is not just about young children. Adolescence provides a second window, given the massive brain development and growing maturity in sexuality, relationships and reasoning amongst adolescents. Adolescent services are crucial to any health plan, and I think that they are not sufficiently addressed in this plan, yet they are key to general health. My Lords, last week I was involved in a seminar with young people, and one young woman said, "We are experts by experience." How true. So are communities experts by experience, and they need to be listened to in order to formulate responses. My Lords, will the Government take note of the concerns expressed in this dynamic and wise debate? And more importantly, will they keep the debate going so we can all have a say in what is happening to this plan?
Good.
Lords, I thank the Noble Lord Hunt for bringing this important debate to the House and welcome the plan. My Lords, all the evidence tells us that the UK population is set to grow and age significantly over the next 10 years, with people over 65 increasing by 33%, with over 85s almost doubling against an increase of only 2% of working adults. So on the basis of delivering this health prevention agenda against a growing population, the Government and the NHS in developing this plan and framework must work closely with local authorities, patient organisations, NHS staff and the public, so everyone has the opportunity to contribute. The shortage, my Lords, of trained staff needs to be resolved if the ambitions in this long-term plan is to be achieved. So I'm pleased to hear today of the announcement of the biggest reform to GP practices in 15 years to improve access to create 20,000 more staff for those practices. Supporting staff, boosting morale with rewards for career progression should help to retain our experienced, dedicated staff and help grow our own. The importance too on reducing and tackling waste with smarter working to improve productivity and efficiency. Expanding screening and age range as survival rates can be improved dramatically by earlier diagnosis and early multi-access to treatment. Prevention is the key for transformation. It is about empowering patients to become more effective in managing their own health and to take responsibility as part of their personal decision-making. This long-term plan is ambitious, aiming to transform services using up-to-date technology to provide many more online interventions for patients, and so reducing up to a third of outpatient appointments. With excellent sharing of data, precision diagnosis, the earliest of interventions backed up by detailed cost of investment covering genetic data around performance and outcome. And more capital investment is required. For example, we do need more MRI and CT scanners to again improve survival rates. Data collection, handling, storage and sharing to achieve and facilitate IT skills technology saves time and money So I'm pleased to see the government wanting to invest 440 million in new technology and 75 million in electronic systems to unlock the full potential of biopharmaceutical personalised medicines, genomics and identification of applications for stem cells and the development of new drugs. But we need to be much more quicker in that decision making on those appraisals. I welcome too the proposed increased investments in primary and community care, focusing on full integration of health and social care, moving out of hospital, setting into the community to deliver more care in the home, as new technologies unleash the ability to deliver a high-quality service, so only patients triaged with more acute or specialised care are in hospital. And finally, my Lords, the changes over the past 70 years, I look forward with optimism to the ambitious long-term plan which sets to modernise the NHS for the next 20 years.
My Lords, I draw attention to my interests in the register. I think it's worth mentioning that Baroness Browning is the only peer to have mentioned people with learning disability and autism. 2015 saw the Winterbourne View scandal, and from that the Transforming Care programme. And I wonder if the Minister could outline either in a letter or if there's time at the end what progress has been made, and have local authorities received the budgets required to actually match the services they're delivering. And I also like to thank Lord Hunt for calling this debate. The long-term plan is detailed and forward-thinking, but without supported staff, sufficient resources and consideration of social care, it's difficult to see how the government can achieve the comprehensive and integrated health system to which it aspires. The long-term plan is indeed a positive step forward, but defined as much by what it omits as what it contains. Without the workforce strategy, the social care green paper and involvement, this plan is incomplete. Well, as we have 100,000 vacancies in our health system, and the 3.4% uplift in long-term funding for the NHS does not cover key areas of health spending, and uptake of innovation is patchy. By 2030, we could have 250,000 vacancies in our NHS, including in key areas such as nursing. We are already suffering from the loss of 5,000 mental health nurses since 2010, and a 50% drop in the number of district nurses in the same period. Health visitors are down by 4,000, which doesn't bode well for children's services and a healthy early start. My key concern is that while the long-term plan recognises the workforce crisis, there is no magic bullet. Without solving staffing problems, many of the goals in the plan will go unfulfilled. This crisis is exacerbated partly because workforce planning in England has become increasingly fragmented and incomplete. 6 years on from the introduction of the Health and Social Care Act, it remains unclear who is accountable for workforce strategy and investment. Now, can the government confirm where does the buck stop for workforce planning for nurses, for doctors and for care staff? What timeline can we expect for the release of the workforce plan, which will provide more detail on strategy? Is the March date that's being given to Baroness Harding realistic? A quick and dirty piece of work will give us a picture of what is happening, but it's the resulting timelines for all the strands of this work that will shape the workforce for the future. My Lords, I hope that when we do see the workforce plan, we'll see health and social care considered together, and many other noble Lords have said this. Integrating health and social care would, for instance, strengthen our ability to support individuals with multi-morbidities, and this is an area that was relatively neglected in the plan. The rollout of enhanced health in care homes model, which strives for coordination and cooperation between care homes and the NHS, is an encouraging commitment in the plan which recognises barriers to good health and attempts to overcome silos. Overcoming these silos can also mean broadening skill sets. One headline regarding the plan is the greater focus on training generalist doctors in the future. This is a good idea. We should not neglect encouraging broad skill sets at all levels of health and social care. So would the Minister be able to expand on this proposal of generalist doctors? It would require reinvestment in training. In 2006-07, the training and education budget was 5% of the NHS's total budget, and that now has fallen to 3%. It would cost £2 billion to put the budget back to 5%, but the returns may be far greater. So for the Chancellor, it could be a good deal. Retention of staff is a problem. It is such a waste if trained staff leave for a better managed, better paid role elsewhere. A start might be to look at the issue of rostering, complaints about inflexible rosters from nurses, but also of late from junior doctors, make for a culture of stress, leading to opting to go for agency or bank work, where choice is control is possible for the individual, but of course not the hospital. Some hospitals do this successfully, and others need to copy what is done. To retain experienced staff, I wonder whether the government could also encourage employers to pay a living wage to social care workers. This could form part of the social care green paper when it arrives. Currently, many in our community are being served by staff who are overstretched and underpaid. Social care staff in hospitals, in care homes and in the community are the glue that keeps the system together, that prevents admissions from the community and speeds patients home. In the past, key medical innovations tended to be within the realms of big pharma. Now innovation appears in the form of med tech, robotic surgery, and other surgical improvements, such as delivering TAVI heart valves through the groin under a local anaesthetic. This achieves today what before required open heart surgery, with all the risks that entailed. Not only is this a surgical improvement, but patient stays are hugely reduced and outcomes often immediate. In the long-term plan, there is a laudable focus on digital health to bolster access to services, which, if carefully implemented, may increase patient satisfaction and help to minimise waste resources. Some surgeries and some settings do this better than others. I had to cancel a doctor's appointment to take part in the debate tomorrow. I sent a text and they confirmed a text. Sort of all I need to do was to type in, they sent me a reminder. All I had to do is to type absent, and they cancelled the appointment. Innovation in staff rostering can improve staff and ward morale and allow a better work-life balance. I have a couple of questions for the Minister, which I'm happy to wait for. What support is the government giving to innovators and early adopters of technology designed for use in operations and in other clinical interventions? And could the Minister tell us what changes need to be made to commissioning to accommodate and support innovation? My Lords, this has been an interesting debate, but looking at the speakers list, it's no surprise that this is an interesting and well-informed debate. It's always going to be the way. There is much and varied experience in your Lordship's House, and I thank the Noble Lord Hunt of King's Heath for tabling the debate.
Yeah. My Lords, can I start by congratulating my noble friend Lord Hunt for initiating this important debate, and can I congratulate noble Lords on the discipline which they have mostly shown in this debate and the spread and depth of the views that they have expressed. I'm not going to summarise the contents of the 10-year plan because I think my noble friend did that extremely well in his opening remarks. And I believe that noble Lords have covered a great deal of ground in the last 2 hours and presented the noble lady, the Minister, with a veritable cornucopia of questions to answer, some of which I suspect she may pass over to her, the new Minister, when she arrives with us on Monday. I intend to focus on implementation and finance, chapters 6 and 7, and also make some remarks about digital transformation. There's no doubt, my Lord, that this is an ambitious plan, and it needs to be ambitious, and how will it be delivered, I think, is the key question. There are dozens of aspirations in the plan, as noble Lords have said. So far, it seems to have avoided the previous pitfalls of promising unrealistic productivity gains and savings from reducing demand. I'm struck, however, by the pertinence of the remarks made by the noble Lord Cakehall when we discussed the launch of this on the 7th of January, and I'm going to quote what he said. How are Her Majesty's Government going to go about developing the metrics to determine how success will be measured? How will they go about providing a baseline picture of the current situation in different parts of the National Health Service so that the purpose and ambition of this plan can be properly measured? Which part of the NHS is going to be responsible for measurement and implementation? Is it NHS England, NHS Improvement, or indeed the Department of Health and Social Care? That remark was echoed by my noble friend Baroness Donaghy and Baroness Massey. And I couldn't have put it better myself, so I didn't try. I hope the noble lord might forgive me for repeating his questions, because I don't think they were adequately answered on the 7th of January, and I think that they will run through the course of the discussions that we will have over the coming period. And these questions are important because what the plan fails to do is set out what success looks like for the patients, carers and staff. It does not set out how worthy aims are to be achieved, and there is no coherent approach to the management of the necessary changes. And I think the description by my noble friend Lord Brooke about this and about obesity perfectly illustrates that. In terms of implementation, my question here concerns also the somewhat Delphic reference to legislation that's in the plan. Is this the rollback of the hideously complex, expensive, competitive frameworks with the accompanying bureaucracy that exist at the moment, and I think referred to by my noble friend Viscount Handsworth? Is the noble lady, the Minister, able to enlighten the House further as to when and to what purpose this legislation will be scheduled? And indeed, do the ICSs need primary legislation? And indeed, what will be the role of local government in the ICSs? Turning to finances, my lord, my noble friend Lord Hunt mentioned the word courageous in his description of the finances. I think I might add to that and say I think they're really actually rather heroic. As noble lords will be aware, in the summer of last year, the Prime Minister announced 28.5 billion extra funding for the NHS by 23-24. And whilst this is generous compared with other public services, all informed opinion suggests that it is barely enough to keep pace with growing demand for care. And as Dr. Anita Charlesworth from the Health Foundation says in her excellent analysis, which I commend to members of the House, that this means trade-offs are inevitable, and these must be spelled out clearly so that the public knows what they can expect from the NHS, which in a way was at the heart of what my noble friend Baroness Wheeler and Baroness Gale were saying in their remarks about specific conditions. So can the noble lady, the Minister, explain how this settlement will do more than keep the show on the road, and how much will be available for investment in the aspirations that are contained in the 10-year plan? Indeed, as today, we learn that there's a new 5-year contract which will provide billions in funding for GPs and primary care networks. Excellent news, good proposal. Is this coming from existing budgets? Is it from the 20 billion or is it new money? And my lords, there's no sign of an end to the sustained cuts in public health, capital spending, workforce training budgets. We know that NHS hospitals are in deficit and waiting times for accidents and emergency and planned operations haven't been met for 3 years. There's a crisis in social care. We have to find the funding for an investment for mental health. So there is an enormous amount to do. And my noble friend Baroness Pitt-Keithley mentioned, how are we going to fund the recognition of the work of carers, for example? So I think courageous and heroic kind of explain, how, and the noble lady, the Minister, needs to tell us, how will all these things be funded? Turning to the chapters containing science and digital and data, these are important aspirations: the adoption of personalised medicine, the adoption of genomics to drive diagnosis and selection of care, the development of a workforce that is able to apply innovation in genomic medicine to the routine care of patients, and the adoption of a digital strategy for patients, healthcare and professions to improve clinical outcomes. I welcome these. They're forward-looking, and in many ways they are the only way forward for a modern health service. And the noble Lord O'Shaughnessy has been driving this agenda in government. And the work of people like my noble friend Lord Darside, Lord Winston, indeed the work of people like Lord Caker, are very exciting. Building international partnerships will take this agenda forward, although I hope Brexit does not cast a shadow and a cloud over this. But I'd like to ask the noble lady, what is the timetable for the digital rollout? As everyone is aware, the NHS has form at being challenged in delivering these programmes and ambitious digital programmes. So how will NHS England ensure they have the capacity to deliver this change that is going to be so important? And there's one issue I'd like to raise, which we've discussed in your Lordship's House in the past, and that is the use of NHS data. How to harness the value of healthcare data from government. And however, whilst government says it's committed to maximising the value of healthcare data, there's a growing consensus that a national approach is needed if the UK isn't to reach a tipping point beyond which the value of NHS data assets depreciate relative to those invested in and made available on mutually beneficial terms elsewhere in the world. Specifically, the complex of data holdings across the world would be integrated care systems, and those with the private sector providers are liable to render it nearly impossible for local organisations not to undermine, inhibit or impact the ability of the NHS to maximise the value and use of NHS data. So I think the Noble Lord Freyberg was right to pursue the idea of the creation of a framework which he called the Sovereign Health Fund to ensure that the NHS benefits from this. And it's important because the amounts of money involved are absolutely enormous. Lord Drayson, for example, says that given publicly listed companies, knowledge assets account for 50 to 80% of their total value, the value held by the UK government for the NHS data could be as high as £1 trillion. Well, my lords, that could be invested in our NHS if we can get the infrastructure right. I would like to know what the noble lady's opinion is of that. And those kinds of figures would make all the difference to our NHS. And of course, I can imagine they're very attractive to companies like Google and other people involved in this. So I think it's important that the government actually deals with this. So I close by thanking my noble friend Lord Hunt and other noble lords, and thanking the many organisations who've sent briefing materials, too many to mention. But they tell me that we are at the beginning of a great discussion. And can I suggest that noble lords file debates about the different parts of the 10-year plan so we can have longer than 3 minutes on all the important issues that they raised. And I think it would be a good way to welcome our new minister to the House.
My Lords, can I also thank the noble Lord Hunt for raising this important debate and presenting the issues in his usual authoritative and well-informed way. And can I also thank all other noble lords for their valuable contribution. It's been a very well-informed debate, and certainly I am learning fast. And can I just say humbly what a credit it has been to the House to hear about the NHS in the positive light, and I understand that there are challenges and many questions that noble lords have put to me, but nevertheless the support around the House is very, very welcome for the NHS plan. It's fair to say, my lords, that 2018 has been a remarkable year for the health service. As many noble lords will appreciate, celebrating a 70th birthday is a time to reflect both on what has already been achieved and also to look ahead with hope and optimism. As my noble friend Lord O'Shaughnessy and Baroness Cumberledge say, the NHS has begun 2019 by publishing an unprecedented long-term plan for the next decade. The plan sets out a compelling vision of how the health service will provide safer, more personalised and more integrated care using technology and new ways of working to deliver more services in one's own home or community. To reassure my noble friend Baroness Neville-Roth, Rod Scriven, Baroness Donaghy, Baroness Watkins of Trafscott and Lord Stirrup, the long-term plan is a fully costed plan which has been developed within the spending settlement agreed with the NHS, an extra 33 billion in cash to a total of 148.5 billion in 2023-24. This is the equivalent to 20.5 billion extra in real terms. This increased spending, together with stretching but achievable ambition on efficiency, should ensure the NHS can continue to deliver the world-class service we all want. First, I want to recognise the importance of improving patient experience, safety and flow through the hospitals. And I agree with the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Carlisle, that spiritual care plays an important part in health outcomes.
NHS England, as Noble Lord Hunt is aware, NHS England is undertaking a clinical review of standards, considering the appropriateness of operational standards for physical and mental health relating to planned, unplanned, urgent or emergency care. In 2018-19, the government provided the NHS with an additional £1.6 billion to support and improve A&E and elective care performance. The NHS will use this investment to treat 250,000 more patients in A&E 2018-19 and to improve A&E performance with the 4-hour standard to be achieved within the course of 2019. Many Lords, including Noble Lords Baroness Gale, Baroness Wheeler, Lord Hunt, Baroness Tyler of Enfield, have inquired about the Adult Social Care Green Paper. The Department of Health and Social Care is in the final stages of preparing this, and it will be published at the earliest opportunity. As Noble Lords are aware, building a sustainable care and support system will require big decisions, and the upcoming Green Paper will place on record the extraordinary difficult choices that we as a legislature, and more broadly, we as a country, must confront. I understand the concerns raised by my noble friend, and he is a friend, Noble Hunt, regarding integration. The Green Paper will also build on the proposals on integrations, as he's indicated in the long-term plan, which are the deepest and most sophisticated ever proposed by the NHS. We will, my lords, invest in models of care which strengthen links between primary care networks and local care homes, which my noble Lord, Lord O'Shaughnessy, laid out so well and clearly, along, of course, with innovation. By 2021, every part of the country will be covered by integrated care systems, which will bring together local organisations, including local authorities, to redesign care and improve health population. I say to Baroness Massey of Darwin and Baroness Pitkeithley that this marks a significant change in how NHS organisations collaborate with one another and will support the health and care system to deliver a step change in how patient care is planned and delivered. My noble friend Lord O'Shaughnessy raised the issue of primary legislation, and of course, as he is aware, the government will consider updating legislation only where there is clear evidence that to do so would improve services for patients. As noble lords have noted, the spending review will have a profound impact on the preventative agenda. It will contain details of local government funding settlement and the public health grant, as has been noted across the House. There is no time to waste in pushing forward this agenda. I say to Lord Bird, this is why prevention is a focus throughout the long-term plan. We will keep people healthy and out of hospital by focusing on prevention of ill health and boosting services closer to home. To address Lord Renard, Baroness Walmsley, Lords Turnbird, Lord Brooke of Alethorpe, comments, there is a push to improve upstream prevention of avoidable illnesses and its complications, such as offering NHS-funded tobacco services and specialist weight management services to those with hypertension and BMI of over 30. And I know a number of lords have also mentioned smoking, and the plan commits to all people who are admitted to hospital who smoke will be offered NHS-funded tobacco treatment services by 2023-24. And I think this issue was raised by the noble lords, Lord Renard, my noble friend Lord Ribaro and Lord Turnberg. And I also recognise the issues that were raised by my noble friend Lord Chadlingham, who raised the issues around gambling. And, of course, the noble Lord Brooke raised the issue around gaming. These are important issues, and we have to, in my view, look at these issues in related to health and health services. As a result of the long-term plan, I say to the noble lords that in 10 years, 55,000 more people each year will also survive cancer for at least 5 years, and up to 150,000 heart attacks, strokes and dementia cases will have been prevented. In addition, where coherent cross-government action is required, we will of course take it, and this has been demonstrated by the recent DEFRA and DHSC Clean Air Strategy and the Government's new World Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance, as noted by my noble friend Baroness Neville-Rolfe. The upcoming Prevention Green Paper will be a major milestone in the prevention agenda this year. Our approach will also be underpinned by a focus on the reduction of health inequalities, both because it is absolutely the right thing to do, but also because the potential health gains, especially in our most vulnerable communities, is significant. And this was noted by Noble Lords Baroness Donley, Baroness Tyler, Baroness Massey. And of course, that focus will very much be important. I now turn my attention to the plan's commitments to improving access to primary and community healthcare services, with spending on these services up to £4.5 billion higher in 5 years' time. This, my lords, will allow for all parts of the country to see an increase in both capacity and responsiveness of community and intermediate care services. As my noble friend Baroness Redford noticed, as did Baroness Thornton, today NHSE and BMA launched the new primary care contract for GPs. The new contract framework marks some of the biggest general practice contract changes in over a decade and will be essential to deliver the ambitions set out in the NHS long-term plan. Through strong general practice services, it also includes funding for around 20,000 more health professionals by 2023-24 within primary care networks. Expanding the community-based multidisciplinary team means thousands more clinical staff working in primary care, bigger teams of staff providing a wide range of care options for patients and freeing up time for GPs to focus on those with more complex needs. My noble friend Lord Colwyn raised the important issue of dental care and NHS dentists, and he is right that workforce planning is also important in this key area. In addition, by 2023-24, every patient in England will be able to access a digital GP offer, improving access and convenience in primary care for all. And social prescribing, where appropriate, as mentioned by Baroness Keithley, will play a role in this. This brings me to the important point on the safety of patient data, as there are safeguards in place for this type of data, which include legislation, scrutiny standards and toolkits, independent advisory bodies and a national data opt-out to ensure that data is used across the health and care system in a safe, secure and legal way. But in response to Lord Hunt, I recognise that we have some way still to go. My Lords, while I have already noted the importance of preventive care as a priority for this government and the NHS, the plan also addresses important clinical areas and long-term conditions. Noble Lords have rightly identified that improving early diagnosis of cancer is a priority. The new package of measures in the long-term plan include investment to support better screening services, provide new investment in state-of-the-art technology to transfer the process of diagnosis and boost research and innovation. And to that degree, Baroness Thornton is absolutely right. As noble Baroness Massey of Wilton, Baroness Gale and Baroness Wheeler identify, it's equally important that those with rare and complex conditions receive the very best support and treatment, and I welcome the fact that over the next 10 years the long-term plan will give patients better access to specialised services and more precise treatments. The Department will continue to work with the NHS to ensure we provide the very best service and outcomes for patients, improving the quality of patient lives. As the NHS implements this plan, specialised services will remain a priority, which is why we invest over £16 billion, as Baroness Wheeler identified, every year in treating specialist conditions. I want to now turn to my attention to the provision of mental health services. We had an excellent debate on this yesterday, led by the Noble Baroness Tyler of Enfield. And as we know, through mental ill health, more work days are lost to anxiety, depression and stress than any other condition. So we have to get this right. To reassure Noble Lords, under the NHS long-term plan, there will be a comprehensive expansion of mental health services. The plan renews the commitment to grow, invest in mental health services faster than the NHS budget overall for each of the next 5 years, with an additional £2.3 billion in real terms by 23-24. This will give 380,000 more adults access to psychological therapies, and 345,000 more children and young people will be able to access greater support. Crisis care will be expanded with a 24/7 community-based mental health crisis response for adults is available across England by 2020-21. The NHS will test and roll out new waiting times to ensure rapid access to mental health services in the community over the next decade. And we will reduce the number of people with learning disabilities or autism who are inpatients in mental health hospitals. It is absolutely right that we do so, and I totally support the comments that were made by my noble friend Baroness Browning and Baroness Jolly. Specific waiting times for emergency mental health services will also take effect from 2020 for the first time, and we will be set to align with the equivalent targets for emergency physical health services. The first time that this has happened, and absolutely right that this is the case. I also welcome Baroness Keithley's support of the NHS plan in relation to carers. Carers' needs and views are important, and we acknowledge this. Lord Lowe of Dalston also raised the issue around eye care and the APPG report. I will write to the Noble Lord to address this issue because I'm not familiar with the APPG report. Finally, my Lords, quite a large number of Noble Lords quite rightly raised the issues around workforce. My noble friend Lord Ribaro, Lord Turnberg, Baroness Watkins, Baroness Jolly, Baroness Thornton, Lord Hunt, and I want to acknowledge, like I'm sure that they do, the importance of our NHS workforce and all who work in it, and recognise that good leaders and leadership are essential to the provision of high-quality, sustainable services across the NHS. As part of the long-term plan, a group has been established to focus on how best to improve leadership culture and practice, talent management, leadership development and clinical leadership across the whole NHS. This work will inform the workforce implementation plan, which Baroness Harding has been commissioned to produce, working closely with Sir David Byrne. Initial recommendations will be presented to the Department in spring 2019, and a final workforce implementation plan will follow later in the year, taking into account the outcomes of the spending review. My Lords, we will go further to not only secure staff but also support the NHS in delivering their mission to become a world-class employer and deliver the workforce which the NHS needs. A number of Lords raised the important issue of how we will ensure we have enough nurses, including nurses, Parkinson nurses. We're already taking steps, including increasing nurse training places by 25%. That is 5,000 additional training places from 2019-20. The NHS Improvement-led workforce group will agree action to improve supply of nurses over the course of the long-term plan. My noble friend Lord Ribaro, Lord Turnberg, Lord Rogan will know that we've already made commitments in this spending review through the next spending review period, which acknowledges the importance of workforce training to underpin effective long-term NHS planning. For example, as my noble friend Lord Riboro said, on medical training places at the forthcoming and at the forthcoming spending review, we will consider proposals from the NHS for a multi-year funding plan for clinical training places based on workforce requirements in the NHS plan. And of course, health services are a devolved matter in Northern Ireland, but certainly I will convey Lord Rogan's concerns that he has raised.
My Lord,
Can I just press on? I'm conscious it's a time debate. It's also a number of noble lords raised the issue. I'm just checking for time because I've just been told I've got 2 minutes. A number of noble lords raised issue around technology. My noble friend Lord Holmes of Richmond, Baroness Neville Roth, Baroness Redfern, Lord Hunt, Lord Scriven, Baroness Thornton, around technology and artificial intelligence. And as the Secretary of State has made clear in his vision for the future of healthcare, digital services and IT systems will need to comply with a modern technology architecture and meet a clear set of open standards so that they can talk to each other. I just want to say that there were so many questions, and of course, that have gone, and we have gone over time. Well, haven't gone over time just yet, but I will shortly. And can I just say to noble lords, some of the key themes that have come out through this debate, I will actually write to noble lords and place a copy of my letter to noble lords in the library. But before, I just want to conclude. And just say, because I didn't get round to talking about technology, which is very important, and artificial intelligence. The Secretary of State does see this as a very important area, and I hear the concerns that Noble Hunt raised on this. Before closing, I want to place again on record my thanks and appreciation for the quality and range of contributions from across the House. There is clearly much more to discuss and debate, and I'm aware that the incoming Minister will have the opportunity to discuss these issues with the House much deeper, and there are many areas Baroness Thornton has discussed, and of course we will keep this debate going.
Well, my lords, I think I've got a minute to wind up. So I'll just say this. I think it has been an excellent debate. I think there were 5 key messages. First of all, integration of health and social care will not happen unless the government in Whitehall integrates its strategy on policy, finance and workforce. Second, this House definitely supports the priorities in the NHS 10-year plan, but it mustn't be at the expense of core services like oral health or like eye care. And I hope the noble Baroness would meet with me and Lord Lowe to discuss the issues that he raised about ophthalmology services. Third, my lords, the government needs to be brave on public health. It's clear from speeches made today in this House, huge support will be given to tough fiscal measures. My lords, finally, this is an English plan. Its challenge relates to Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland as well. And I hope that Lord Rogan will be heard, because the Northern Ireland Health Service is going through a really, really tough time. Finally, my lords, carers, they're going to be asked to do even more in the future. They must have recognition and support. This is a very, very good plan, but, my lords, the agenda is very, very tough, and I hope the government will listen to what has been said today. My lords, I beg to move.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as of that opinion will say content. The contrary, not content. The contents have it.
My lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The proceeding has ended.